Listen up, future constellations. The Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint anime was announced a long time ago, but with no release date anywhere in sight, we're not waiting around. Today, we're starting the story right here, right now, diving straight into the manhwa that changed everything. A world turned into a scenario, gods watching from the stars, and one man who knows exactly how the story ends. If you're new to ORV or waiting for the anime, this is the perfect place to begin. Drop a like, subscribe, and prepare yourself, because once the scenarios start, there's no turning back. Kim Dokja was the definition of a background character. No flashy life, no dramatic highlights, just another salaryman drifting through the city like white noise. But buried under that painfully normal exterior was something strange, almost obsessive. For 10 straight years, Dokja had lived two lives, one in reality and one inside a web novel called 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. It wasn't popular, not even a little. Over 3,000 episodes dragged out across a decade with no marketing, no fandom, no hype clips, no edits, no praise. A story so long and so forgotten that most people wouldn't even click past episode 1. Most people. But Dokja wasn't most people. He was the only reader. Night after night, year after year, Dokja followed every single chapter like it was oxygen. He left comments that no one replied to, reactions that echoed back into silence. To anyone else, it was just text on a screen. To him, it was history, memory, survival. That story wasn't entertainment. It was a witness to his life. And now, after 10 long years, it was finally ending. Dokja stared down at his phone, subway lights flickering across the screen. The notification for the final episode sat there, blinking like it knew what it was about to do to him. His heart thumped harder than it should have. For a brief second, his finger hovered. What happens when the one thing that stayed ends? Then he tapped. The final episode didn't bother with explanations or grand reveals. It simply said, there are 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. Everything is fading and becoming unclear now. But one thing is certain. If you're reading this, you will survive. That was it. And the moment those words settled in, something fundamental shifted. Not in the story, in Dokja's world. Kim Dokja usually introduced himself with a short, awkward line. I'm Dokja. Simple, polite, forgettable. But his name wasn't simple at all. In Korean, Dokja could mean many things. A reader, an individual, and only one. Every time he explained it, people misunderstood. They thought it meant only child, which was technically true, but never the point. His father had chosen that name hoping Dokja would grow strong on his own. Independent, unshakable. Instead, it felt like a curse, a name that predicted loneliness, before he even understood the word. At 28, Dokja's life looked exactly how society labels mediocre. A graduate of a third-rate university, a disposable contract worker at a subsidiary of a massive corporation. No stability, no recognition, no future anyone would bet on. Single, quiet, easily overlooked. The only thing that made him feel real happened underground, on the subway ride home, where he buried himself in serialized web novels, scrolling endlessly while the city passed by in a blur. Tonight should have been no different, but of course it was. Dokja-si, the voice snapped him out of his screen. He looked up and immediately regretted being perceived. Standing in front of him was Yoo Joonghyuk, assistant HR manager, office celebrity, universally liked human being. The kind of person whose presence naturally drew attention without trying. Of all places, of all people, on this night, she greeted him casually, smiling like this wasn't throwing his entire mental balance off. Dokja stiffened, painfully aware of how close she was, of the faint scent of her shampoo, of how unprepared he was for a social interaction above NPC-level difficulty. They exchanged polite small talk. Sangha mentioned her team leader was on a business trip, so she finally got to leave early. Dokja nodded while his mind wandered, imagining the army of coworkers who would have volunteered to escort her home if they knew. When he asked why she was taking the subway, she explained her bike had been stolen. Casual, annoying, annoyingly charming. She talked about biking to work to stay healthy after long overtime hours, and hinted at personal reasons she didn't elaborate on. Dokja listened quietly, fully aware of how easily people gravitated toward her. Up close, it made sense why she was admired. And it also made something else clear. Their worlds didn't overlap. He shut that thought down instantly. No delusions, no misunderstandings. This wasn't a story where people like him got involved with people like her. Still, something about tonight felt heavy, like the air itself was waiting. Sangha broke the silence again, this time speaking in Spanish. Dokja blinked, confused, until she laughed and translated it. Please lend me some money. She explained she was studying languages during her commute. Dokja found it impressive, also baffling. Where would she ever need that phrase? Then she asked the question he'd been dreading. What are you reading? A spike of anxiety hit him. There was no way to explain 3 ways to survive the apocalypse without sounding insane. So he lied, half-lied, saying he was studying Korean. Sangha lit up instantly, talking about her love for novels. She listed authors like Murakami Haruki and Raymond Carver with genuine enthusiasm. Dokja nodded along, painfully aware of the gap between them widening by the second. When she asked who his favorite author was, he hesitated. The name of an unknown web novelist with a single reader wouldn't mean anything to her. So he brushed it off with a joke and let the conversation fade. Inside, the contrast was brutal. Her world was colorful, social, filled with interests shared by others. His was quiet, hidden, revolving around a story no one else cared about. He sat there silently as the subway rattled on, holding a secret hobby he never talked about. Web novels weren't something to brag about, especially not one this obscure. But today wasn't just any day. Today, the story ended. 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse wasn't just a novel. It was his shelter. He read it back in middle school while being bullied. During failures, like missing his entrance exam goals and settling for a college he never wanted. During military service, and during exhausting days at the front lines. Even now, drifting through unstable contract work with no clear future. Whenever reality got unbearable, TWSA was there, and then it hit him. Across all those years, he couldn't remember a single genuinely happy memory. Not one. The only thing that stayed with him, the only place that never abandoned him, was a fictional world that had just reached its final page. And as the subway carried him forward, Dokja realized something terrifying. The story that helped him survive was gone, and whatever came next, he would have to face it alone. The epilogue of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse was scheduled to drop today, the final punctuation mark on a story that spanned 3,149 episodes. A decade-long marathon that began when Dokja was still a teenager and somehow followed him stubbornly into adulthood. 10 years of scrolling, reading, waiting. 10 years of a story that never left him behind. Dokja remembered how it all started. The very first chapter had done, around 1,200 views. Not viral, not dead either. There was potential there, the kind that makes you believe something special might be happening. But reality crept in fast. By chapter 10, the reader count collapsed to 20. By chapter 50, it was down to 12. And after that, one by one, people disappeared until only a single name remained in the comments section. His. At some point, the novel stopped being something written for everyone and became something written for him alone. A private transmission across the void. A story that kept going, even when no one was watching. Especially when no one was watching. Dokja had wanted to give back. God, he really had. He wanted to donate, to send encouragement in a way that actually mattered. But reality had other plans. His bank balance barely survived month to month. Even the smallest donation was a luxury he couldn't afford. So instead, he left comments. Long ones. Honest ones. Words trying to repay a decade of comfort. He tried recommending the novel, too. That always ended badly. People laughed it off. Sanga's voice cut through his thoughts like a snap back to reality. He blinked, momentarily forgetting she was sitting right there beside him. For a split second, he looked genuinely startled before scrambling to reorient himself in the real world. Trying to sound casual, Dokja shifted the conversation. He remarked on how fast time had flown since they'd both joined the company. How it felt like just yesterday they were rookies trying to survive corporate hell, and now their contracts were already nearing expiration. Halfway through speaking, it hit him. Sanga had already been promoted. She'd become a full-time employee just last month. Sanga laughed lightly, reminiscing about how clueless they'd both been when they first started. Dokja laughed too, adding that everything had blurred together so quickly it barely felt real. Then, catching himself, he apologized for not congratulating her earlier. He joked that maybe he should have learned a foreign language too, knowing how relentlessly she worked to stand out. Sanga waved it off, modest as ever. She said her performance review wasn't even finished yet, but Dokja knew better. The difference between them was painfully obvious. While Sanga invested her time into growth, languages, skills, ambition, Dokja had spent those same hours buried inside fictional worlds. And honestly, he admired her for it, truly. If life were a novel, Sanga would be the heroine without question. And him? He knew his role. Sanga hesitated before offering to tell him the name of the app she used for studying languages. For a fleeting moment, Dokja's mind drifted. If his life weren't locked into this dull, non-fiction genre, if it were something else, fantasy maybe, could he have been the protagonist? Could things have turned out differently? The thought vanished as quickly as it came. He declined politely, saying it wouldn't change anything, and he meant it. Deep down, he understood. His life wasn't built for grand transformations or sudden glow-ups. He wasn't the hero. He was the reader. Quietly, firmly, Dokja told Sanga that he needed to live his life. The sincerity in his voice caught her off guard. For a second, she just stared at him, then smiled brightly, declaring that she would live her life to the fullest, too. Her optimism filled the space between them. Dokja thought, not unkindly, that at least it stopped her from talking. Then his phone buzzed. A single message. Thank you. His breath caught. His fingers stiffened. Slowly, cautiously, he replied, asking if the sender was who he thought it was. The response came almost immediately. It was the author, the creator of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. The message overflowed with gratitude. The series, they said, only made it to the end because of Dokja's unwavering support. They even mentioned winning a contest prize, news Dokja had never heard before. Then came the next reveal. The novel would soon transition into paid content, starting with the epilogue, releasing today. As thanks, the author offered him a special gift and asked for his email. A gift? Dokja stared at the screen, stunned. His brain immediately defaulted to survival mode. Maybe a gift card? $50 would be insane. That could last him weeks. Before he could overthink it, another notification arrived. This was it. The present. He opened it. The author thanked him again and confirmed that starting at 7 p.m., 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse would officially become paid content. The message ended warmly and strangely. This will help you. Dokja frowned and checked the time. 6:55 p.m. 5 minutes. Panicking slightly, he rushed to his favorites list, determined to access the novel while it was still free. But the list came up empty, completely blank. His heart sank. Had the chapters already been removed? Did platforms really delete everything the moment a series went paid? Before he could think further, the train lights cut out. Total darkness. The floor shook violently, metal screeching as the train lurched to an abrupt halt. Panic exploded instantly. People screamed. Someone yelled about a terrorist attack. Others cried, voices colliding into pure chaos. In the middle of it all, Dokja turned instinctively toward Sangha. She looked terrified but alive. She nodded when he asked if she was okay. And as the darkness pressed in around them, with fear echoing through the subway car, one thing became painfully clear. The story hadn't ended. It had just begun. Though Dokja's voice stayed calm and level as he reassured Sangha, his thoughts were anything but steady. On the surface, he played the role of the composed co-worker. It's fine, don't worry, probably just a delay. But inside, his mind was sprinting in every direction at once. A cold, creeping unease slid down his spine, the kind that didn't come from fear alone, but from recognition, from the sense that something was wrong in a way he couldn't name yet. And then the clock hit 7 p.m. Dokja glanced down at his phone without even thinking about it. The time glowed back at him, sharp and undeniable. The moment his eyes registered the numbers, a chill settled deep in his chest. He didn't know why, couldn't possibly know, but his instincts screamed at him that this exact second mattered. He had no way of knowing that everything was about to collapse and rebuild itself into something unrecognizable. That the world he knew, the dull routines, the reader's seat he'd quietly occupied his whole life, was seconds away from being overwritten. The announcement system crackled to life. At first, the words were distorted, half swallowed by static. Then they repeated, louder, faster, more urgent. An automated voice ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. Over and over again, the same message looped, its tone escalating into something almost panicked. Sangha turned toward Dokja, her face drained of color. Her lips trembled as she tried to make sense of what was happening, but no explanation fit. Nothing about this felt like a normal emergency. Dokja stood there, frozen in place. His thoughts churned violently, but his body refused to move. It felt like the weight of the future had slammed into his chest all at once, pressing the air from his lungs. He didn't know what was coming, but he knew it wasn't survivable in the way normal disasters were. Then the light exploded. A blinding flash burst from the front gate of the train, white and violent, surging through the cabin like electricity tearing through exposed wires. The floor shook hard enough to throw people off balance. Some passengers screamed and fell. Others stood rigid, locked in terror, their shadows flickering wildly against the walls. Before anyone could even process what they'd seen, another announcement boomed through the speakers. Its tone was cheerful, almost polite. It declared that the free service of the 8612 planetary system had officially ended. The words didn't make sense, but they landed with terrifying weight. And then came the final line. The main scenario will now begin. Something inside Dokja snapped into place. In that instant, he understood. The genre of his life, once painfully ordinary, painfully real, had shifted. No slow buildup, no warning arc, just a hard, irreversible genre swap, straight into madness. The tension inside the train car became suffocating. People shouted over one another, trying desperately to rationalize what they were seeing, and then someone screamed, "Didokaebi!" The word cut through the noise like a blade, a goblin, a creature from old Korean folklore. Dokja's breath caught. He didn't know why, but the word hit him harder than the explosion of light. It resonated somewhere deep in his chest, like a memory that wasn't supposed to exist. The train had stopped completely, the cabin swallowed by darkness, except for the emergency lights flickering weakly above. Train delays weren't unusual. This moment was. A sentence replayed itself in Dokja's mind, clear as day. A line he had read so many times it was practically engraved into him. The absurdity of it made his skin crawl. No way. It was impossible. And yet, he glanced at Sangha. She looked just as lost as everyone else, whispering under her breath that this couldn't be real. Her disbelief grounded him even as it pushed him further into panic. Because Dokja knew. The words of the novel echoed relentlessly in his head, describing a small, downy creature floating casually in midair, smiling as if the apocalypse were a joke. Then the light returned, not explosive this time. Soft, wrong. A gentle glow seeped out from the train's front gate, bathing the cabin in an unnatural hue. People whispered nervously, fear spreading like static electricity between bodies. And then it stepped out. A small figure emerged from the glow, hovering effortlessly above the floor. Two short horns curved from its head. Its body looked plush, almost cute, almost. Every instinct in Dokja's body screamed that that this thing did not belong in reality. The realization hit him like a truck. This wasn't similar. This was exact. The creature began speaking, its voice melodic and alien, flowing in a language no one understood. The passengers erupted into chaos again. Some shouted that it had to be a trick, augmented reality, viral marketing gone insane. Others recoiled in disgust, unable to look at it. Dokja couldn't move. He couldn't breathe, because he knew what no one else did. This was the Dokaibi, the same creature from the opening paragraph of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. The being that introduced a world of blood, scenarios, and survival games stretched across thousands of chapters. Fiction had just stepped off the page. Sangha stared at it, wide-eyed, nervously wondering aloud if it might be speaking Spanish. She even floated the idea of trying to talk to it, desperation and curiosity colliding in her voice. Dokja snapped back to reality just long enough to stop her. He told her not to be ridiculous, his words edged with sharp sarcasm. Asking help from something like that? The idea made his stomach twist. Sangha hesitated, torn between fear and the human need to understand. The Dokaibi spoke again. This time everyone understood. It apologized cheerfully for a malfunction in the language patch, then asked politely if everyone could hear it now. A man near the front exploded in frustration. He demanded to know what kind of stunt this was, whether it was a movie shoot, a prank. He shouted about an audition he was going to miss. The Dokaibi laughed. It found the whole thing amusing. It casually explained that it had researched human behavior and chosen 7 p.m. because that was when the most customers could be gathered. Confusion turned into outrage. People yelled about consent, compensation, demanded the train be restarted. A small child tugged on their mother's sleeve and asked if the creature was a cartoon character. The simplicity of the question shattered something in Dokja. The Dokaibi told everyone to calm down and take their seats. Its tone was playful, but underneath it lurked authority. It said it had something very important to share. Dokja barely heard it. His mind was racing ahead, connecting dots at terrifying speed. He knew this scene. He knew exactly what came next. He turned to Sangha and told her, urgently, not to move. She froze, eyes locked on his, confusion and fear mixing in her expression. The Dokaibi laughed again, and then its eyes turned red. The playful tone vanished, replaced by something cold and predatory. In one horrifying instant, a man's head split open. Blood sprayed across the cabin, painting the walls and faces of the stunned passengers. Silence fell like a guillotine. No one screamed. No one moved. The Dokaibi laughed, completely unfazed, and dismissed any lingering hope that this was fake. This wasn't a movie. This wasn't a joke. The apocalypse had just officially gone live, and Kim Dokja had already read the script. One by one, heads detonated like overripe fruit. There was no warning, no mercy, just wet, brutal pops echoing through the subway car as skulls split apart and blood sprayed in violent arcs, painting the walls, the ceiling, the people who were still breathing. Bodies crumpled to the floor like discarded mannequins, limbs twitching once, maybe twice, before going still. The air turned thick, choking, saturated with iron and terror. Breathing alone felt like swallowing death. It was hell, instant, undeniable hell. Then the Dokaibi spoke again. Its cheerful, sing-song voice rang clearly over the carnage, as if this were a presentation and not a massacre. It calmly announced that this was not a dream, not a hallucination, not some shared psychotic break, and definitely not the familiar world humanity had known up until a few minutes ago. Dokja felt the last fragments of denial crumble inside him. He wanted to reject it, to scream that it couldn't be real. But the subway floor was slick with blood, and the corpses were warm, steaming, unmistakably real. His stomach twisted as his mind finally crossed the line it had been resisting. This was happening. The Dokaibi mocked them next, its tone dripping with smug amusement. It spoke of humanity's past, how people had lived comfortably without ever paying the price, breathing for free, eating for free, even reproducing for free, luxuries stacked on luxuries, all taken for granted. But that era, it declared, was over. A wave of dread rolled through the survivors, faces drained of color, teeth chattered, knees buckled. No one dared to speak, until one man did, Han, from the finance team. Dokja recognized him instantly. So did Sangha. Han stumbled forward, hands shaking so badly the wad of cash he clutched nearly slipped from his grip. His voice cracked as he spoke, desperation bleeding through every syllable. He offered money, a lot of it, millions if that's what it took. He begged, bargained, promised anything. The Dokaibi turned toward him. For a moment it seemed entertained. It acknowledged money as a human concept, an agreement of value, a shared illusion. Han latched onto that, nodding frantically, insisting money could solve anything, that it always had. The Dokaibi snapped its fingers. The cash ignited instantly. Flames devoured the bills in seconds, reducing them to drifting ash that fluttered uselessly to the floor. Han stared at the empty space in his hands, his face hollow with disbelief. The Dokaibi's voice hardened. Money, it explained, had no value outside human space and time. It was meaningless here. Then it leaned in, its smile sharp, and warned everyone not to try something so stupid again. Han collapsed backward, scrambling away, his confidence shattered into dust. Unbothered, the Dokkaebi continued. It spoke of debts accumulating with every passing second, debts humanity didn't even realize it was incurring. Then its horns elongated with a disturbing, organic stretch, and it vanished in a blur, sweeping through the cabin faster than the eye could track. A chime echoed. A system message activated. Channel BY7623 is opened. Constellations have entered the scenario. A translucent screen appeared before everyone. Dokja read the words, his blood running cold. Main scenario activated. Prove your value. Kill one or more living organisms. The Dokkaebi laughed. It wished them luck, its voice dripping with cruelty, and vanished in a flash of light. Sangha snapped into motion, pulling out her phone with shaking hands. She tried calling the police. Once, twice, again. No signal, nothing. Panic surged as she turned to Dokja, her voice breaking as she asked what they were supposed to do now. Dokja swallowed hard. He told her about a survival game, one where only a few people made it through an apocalypse simulation. His explanation sounded insane, even to his own ears. But he kept going. This wasn't random. It was a game, a scenario, with rules. And rules could be exploited. Sangha stared at him, disbelief written all over her face. But his certainty made her hesitate. Dokja scanned the cabin. The Dokkaebi hovered nearby, antennae twitching. Blood-soaked office workers crouched in corners. An elderly woman prayed silently, hands clasped so tightly her knuckles were white. Corpses littered the floor like warnings. This was no isolated incident. This was 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. His story, unfolding in real time. He accepted it fully now. Then a young man stepped forward. His voice was firm, commanding. He told everyone to calm down, to stop panicking. People protested, questioning who he thought he was. In response, he showed them his military badge. Army Lieutenant, Unit 6502, Lee Hyun-sung. Dokja's breath hitched. Steel Sword Hyun-sung, a supporting character, a major one. But something was wrong. Hyun-sung wasn't supposed to appear yet. Not here, not now. In the novel, he entered after the first scenario. Before Dokja could process the discrepancy, someone shouted that the Prime Minister was speaking. Phones lit up. Sangha showed Dokja her screen. The Prime Minister addressed the nation, calling the events terrorist attacks, promising retaliation and control. Dokja knew it was bullshit. And then, bang, the Prime Minister's head exploded mid-sentence. Blood splattered across every screen. The broadcast cut out. Screams erupted. The Dokkaebi reappeared, unimpressed. It mocked their disbelief, comparing the situation to a game tutorial. Then it reduced the difficulty timer. A countdown appeared, 10 minutes remaining. If no death occurs within 5 minutes, all will be terminated. Chaos. People begged, screamed, clung to Hyun-sung. Others cursed the government, the police, God himself. Dokja watched in grim silence. This was following the plot. Almost. But one key figure was missing. Then the noise came. Bangs from the adjacent cabin. Wet sounds. Blood splattering against the door. Someone was murdered next door. Panic exploded. People rushed to block the entrance. One man tried to force it shut and was hurled back by invisible electricity, sparks tearing through the air. A final system message appeared. No one may enter or leave the cabin until the scenario is complete. The game had begun, and Kim Dokja already knew how ugly it was going to get. The Dokkaebi's grin stretched wider as it looked down on the terrified passengers, its expression dripping with cruel amusement. It mocked their hesitation, their refusal to act, complaining that some scenarios had become boring. Clearly dissatisfied, it decided to intervene. With a snap of its fingers, a massive screen unfolded in midair. Everyone's attention snapped toward it. The image that appeared showed a high school classroom. Desks were overturned, students huddled together, faces streaked with tears. Someone in the cabin whispered in horror that it was Taepung Girls' High School. A sharp, piercing sound tore through the air. Then a system message appeared. Time limit exceeded. Checkout process initiated. Dokja's chest tightened. What followed was pure nightmare fuel. One by one, the students' heads split open grotesquely. Blood splashed across the walls and desks, painting the classroom in streaks of red. Their screams, raw, desperate pleas for help, echoed through the subway car. Dokja squeezed his eyes shut, but the sounds drilled into him anyway. When he opened them again, the scene had grown even darker. Amid the carnage, one girl stood apart. Her hands shook violently as she wrapped them around another student's neck. The victim struggled weakly, choking, but the grip didn't loosen. Slowly, horrifyingly, the girl's body went limp and collapsed to the floor. A message appeared. Scenario cleared. Survivor, Lee Jae-hee, Class 2B. The Dokkaebi burst into raucous laughter, clapping as if it had just watched an excellent show. Its delight only deepened the dread choking the cabin. Dokja felt sick, but his mind refused to slow down. Something was wrong. These events were familiar, yet twisted. Scenes from 3 ways to survive the apocalypse were unfolding, but not in the right order. Others didn't belong to the story at all. Worse still, some key characters hadn't appeared yet. Instinctively, Dokja reached for his phone. If he could reread the novel, just once, he could piece this together. But when he searched for it, nothing appeared. Gone. 3 ways to survive the apocalypse had vanished completely. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The novel had never been popular. Why would it suddenly be removed? His thoughts raced until he remembered the message from earlier. He opened it again. That's when he noticed the attachment. Apocalypse text. His heart skipped. Was this a gift? The author's gift? Questions about legality flashed through his mind, but curiosity crushed them instantly. He tapped the file. The moment he did, system messages flooded his vision. You have received an exclusive tribute. A skill slot has been unlocked. Dokja's breath caught. In TWSA, every survivor received an attribute and a corresponding skill. This was it. His hands trembled as he tried to open his attribute window. Access denied. Panic flared. If he couldn't see his attribute, how was he supposed to know what his skill did? He tried again and again. Nothing. Left with no other option, he focused on the attachment. The instant he began reading, another message appeared. Attribute activated. A strange sensation rushed through his body. Information surged into his mind at an impossible speed. Text blurred, then sharpened, flowing effortlessly into his thoughts. Dokja understood immediately. His attribute was tied to reading. He could process written information at absurd speed. In under a minute, he reread the opening chapter of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. His eyes glowed faintly as forgotten details snapped into place. Memories resurfacing with perfect clarity. And suddenly, everything made sense. The reason events felt wrong was simple. The protagonist of TWSA wasn't in this cabin. They were in cabin 3807. This was cabin 3707. A chill ran down Dokja's spine. He remembered what happened in 3807. It was hell. What about them? Sangha whispered beside him. Shouldn't we help? Dokja didn't answer. From his perspective, it was already over. Their fate had been sealed the moment the scenario began. A sharp movement snapped his attention back to the present. Namwoon Kim lunged forward, grabbing an older woman by the collar. She cried out, begging him to stop. But rage consumed him. He struck her brutally, blood spraying across the cabin. Kim roared, asserting control, intoxicated by violence. Dokja watched with detached clarity. He already knew how this would end. Only 2 people in this cabin would survive. Sangha wasn't one of them. Neither was he. Then Han Myung-go stepped forward, gripping Kim's arm and shouting at him to stop. Kim sneered, mocking the older man, questioning whether he even understood what kind of world this had become. He pointed at the floating screen. The screams from the classroom echoed once more, and everyone understood. This was no longer a question of right or wrong. It was a question of who would live. Kim shouted over the chaos that the army wasn't coming. No rescue, no cavalry. According to the rules of this scenario, someone had to die for the rest of them to keep breathing. Han froze. His face went pale as his brain refused to accept what Kim was saying. He stammered, struggling to form a response, because the logic was too cruel to process. But Namwoon Kim stood firm in the center of the cabin, shoulders squared, eyes sharp. He spoke like a man who had already crossed a line and burned the bridge behind him. This was the new world, he said. Survival demanded sacrifice. Someone had to be chosen. Morality didn't matter anymore, and then he proved it. Kim's fists came down hard, vicious and unrestrained, crashing into a helpless body. The sound of impact echoed through the cabin. Blood splattered. Screams erupted. Dokja felt his chest tighten. He knew this moment. He had read it over and over. Namwoon Kim was exactly as the novel described, one of the first humans to fully accept the apocalypse, the man who tore apart the last illusion of civilization, the one who proved how quickly people could abandon ethics when survival was dangled in front of them. Others followed. Some joined in, driven by terror and instinct. Others stood frozen, unable to move, unable to look away. The subway car became a suffocating pressure cooker of cruelty and fear, where hesitation itself felt like a death sentence. Dokja's thoughts raced. If no one died within 5 minutes, everyone here would die. A memory surfaced, something he'd read years ago. Executioners pulling the switch together so no one knew who killed the prisoner. Shared guilt, shared responsibility, violence diluted by numbers. And then, the elderly woman collapsed. Her body crumpled under the blows, her cries cutting through the air before fading into helpless gasps. The sight slammed into Dokja like a physical blow. He knew her death was part of the story. He knew it allowed the scenario to continue. He knew it was necessary. But knowing didn't make it bearable. Was he really going to let someone die just so the plot could move forward? Just so he could survive? Beside him, Sangha screamed and lunged forward on instinct. Dokja grabbed her arm. "Don't," he said sharply. She hesitated, torn between terror and outrage. Acting now would only paint a target on her back. Dokja knew it. She would become the next sacrifice. Slowly, reluctantly, she stopped. Dokja inhaled deeply. His hesitation hadn't come from fear. It hadn't come from indifference. He had been waiting for the moment when the cabin reached its breaking point. And now, he moved. So fast that people swore smoke followed him. A blur cut through the crowd, and before anyone could react, Dokja slammed into the group surrounding the woman. Bodies scattered. Namwoon Kim was sent skidding across the floor, crashing hard into a pole. Kim snarled as he pushed himself up, fury blazing in his eyes. But Dokja didn't even look at him. The crowd froze, stunned by the sudden shift. Some shouted for the beating to continue, desperation clawing at their reason. To them, it looked like Dokja had stepped in to save the woman. But that wasn't the point. Dokja's eyes scanned the cabin. There, at the edge of the chaos, a young boy stood trembling, clutching a small box like it was a lifeline. Dokja rushed over, shoved his hand inside, and pulled something out. The weight of what he was about to do settled heavily on his shoulders. Behind him, the old woman was still being beaten. Her cries echoed, raw and desperate. Dokja turned back to the crowd and shouted. His voice cut through the madness like a blade. Everyone stopped. He challenged them, asked what would happen after this. Would they keep killing? Would they choose someone else next? If the Dokebi's words were true, this wouldn't end with a single death. Namun Kim laughed, mocking him openly. He said someone like Dokja would probably be next anyway. Dokja remained calm. This isn't about killing people, he said. Then he reminded them, slowly, clearly, of the exact wording of the scenario. Kill one or more living organisms. With deliberate care, Dokja raised his hand. Between his fingers was a small insect twitching. The realization hit the cabin like a shockwave. Living organism, not humans. Silence fell for half a second. Then chaos returned, but different this time. Relief, desperation, frantic movement. People surged forward not to kill each other, but to grab at the truth that had been hiding in plain sight. For the first time since the scenario began, survival didn't require a human sacrifice. And Dokja knew this was only the beginning. Dokja could feel his heartbeat hammering violently against his ribs. Amid the screaming, the scrambling bodies, and the stench of fear, a strange exhilaration surged through him. Sharp, electric, undeniable. He realized with a jolt that unsettled him more than the violence itself, that he was smiling. The realization disturbed him. Was I always like this? Had there always been something inside him that awakened when the world teetered on the edge of collapse? In a situation where death loomed inches away, why did he feel so alive? There was no time to dwell on it. Before the mob could turn on him, Dokja acted. He closed his fist and crushed the insect in his palm without hesitation. The sensation was sickeningly real. Then, with a sharp motion, he hurled the box straight into the air. The lid burst open mid-flight, and the remaining insects spilled out like living confetti, scattering wildly above the crowd. Chaos detonated. A system message appeared instantly in front of Dokja's eyes. First kill confirmed. 100 coins acquired. His gaze flicked to the timer. 3 minutes remained. The cabin erupted. People screamed, not in terror now, but in desperation. Arms flailed. Bodies collided. Some cursed Dokja with venomous hatred, accusing him of condemning them. Others shouted in triumph as they snatched insects from the air, crushing them with shaking hands. Survival had turned into a grotesque game of chance. Namun Kim didn't join the scramble. His attention locked onto Dokja. So that's it? Kim sneered. That's your plan? Dokja met his gaze calmly. His response was measured, deliberate. There weren't many insects in the box. The implication was brutal in its simplicity. Not everyone could survive. Kim burst into laughter, loud and sharp enough to cut through the noise. To him, Dokja's logic was ridiculous. He mocked him openly, accusing him of throwing the insects not to save lives, but to enjoy watching people tear each other apart. But Dokja already understood him. Namun Kim was the kind of person who thrived in disorder. He didn't fear chaos. He welcomed it. The collapse of rules wasn't something he resisted. It was something he had been waiting for. That made him dangerous and predictable. As Dokja analyzed him, a system notification suddenly flooded his vision. Personal skill, character profile, activated. Information poured into his mind, peeling back layers of Kim's existence, like pages in a book. Dokja understood then. Kim wasn't like the others. Many young people had broken under the weight of the apocalypse. Some collapsed mentally. Others chose death rather than face reality. The ones who had once clung to dark fantasies couldn't endure when those fantasies became real. But Kim had been ready. This world was exactly what he wanted. Later, he would be known as the Delusional Demon, a title that fit him perfectly. Delusional yet terrifyingly capable. Someone who believed himself chosen by chaos itself. Dokja considered the offer Kim implied without saying aloud. An alliance with him would guarantee survival. At least for now. But Dokja wasn't just a survivor. He was a reader. He knew how Namun Kim's story ended. He knew the destruction he would cause. The timer ticked down. Less than 3 minutes. Around them, people continued scrambling desperately, their voices cracking, movements frantic. Kim stepped closer, pressing the issue. Dokja declined. I work alone. Kim's hand landed on Dokja's shoulder, not threatening yet, but heavy with warning. Then Kim's gaze shifted back to the elderly woman. His intent was unmistakable. He raised his arm. Dokja intercepted it instantly. Their clash froze the air. Kim sneered, mockery twisting his face. He jeered at Dokja, accusing him of pretending to be a hero, of clinging to meaningless morality. His arrogance was suffocating, exactly as Dokja remembered from the novel. I hated this bastard even when I was just reading. A system message flashed. Namun Kim despises you. Affinity slightly increased. The irony was almost amusing. Kim's irritation boiled over. His fist came flying. Dokja dodged effortlessly. Kim paused, then grinned. Not bad. Another punch followed. Dokja blocked it cleanly. As they exchanged blows, Dokja analyzed every movement. The reckless aggression, the raw power, the theatrical flair. It was unmistakable. Edgelord a tribute, just like in the novel. Kim roared and charged again. This time, the system reacted. Skill activated. Grimdark awakening. The atmosphere shifted. Kim's next strike slammed into the floor with terrifying force, cracking the surface. The impact sent vibrations through the cabin. Kim laughed, delighted. The power exhilarated him. This was why the protagonist had once considered recruiting him. Strength like this was valuable, even if it came wrapped in insanity. Dokja adjusted his stance. Is now the time? Before he could decide, another system message appeared. Personal skill unlocked. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Level 1. The name made his breath hitch. Omniscient Reader. In a world that had turned into a living novel, what did it mean to see everything from the perspective of someone who knew the story? Around them, the remaining passengers slowed, drawn by the clash. Their frantic hunt for insects faltered as they stared at the unfolding battle. Kim exploded into motion again, unleashing a storm of punches from every angle. Wild, relentless, desperate to land a hit, and the confrontation truly began. Kim's movements began to unravel. What had once been wild confidence turned erratic, each missed strike feeding his growing frustration. His swings grew heavier, sloppier, driven less by strategy and more by rage. Every failed attempt chipped away at his composure, and the air around him felt thick with barely restrained fury. Yet none of his attacks landed. Dokja remained composed. He activated his personal skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Active. The world sharpened. A system alert flashed instantly in his vision, highlighting Kim's next move. Right shoulder. Dokja shifted sideways before the punch was even thrown. The attack sliced through empty air. Another warning followed. Face. Dokja stepped back just in time, Kim's knuckles passing inches from his nose. It was uncanny. Each strike came with a premonition, a precise forewarning etched into his mind before Kim's muscles even tensed. It wasn't mind reading, but it was close, like reading lines of text before they were spoken aloud. Kim's frustration deepened, his expression twisting as he lashed out again and again, only to find nothing but air. Despite the overwhelming advantage, Dokja knew his limits. The skill allowed him to evade, but not to counter. His body lacked the strength to retaliate meaningfully. All he could do was endure. Just a little longer. The timer continued its merciless countdown. Then Kim's gaze shifted. Dokja caught it instantly. The elderly woman. Kim's intent was unmistakable. If she died, Kim would clear the scenario. Someone like him advancing to the next stage was unthinkable. A disaster waiting to happen. Dokja moved fast, but Kim anticipated him. A cruel smirk spread across Kim's face as he reached inside his jacket and produced a knife. The glint of the blade caught the dim light of the cabin. Target detected. Heart. The system screamed its warning. Kim lunged. Dokja twisted away at the last possible moment. The blade grazed his shoulder, tearing flesh. Pain exploded across his nerves, white-hot and searing. Warm blood trickled down his arm, soaking into his sleeve. He clenched his teeth and didn't slow down. Scooping the old woman into his arms, Dokja staggered back, the weight of her frail body heavy against his chest. Every movement sent waves of pain through his wounded shoulder, but he refused to let go. For the first time, death felt tangible. Not an abstract idea, not a story detail. It was here, breathing down his neck. Kim loomed over him like a predator, a living embodiment of this world's cruel law. Survival of the fittest. But Dokja realized something then. The world had always operated this way. The apocalypse hadn't changed human nature. It had merely stripped away the illusion. The strong had always preyed on the weak. The rules were just no longer hidden. To survive, he had to accept that truth. Hesitation meant death. Kim taunted him, confidence dripping from every word, mocking Dokja's fatigue and injury. He was certain of victory, but Dokja's mind was racing. Then clarity struck. He remembered the exact wording of the system's rules. He asked Kim a simple question, one that made Kim pause in confusion. Dokja clenched his fist. Inside his palm, an insect egg cracked. Living organism eliminated. System messages flooded his vision. Confirmation after confirmation. Kim's confusion turned into rage. He charged. The knife came straight for Dokja's chest. Then, coins available. Would you like to begin the tutorial? No. Dokja skipped it. He poured 2,700 coins into stamina. The change was immediate. Strength surged through his limbs. His body felt denser, tougher, reinforced. The knife struck his chest and stopped. The blade failed to pierce his skin. Kim froze, his confidence shattered. What are you? Dokja met his gaze, eyes cold and unwavering. The timer ticked. Kim screamed and attacked wildly, slashing in blind panic. Each blow glanced off Dokja's enhanced body, his attacks growing weaker, more desperate. Finally, Kim collapsed. The delusional demon fell to his knees, begging. His words spilled out in a desperate torrent, stripped of arrogance, stripped of pride. Dokja didn't move. Mercy had no meaning here. The timer hit 0. Kim screamed. Blood sprayed across the cabin as his life ended violently, abruptly. His presence, once loud and overwhelming, vanished in an instant. Main scenario. Prove your value. Cleared. The Dokaibi appeared again, laughing as it surveyed the carnage. The train car was no longer a cabin. It was a battlefield. Bodies lay strewn across the blood-soaked floor. Only 5 remained standing. As Dokja caught his breath, his thoughts drifted back to Kim's final words. There had been truth in them, a disturbing resemblance, and that realization lingered far longer than the screams. Dokja turned inward, examining his own actions and the guilt that clung to them. He acknowledged the weight of every decision he had made, Yet an unsettling calm settled over him. It felt as though he were still merely a reader of the novel, detached, observing the unfolding tragedy from a distance rather than fully inhabiting it. A cold wind swept past the train, carrying with it the chill of a world that had irrevocably changed. The train suddenly lurched, then slowly began to move. Relief flickered across the faces of the survivors, especially Myung-ho Han, who clung desperately to the belief that the motion meant a return to normal life. But as the train gained speed, their attention shifted to the windows. What awaited them outside stole the breath from their lungs. The city had transformed into something grotesque and alien. Towering serpents rose into the sky, their massive bodies coiling through the shattered remains of buildings that once defined their world. The roars of the giant snakes echoed through the darkness, shaking what little certainty the survivors had left. Dokja stood in silence. The familiar world was gone, replaced by a living nightmare. Yet amid the devastation, Dokja possessed something none of the others did: knowledge. He alone understood the shape of this story, the path it would take, the horrors it would reveal, and the way it would ultimately end. The train screeched to a halt atop an abandoned bridge, the sudden stillness tightening everyone's nerves. Looming over the bridge was a colossal creature, its serpentine form stretching across the ruins like a living shadow. Its sharp, predatory eyes swept over the train, as if daring anyone inside to move. This was no ordinary monster. Dokja recognized it instantly. An Ichthyosaur, later classified in the novel as a grade 7 creature. Fear thickened the air inside the cabin. The survivors stared out in stunned silence, their breathing shallow and uneven. Dokja, however, remained composed. He remembered the rules of this world. Scenarios governed everything. Unless the Ichthyosaur was part of an active scenario, it would not attack. For now, they were safe. His attention shifted inward as glowing stars appeared before his vision. 21 of them shimmered faintly, each representing a watcher from beyond this world. These were the constellations, beings of immense power who observed the scenarios for entertainment and influence. For a novice Dokaibi's channel, 21 was an unusually high number. Dokja understood their significance all too well. Their favor could shape his survival. Their disdain could doom him. He also knew that by killing Kim, he had disrupted the original flow of the story. Some constellations would despise him for it. Others, however, would find him fascinating. His lips curled slightly in a bitter smile. He was no longer just a participant. He had become entertainment, and someday they would learn the price of their curiosity. A blast of cold air through the broken train pulled him back to the present. Yoo Sanga approached him, concern and uncertainty evident in her eyes. Dokja apologized for failing to save the elderly woman earlier. Sanga hesitated before thanking him for throwing the insect cage toward her, acknowledging the risk he had taken. Dokja brushed it off, his indifference masking the turmoil beneath. His thoughts were already moving forward. Sanga's survival wasn't accidental. She was sharp, adaptable, and quick to understand the rules of this world. Still, Dokja couldn't accept her gratitude. His choices had dictated who lived and who died. Praise felt undeserved. To him, he was both their savior and the cause of their suffering. The Dokaibi returned, its delight unmistakable as it surveyed the carnage. It reveled in the outcome, thrilled by the unexpectedly high number of survivors. It loudly thanked the constellations for their sponsorship, boasting about the attention its channel had drawn. 21 constellations were watching, all deeply invested in the spectacle. Dokja quietly counted the survivors. 5 remained, more than he had expected. Lee Hyun-sung stood out immediately, his physical strength making his survival unsurprising. Then there was Lee Gil-young, the young boy whose frail appearance belied his fierce will to live. Dokja remembered handing him an insect and asking if he wanted to survive. When the boy nodded, an unspoken agreement had been formed. Dokja didn't deceive himself by calling it kindness. It was hypocrisy. He wanted to live too, and alliances, however shallow, improved his odds. Shameless or not, survival came first in this world. The constellations demanded spectacle, and cooperation was a necessary tool. His thoughts briefly drifted to Myung-ho Han, whose survival seemed driven more by luck than ability. Dokja wondered why a man of his status had been riding the subway at all. The thought lingered briefly before fading into irrelevance. The Dokaibi's voice rang out again, pulling him back. It congratulated them with mock sincerity, expressing surprise that this group of bugs had survived the first scenario. To the Dokaibi, they were nothing more than insects that had proven marginal worth. Dokja felt a growing unease as the Dokaibi continued, announcing their rewards. They were now eligible for constellation sponsorship. It spoke as if this were a grand honor, brimming with excitement. The survivors, unfamiliar with the term and its implications, did not share its enthusiasm. Only Dokja grasped what this truly meant. He alone understood what constellations were, and what sponsorship actually implied. As the Dokaibi continued speaking, its words painted a bleak assessment of their current state. In their present condition, none of them would survive what came next. Even the weakest creatures roaming this transformed world, something as insignificant as ground rats, could tear them apart without effort. But not all hope was gone. There existed powerful beings who observed them from beyond, entities who occasionally extended mercy to those struggling at the bottom. These beings possessed the authority to bestow strength, guidance, and power. They were known as constellations, and their sponsorship was both salvation and shackle, a lifeline bound by an unspoken contract. Lee Hyun-sung's confusion was written plainly across his face. Words like sponsorship and constellations clearly hadn't settled into place yet. The Dokaibi, however, had no patience for their ignorance. It waved away their questions, declaring that experience would teach them far better than explanations ever could. With a sharp snap of its fingers, glowing message windows appeared before each survivor. The system notification announced the start of sponsor selection. It instructed them to choose a constellation, stressing that the chosen sponsor would become a reliable supporter going forward. This wasn't a temporary buff. It was a long-term relationship. Dokja silently reviewed the contents of his own message window. Seeing 4 constellations expressing interest in him didn't surprise him in the slightest. As he weighed his options, Yoo Sanga's startled voice drew his attention. She had received 2 choices, an unusually high number for a newcomer. Dokja wasn't shocked. Sanga had always possessed a quiet kind of luck, the sort that didn't draw attention until it mattered most. Pretending ignorance, he casually suggested she treat the selection like an aptitude test. Internally, Dokja reflected on how monumental this moment was. Constellations weren't merely powerful entities. They were spectators. They watched human suffering through Dokaibi channels, selecting individuals they found entertaining or promising. Sponsorship was a trade, power in exchange for spectacle. This was the beginning of the sponsor system, one of the foundational pillars of 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. Turning inward, Dokja began dissecting the cryptic titles offered to him. The first was Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, leader of the Black Cloud Constellation Group. This sponsor was infamous for providing immense power early on, particularly boosting physical strength and stamina. However, the cost was catastrophic. Excessive use led to madness, turning the incarnation into a bloodthirsty monster. Dokja remembered this constellation well. It had once backed a terrifying antagonist in the novel. He quietly set the option aside. The second choice was Demonic Judge of Fire. Despite the ominous title, Dokja knew the truth. This was Archangel Uriel, an embodiment of absolute good. Her flames carried divine judgment, and her sponsorship granted overwhelming power. Still, Dokja hesitated. Such righteousness came with strict moral constraints. In an unpredictable world like this, those limitations could become a death sentence. The third option immediately unsettled him. Secretive Plotter. Dokja frowned. No matter how many times he had reread the novel, this name had never appeared as a selectable sponsor. Its existence alone contradicted the story he knew. That mystery made it dangerous. Without sufficient information, Dokja chose not to dwell on it. For now, the final option sent a sharp thrill down his spine. Prisoner of the Golden Headband. The identity was obvious. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, a being of unparalleled power, restrained only by his golden band. In the novel, an incarnation sponsored by him had become nearly unstoppable, wiping out monsters and armies alike with terrifying ease. Dokja's pulse quickened. Why would such an overwhelming existence take interest in him? And more importantly, could he truly handle that kind of power? Before he could reach a decision, another system message appeared. Sponsor selection had concluded. Choices were locked in. The Dokaibi surveyed the survivors with a smug grin, its tone playful yet laced with amusement. It seemed particularly pleased with one selection, even calling it unique. After teasing that there would be many more opportunities in the future, it abruptly announced a short intermission. Claiming it needed time to prepare the next scenario, the Dokaibi vanished in a flash, promising to return in 10 minutes. Dokja immediately stepped forward, addressing the group. His calm presence grounded the others, offering a sense of direction amid the lingering confusion. Lee Hyun-sung approached him and introduced himself properly. Their handshake was firm, disciplined, an unmistakable sign of military training. Hyun-sung explained that he had been serving in the army but was now completely cut off from his unit. Dokja noted his solid build and steady posture. Just as he remembered, Lee Hyun-sung was a natural tanker, someone built to endure the front lines of early scenarios. Recruiting him was essential. Hyun-sung thanked Dokja sincerely, admitting that without his intervention earlier, none of them might have survived. Or worse, they would have survived at the cost of their humanity. Before Dokja could respond, A hand suddenly clamped onto his shoulder. Han Myung-go, his former co-worker, loud, familiar, and utterly out of place. Han spoke with forced authority, insisting Dokja show him respect, as if office hierarchy still mattered. Dokja didn't entertain the nonsense. He snapped back sharply, his words cutting through Han's bluster. Han's startled expression made it painfully clear. He hadn't adapted at all. Dokja didn't soften his stance. He pointed out how absurd Han sounded and reminded him that Minosoft meant nothing anymore. The world they knew no longer existed. Turning back to the group, Dokja addressed everyone with a steady, unyielding voice. He reminded them that the Dokkaebi's warnings were real, that the game-like system, skills, and attributes were no longer fiction. This was their reality now, and pretending otherwise would only get them killed. Lee Hyun-sung admitted that the situation felt eerily similar to the novels he used to read during night duty, yet he couldn't bring himself to accept it as reality. Dokja answered his doubt with a cold certainty. This wasn't a dream. There was no waking up from it. Hyun-sung acknowledged Dokja's steady composure and confessed his relief that at least one person seemed to truly understand what was happening. He asked what they should do next. Dokja didn't hesitate. They had to leave the cabin. The response was immediate panic. Uneasy murmurs spread through the group as fear took hold. Several people whispered that Dokja was reckless, questioning how he could suggest stepping outside when danger clearly awaited them. Lee Hyun-sung, though more composed than most, admitted his own reluctance. The outside was full of unknown threats, and part of him still wanted to find his unit. The group froze, clinging to the illusion of safety the cabin provided. Dokja quickly assessed the situation. Convincing Lee Hyun-sung was essential. He couldn't afford to let a vital frontline fighter remain trapped by fear. Staying here would only lead to death. Then, without warning, heavy blows slammed against the cabin door. The sudden noise shattered the fragile calm. Each impact echoed violently through the cabin, tightening everyone's nerves. Dokja's thoughts turned sharp. It was too early. The Dokkaebi hadn't returned. That meant only one thing. The person outside was the sole survivor from the neighboring cabin, subway cabin 3707. Dokja already knew who it was, the true protagonist of this world. With renewed urgency, Dokja raised his voice, demanding they move now. If they stayed, they would die. Lee Hyun-sung hesitated, torn between caution and trust, until Dokja spoke the truth without restraint. Everyone else in that cabin had been slaughtered. Whoever stood on the other side of the door was not someone they could confront. That was enough. The group finally sprang into motion, desperately searching for an exit. Sangha tried one door. It was broken. Han rushed to another with the same result. One by one, the doors failed them, frustration mounting with each attempt. Dokja remained focused. The invisible barrier trapping them earlier had vanished after the first scenario ended. Out of the 8 doors, at least one had to work. Still, with every failure, hope dwindled. The pounding on the main door only worsened the tension. Then Sangha called out. One door had a visible gap. Dokja moved instantly. Hyun-sung pointed out that it still looked damaged, but Dokja insisted it was their only chance. For a brief moment, Dokja considered spending his coins to force it open, but dismissed the idea just as quickly. Wasting coins this early could cost him dearly later. Instead, he turned to Hyun-sung. The request startled him. Dokja already knew. His constellation, attributes, and growth all matched the novel. Hyun-sung had the potential they needed. Dokja reminded him of the attribute window he must have seen earlier. As a soldier, there had to be a usable skill. Hyun-sung hesitated, admitting he didn't know how to activate it. Dokja calmly instructed him. Just imagine it. Trusting his words, Hyun-sung focused. Energy surged through his body, raw and overwhelming. A system message confirmed the activation of his personal skill. Great mountain push. Power radiated from him as he braced against the door. With a thunderous force, the gap widened. Dokja watched closely. The skill was effective, exactly as he remembered. Hyun-sung's straightforward nature paired perfectly with his overwhelming strength. But Dokja's thoughts were already racing ahead. The steel door of cabin 3707 was close to breaking under the relentless assault behind them. Still, the door itself wasn't the real danger. Dokja remembered that clearly. Run! His command snapped everyone into motion. They burst out of the train, only to freeze when a familiar voice echoed around them. The Dokkaebi reappeared, visibly irritated. It scolded them for disobeying orders, complaining that preparations for the next scenario weren't finished. Han immediately seized the opportunity to speak up, pointing out that he had warned everyone to stay put. With an annoyed sigh, the Dokkaebi relented. It declared that they were lucky to receive an early challenge. Moments later, a system message appeared before them all. Objective: cross the collapsed bridge and reach Oksu Station within 20 minutes. Dokja wasn't surprised in the slightest. It was exactly as he expected. Without waiting, he took off toward the bridge, urging the others to follow. Sangha voiced her unease, pointing out that the bridge ahead looked perfectly intact. Dokja brushed it off and told her to keep running. He knew the truth. The bridge's collapse was inevitable. Their early escape had only shifted the timing slightly. It was only a matter of moments before it gave way. As they ran, Dokja silently reviewed the mechanics of the scenario, fully aware that the real danger had only just begun. Survival often demanded more than blind obedience. It required bending rules, exploiting gaps, and seizing advantages wherever they appeared. Dokja was certain that even with the brutally short time limit, they could make it across if they didn't hesitate. That confidence shattered when Han suddenly shouted. The water beneath the bridge began to churn violently. A spiraling whirlpool formed, dragging the currents into a furious spin. Then, with a deafening crash, something enormous burst from the depths. Rising above them was a colossal sea serpent, its massive frame dwarfing the bridge itself. Dark, iridescent scales rippled along its body, radiating an oppressive, predatory aura. Dokja recognized it instantly, an Ichthyosaur, but its sheer size told him this was no ordinary specimen. This one was likely a sea commander, an existence far deadlier than the standard variant. The creature released a roar that shook the air, its intent clear. It wasn't here to hunt them, it was here to erase their path. Dokja reacted instantly, yelling for everyone to run. His thoughts moved faster than his feet as he calculated their chances. The Ichthyosaur wasn't meant to pursue humans at this stage. Its role was destruction, not slaughter. If they kept running, they still had a chance. With roughly 200 yards left to cross, Dokja estimated they could make it before the bridge collapsed, if nothing interfered. They sprinted forward, lungs burning, adrenaline forcing their bodies past exhaustion. Hope flickered, only to be crushed moments later. The Dokkaebi appeared once more, its grin twisted with delight. It mocked their progress, sneering that the scenario had been far too simple. With a casual snap of its fingers, the rules shifted. A system message materialized before them. Difficulty adjustment. E rank to D rank. The atmosphere changed instantly. A suffocating heaviness pressed down as black ether seeped from the ground. The malice of the dead manifested, and the lifeless bodies scattered across the earlier battlefield began to move. Corpses rose in unison, their hollow eyes burning with unnatural hunger. Sangha glanced back, her face draining of color as she took in the advancing horde. The groans of the undead merged with the pounding of their steps, creating a nightmarish chorus. Ahead, Lee Hyun-sung reached Oksu Station first, gripping the child tightly as he crossed the threshold. He turned back, shouting desperately for the others to hurry, but it was too late. Dokja, Sangha, and Han were cut off. The zombies closed in from all sides, their guttural snarls echoing across the shattered bridge. Then the air turned cold. Dokja felt it instantly. "Get down!" he shouted. The Ichthyosaur lunged. Its massive jaws slammed into the bridge with catastrophic force, pulverizing steel and concrete alike. The impact sent debris flying as the structure screamed under the strain. Dust and rubble engulfed everything. When the chaos subsided, Dokja forced himself upright, his body trembling, his heart sank. Half the bridge was gone. The path to Oksu Station had been completely annihilated, leaving a vast empty gap between them and safety. Sangha rushed to his side, supporting Han as she asked urgently if Dokja was hurt. He barely registered her words. His mind was already racing. He had anticipated the bridge collapsing, but not this. He hadn't expected Sangha and Mayungo to survive the destruction at all. Yun-sung and Gil-yong were safe, but now the three of them were stranded with no obvious escape. Then another message appeared. Someone had received a constellation's blessing. The scenario had triggered a deus ex machina. Ahead of them, a radiant bridge of light formed out of nothing. Relief surged, only to be tempered by the rule attached to it. The bridge could support only an even number of people. If an odd number attempted to cross, it would collapse instantly. Sangha spoke shakily, explaining that a voice had spoken to her. Her constellation had intervened. Dokja's thoughts sharpened. This level of interference was extraordinarily rare, even in ways of survival. What kind of constellation was backing her? He tried to activate his character profile skill, but it failed. The system blocked him entirely. Why couldn't he see her information? Did she possess a special sponsor, a mental barrier skill? It made no sense for her to already have something that advanced. Her sudden scream snapped him out of his thoughts. A fist flew toward Dokja from behind. He reacted on instinct, countering with a powerful strike that sent the attacker skidding across the ground. The creature dragged along the bridge before coming to a halt. Dokja's eyes narrowed. This wasn't a normal zombie. The black ether had twisted it into a Tier 9 humanoid demon. Worse, it had once been human, and not just anyone. Namwoon Kim. Dokja activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, trying to predict Kim's movements. It was useless. Kim's massive fist swung again, narrowly missing him. The skill offered no advantage. They were running out of time. The bridge required an even number. With Dokja, Sanga, and Han still here, one of them had to stay behind. Dokja turned to shout instructions, only to freeze. Han was already moving. He had hoisted Sanga onto his shoulders and was sprinting toward the bridge. She screamed Dokja's name, struggling and demanding to be put down. But Han didn't slow. His speed was abnormal, almost inhuman, as he fled without looking back. Dokja's blood ran cold. Han had abandoned him. He tried to analyze Han's profile, only for the system to deny access once again. Dokja pieced it together almost instantly. Han's unnatural speed had to be the result of a stigma. Lone-legged, swift foot, a power granted by the constellation known as the Lying Trickster. That explained Han's escape, but it didn't explain why Dokja's skill had failed on both Han and Sanga earlier. Then the realization struck him. They weren't characters from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. The system hadn't malfunctioned. It was functioning perfectly. His skill only worked on characters that existed within the novel's framework. Han and Sanga fell outside of it. There was no time to dwell on the discovery. Kim roared, his warped body surging toward Dokja once more. Dokja reacted on instinct, slamming an elbow into Kim's face and staggering him back. But the danger only escalated. More humanoid demons, their forms twisted by black ether, closed in from every direction. Their hunger was suffocating. Dokja fought desperately, forcing them back one strike at a time, while his mind searched for an answer. For a fleeting moment, he considered dragging one of the demons onto the light bridge to exploit the even number rule, but he dismissed the idea immediately. The scenario rules were absolute. No loophole that crude would work. Only 15 minutes remained. As if savoring his struggle, the overseeing Dokebi appeared, grinning broadly. It mocked Dokja openly, calling out sarcastically for a constellation to descend and save him. None answered. Dokja was alone. The prolonged battle began to take its toll. His limbs grew heavy, his reactions slowing as exhaustion crept in. At one point, he slipped near the fractured edge of the bridge, barely managing to catch himself before plunging into the dark, churning water below. Gasping for breath, Dokja knew the truth. He was reaching his limit. His body wouldn't endure much longer. Death loomed closer with every passing second. Anger and frustration boiled inside him as he cursed his lack of combat ability. If he had even a shred of proper fighting skill, surviving this wouldn't feel so impossible. Then a system message flickered into existence. Skill activated. Bookmark. Dokja froze long enough to read its description. Bookmark allowed the user to copy and utilize the combat abilities of characters registered within the bookmark list. His heart pounded. This skill didn't exist in the novel. Even after reading all 3,000 episodes of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, he had never encountered anything like it. Before he could fully grasp its implications, Kim and the remaining zombies charged again. Somehow, Dokja understood. He didn't question it. He activated bookmark slot 1. Power flooded his body in an instant. A violent surge of energy coursed through him as Grimdark Awakening Level 1 activated. His senses sharpened, his strength skyrocketed, and the world seemed to slow. Kim lunged, jaws stretched wide. Dokja moved. In a single fluid motion, he slashed. The blade cut cleanly through Kim's body. Blood sprayed as Kim collapsed to his knees, his monstrous form shuddering. Despite everything, a weak, pitiful whimper escaped him before he finally fell still. Dokja didn't stop. One by one, he cut down the remaining undead, his movements precise and relentless. When it was over, he stood panting, his body screaming in protest. As he steadied himself, a thought surfaced. Someone should have appeared by now, someone important. Before he could pursue it, the ground erupted with a deafening explosion. The air grew taut, heavy with pressure. The remaining zombies froze mid-motion. Dokja tightened his grip on the knife. From the smoke and shadows, a figure emerged, walking forward with calm, measured steps. The undead parted instinctively, as if recognizing something far beyond them. Dokja's heart sank. He knew that presence. The sheer aura alone was overwhelming. A system window appeared. Name, Yoo Joonghyuk. Title, The Regressor. Skill, Eyes of the Sage. Level 8. The information was staggering. Joonghyuk moved without hesitation. His hand shot out, clamping around Dokja's throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Dokja clawed at the grip, gasping, but it didn't budge. As his vision blurred, realization set in. This was Yoo Joonghyuk, the man who had lived through the apocalypse countless times, the one doomed to repeat it endlessly, the true protagonist, the catalyst of ruin and rebirth. This meeting wasn't chance. Joonghyuk was the spark that ignited the world's descent into tragedy. From afar, Lee Hyun-sung tried desperately to see what was happening, but an invisible barrier obscured everything, much like the one in the subway. No matter how hard he strained, The scene beyond remained hidden. At the edge of the bridge, Dokja dangled precariously, Joonghyuk's grip still crushing his throat. His fingers burned as they clung to the ledge, strength rapidly draining away. Joonghyuk demanded his name. With no choice, Dokja answered. His irritation simmered beneath the surface. Joonghyuk mocked the name briefly, then drove his fist into Dokja's abdomen. The blow stole his breath completely. Pain tore through him as his body convulsed. Joonghyuk didn't stop. He coldly analyzed Dokja, commenting on his durability and noting how he had already spent coins. Another punch landed. Dokja barely stayed conscious. The difference in power was absurd, incomprehensible. They had only cleared one main scenario and a submission, yet Joonghyuk was already on a level that felt monstrous, almost inhuman. Joonghyuk issued his next command, voice absolute. Dokja understood immediately. Resistance was pointless. Joonghyuk didn't want discussion. He wanted dominance. Inside, Dokja cursed the path this encounter had taken. This was the nightmare Dokja had always feared. The worst possible encounter made flesh. In the earliest chapters of the 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, Yoo Joonghyuk was described as the single most dangerous existence in the world. After regressing 3 times, he was no longer fully human. Each failure had carved away pieces of his conscience, grinding down his empathy until only obsession and survival remained. The man standing in front of Dokja now was someone who would sacrifice anything, anyone, without hesitation, if it meant reaching his goal. Yoo Joonghyuk radiated pressure just by standing still. His presence alone demanded answers. Dokja struggled to keep his expression steady, knowing that one wrong word could end him. In the end, he chose concession over provocation. Survival came first. Joonghyuk, however, wasn't satisfied. Dokja's casual tone irritated him. He demanded respect, real respect. Dokja, battered but unbowed, shot back a question of his own, asking why he should offer it. That defiance only stoked Joonghyuk's temper. The punch came instantly. Pain exploded through Dokja's body as he staggered, barely managing to stay upright. His insides screamed, but his mouth moved anyway. Even now, he couldn't resist. He pointed out that if age mattered so much, then Joonghyuk, being older, should be the one showing respect. Joonghyuk's expression didn't change. His eyes bored into Dokja as he asked a single question. Did Dokja even know who he was? Dokja answered carefully. He claimed he worked for a gaming company. He said he was a fan. He said Yoo Joonghyuk was famous. Every word was a lie, and yet not entirely false. To Dokja, Yoo Joonghyuk had always been fictional, a character printed onto pages, bound by plot and text. And yet here he was, breathing, bleeding, terrifyingly real. When Dokja said he was a fan, there was truth buried beneath the deception. He had followed Yoo Joonghyuk's journey, all 3,000 episodes, every regression, every loss, every act of rage and despair, admiration, hatred, pity, hope. He had felt all of it. For a fleeting moment, something shifted in Joonghyuk's eyes. A trace of nostalgia flickered there, something old and worn, but it vanished just as quickly. Whatever that acknowledgement meant, it wouldn't change anything. Dokja braced himself. He knew what question was coming. How did you survive the subway? The question was a blade wrapped in words. Dokja's thoughts raced. He couldn't answer carelessly, so he asked one of his own. If he answered, would his life be spared? Joonghyuk's reply was cold and measured. That depended entirely on the answer. Dokja almost laughed. He knew Yoo Joonghyuk too well. This man was lying. He always had been. Joonghyuk never promised mercy, only postponed death. But knowing that didn't change Dokja's situation. He still needed an answer that might keep him alive a little longer. Then a system message appeared. Understanding of Yoo Joonghyuk has increased. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Level 2 unlocked. Dokja activated it without hesitation. Joonghyuk's thoughts spilled into view. He was analyzing the inconsistencies. In this part of the story, only Lee Hyun-sung and Namwoon Kim were supposed to survive. Namwoon was dead. Others had lived. The flow of events had fractured. Suspicion gnawed at him. If Dokja proved to be a threat, if he disrupted the scenario any further, Joonghyuk would kill him immediately. Knowing this, Dokja smiled inwardly. 5 minutes remained on the scenario timer. That slim margin emboldened him. He answered at last, claiming it was pure luck. He spoke of the explosion, of the boy with the insects appearing afterward, of chance stacking atop chance. Joonghyuk's mind reeled. That wasn't how it was supposed to happen. In his regressions, the explosion didn't unfold like this. The insects weren't part of the equation. He looked around at the bodies littering the bridge, recalculating. Had his own actions changed the future? Had triggering the explosion earlier warped the outcome? Still, Dokja unsettled him. No newcomer adapted this fast. No one stayed this calm. No one made decisions like this without prior knowledge. Joonghyuk realized that Dokja was likely the one who had killed Namwoon Kim, an act that required far more than luck. Dokja was useful. Dokja was dangerous. Sensing Joonghyuk's hesitation, Dokja shifted tactics. He suggested they move together toward Oksu Station, reminding him that time was running out. Joonghyuk didn't answer. Instead, the pressure in the air changed. Without warning, he activated one of his most terrifying abilities, Eye of the Sage, SS grade. The atmosphere thickened as Joonghyuk's gaze sharpened into something inhuman. This wasn't mere perception. It was absolute analysis, capable of exposing attributes, skills, and hidden truths alike. Dokja froze. So this was it. He had always wondered why Joonghyuk hadn't used it sooner. But even as fear gripped him, another thought surfaced. If Joonghyuk saw everything, then Dokja might see himself too. Before the thought could settle, system notifications flooded his vision. Fourth wall has activated. External analysis detected. Countermeasures engaged. Joonghyuk staggered. For the first time, his skill failed. Energy crackled uselessly in his eyes as the Eye of the Sage collapsed, repelled by an unseen force. The system confirmed it. The fourth wall had completely blocked the SS grade ability. Joonghyuk's balance faltered. Confusion twisted into something rare on his face. Frustration. He glared at Dokja, voice sharp with disbelief, demanding to know what kind of existence he was. Dokja, still reeling, finally understood the scale of what had just happened. Whatever he was now, he was no longer just a reader. The fourth wall wasn't just a shield. It was a complete disruption of the rules. Paired with Bookmark, Dokja's abilities had crossed into territory he hadn't even imagined possible. What should have been a fragile reader clinging to knowledge had become something far more dangerous. And Dokja understood the price of that power immediately. Power drew attention. Yoo Joonghyuk's thoughts turned sharp and cold. Whatever Dokja was, whatever anomaly he represented, it was too dangerous to leave unresolved. An existence that could block the Eye of the Sage could not be allowed to grow unchecked. Joonghyuk's intent crystallized into something unmistakable. He would kill him. Dokja felt the shift instantly. There was no room left for explanations, no chance to reason his way out. Every careful plan he had constructed collapsed in an instant. Joonghyuk wouldn't trust logic, and he certainly wouldn't trust words. The situation was spiraling straight toward execution, so Dokja changed tactics. If he couldn't convince Joonghyuk emotionally, he would appeal to him practically. He positioned himself not as a mystery, but as a necessity. Dokja spoke fast, forcing his way through the narrowing window of time. He argued that no one, not even a regressor, could clear the future scenarios alone. He invoked Scenario 46, the infamous turning point that shattered countless alliances and crushed even the strongest players. That alone was enough to give Joonghyuk pause. Suspicion flickered in Joonghyuk's eyes. How could Dokja possibly know that? The idea that Dokja might be another regressor surfaced immediately, tightening his mistrust even further. But Dokja sidestepped the trap cleanly. His identity didn't matter. What mattered was utility. If Dokja were a regressor, Joonghyuk would have encountered him in one of his many past lives. He hadn't. That realization birthed a far more unsettling possibility. What if Dokja was something else entirely? Dokja didn't hesitate. His confidence never wavered as he declared that he knew a future Joonghyuk could not see. The system reacted instantly. Lie detection skill activated. The verdict was immediate. Dokja was telling the truth. Joonghyuk's thoughts surged into chaos. Another prophet? Impossible. The prophet attribute was singular, legendary. In all of the 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, only one individual possessed it, Anna Croft, a passive, overwhelming ability that neutralized detection skills and allowed glimpses into the future. There shouldn't have been another. Joonghyuk demanded answers. Did Dokja possess foresight? Dokja gave just enough away. He didn't confirm it outright, but he didn't deny it either. He admitted that he had anticipated Joonghyuk's appearance here. That alone was enough to send warning bells screaming through Joonghyuk's mind. Dokja pressed forward. He acknowledged Joonghyuk's advantage as a regressor, but exposed its flaw. A regressor's knowledge was built on repetition. Any deviation, any unexpected variable, shattered certainty. The moment the present changed, the future became unknown. That was where Dokja came in. Internally, Dokja understood the weight of what he was offering. To Joonghyuk, a prophet wasn't just useful, it was irresistible. Someone who could compensate for regression's blind spots. Someone who could see what even repeated lives could not. Dokja wasn't a prophet. He was worse. He was the sole reader of TWSA. Every chapter, every ending, every failure. Joonghyuk considered the proposal carefully. The temptation was enormous. Not just for this scenario, but for everything ahead. Zarathustra, the wars to come, the calamities waiting beyond the horizon. But trust? That was another matter. The scenario timer burned mercilessly downward. 40 seconds. Finally, Joonghyuk made his decision. He declared Kim Dokja his companion, and then immediately grabbed him by the throat. There was no ceremony, no reassurance. Joonghyuk dragged Dokja forward like excess baggage, his grip iron tight. Dokja choked, struggling to keep his footing as they moved toward the fractured bridge ahead. the bridge of even numbers, born from Deus Ex Machina itself. Behind them, the zombies surged closer, their roars echoing across the ruined structure. From the far side, Yoo Sanga and Lee Hyun-sung watched helplessly. Sanga's worry was written across her face, but Hyun-sung knew better than to intervene. This was beyond them now. As Dokja was hauled forward, relief bled into his fear. He had done it. He had convinced the regressor, at least for now. A system notification followed immediately. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been deactivated. Reason: extreme mental exhaustion and overuse of concentration. The loss of the skill unsettled him, but Dokja forced himself to stay calm. He had already played his hand. Now all he could do was endure. They were almost there. Then Joonghyuk stopped. Without warning, his grip tightened. He turned abruptly and dragged Dokja toward the edge of the bridge, holding him over the roaring waters below. His eyes were sharp, distrust still burning beneath the surface. Proof. Joonghyuk demanded proof. He ordered Dokja to predict the immediate future, his own fate. Before Dokja could answer, the water below exploded upward. The sea serpent surged from the depths once more, its colossal jaws opening wide as it lunged toward them. Death rushed closer in a single terrifying instant. Dokja's heart slammed against his ribs. Panic clawed up his spine. Whether he lived or died now depended entirely on Joonghyuk's next move. Anger flared through the fear. Dokja met Joonghyuk's gaze head-on. He demanded mutual respect. If Joonghyuk wanted his cooperation, then he would give it. But only if that respect went both ways. Dokja knew this man better than anyone else alive, and he knew one thing for certain. Yoo Joonghyuk always strengthened those he acknowledged as allies, even if he never truly trusted them. Joonghyuk's expression shifted. Just for a split second, but Dokja caught it. Curiosity slipped through the cracks of his cold composure, and the crushing grip around Dokja's throat loosened ever so slightly. With eerie calm, Joonghyuk asked him for his final answer. Dokja didn't hesitate. He smirked. There was no fear in his eyes now, only provocation. He replied with sharp, cutting wit, deliberately choosing words that would poke at the regressor's pride. He knew exactly what kind of response would irritate Yoo Joonghyuk the most. Silence stretched between them. Then, after a long, unreadable pause, Joonghyuk let go. Dokja dropped. The world inverted violently as gravity tore him downward. Wind screamed past his ears, the sky spinning away as the ocean rushed up to meet him. Below, the colossal sea serpent surged upward in perfect timing, its massive body coiling as its jaws opened impossibly wide, ready to claim its offering. Joonghyuk watched from above, mockery glinting in his eyes. He spoke then, his voice dripping with irony. He said he believed Dokja. He even called him a prophet, but the sneer curling his lips told the truth. The serpent's jaws snapped shut. A sickening crunch echoed as Dokja was swallowed whole, darkness consuming him in an instant. Pain overwhelmed his senses, and then nothing. A system message flickered faintly through his fading awareness. You have failed to clear the scenario. Far below the surface, Kim Dokja lay suspended in crushing darkness. Water pressed in from all sides as he desperately held his breath, his lungs screaming for air. Every instinct begged him to surrender, but he refused. Survival demanded stubbornness, pure, unrelenting will. Forcing his body to move, Dokja kicked upward through the dense, suffocating water. Seconds felt like eternity. Then finally his head broke the surface. He gasped violently, coughing and retching as his lungs burned with pain. As his vision steadied, realization hit him. He was alive. Not just alive, intact. He was inside the monster's stomach. Despite the sea serpent's overwhelming strength, he hadn't been crushed, torn apart, or digested yet. With trembling hands, Dokja pulled out his phone and flicked on the flashlight. The beam cut through the murky space, revealing a grotesque sight. Floating corpses drifted around him. Even a car bobbed among the remains. It was horrifying, yet somehow familiar. Just another absurd trial in a world that had long abandoned sanity. Swimming toward a nearby slab of debris, Dokja hauled himself onto it, his body shaking from exhaustion. As he caught his breath, his thoughts snapped back to Yoo Joonghyuk. Anger flared hot in his chest. Was this really necessary? Was this some twisted test to determine whether Dokja was worthy of being called a companion? As much as it infuriated him, Dokja understood. Joonghyuk was a regressor who had failed his very first timeline. That failure had carved distrust into his bones. Power isolated him. Reverence pushed people away. To him, others were either tools or threats. Dokja opened the system message log. You have failed to clear the scenario. Proceeding with checkout. 100 coins have been deducted as the channel usage fee. But that wasn't all. The constellations had reacted. The prisoner of the golden headband expresses admiration for your audacity. You have been gifted 100 coins. Meanwhile, the secretive plotter expresses disappointment at your flippant behavior. Before Dokja could fully process those reactions, the water around him shifted. The stillness vanished. The serpent was moving. Panic sharpened his thoughts. According to the 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, creatures of this class began secreting digestive acid roughly 3 minutes after swallowing prey. The countdown had already begun. Then, without warning, the Dokaibi appeared. It materialized above the water with a wide, mischievous grin, clearly enjoying itself. With theatrical disappointment, it commented on how unfortunate it was that the scenario had ended just as things were getting interesting. Dokja wasn't surprised. He had been expecting this. His calm response visibly caught the Dokaibi off guard. Inside, Dokja's resolve hardened into steel. He swore silently. Not only would he escape this sea serpent alive, but he would grow strong enough to stand on equal footing with Yoo Joonghyuk. He would force acknowledgement. The Dokaibi, intrigued, questioned his confidence. Dokja answered simply. There were coins to be collected from him as penalty for failing the scenario. The certainty in his tone confused the creature for a moment, before amusement crept back onto its face. Dokja's deductions were clear. If death were the penalty, the system would have said so outright. The vague wording meant there was room to negotiate. The Dokaibi admitted it. Failed sub-scenarios could be bypassed. For a price, 5,100 coins. The number hung in the air like an executioner's blade. Even so, Dokja didn't flinch. Internally, frustration boiled. He knew the Dokaibi was exploiting him, but he refused to show it. When the Dokaibi scoffed at his hesitation and threatened death as the alternative, Dokja called its bluff outright. Go ahead. The Dokaibi froze. Dokja could see the hesitation flicker across its face. He knew the truth. The creature wouldn't kill him, not when he was generating this much attention. The constellations were hooked. Dokja was content, conflict, spectacle all rolled into one. If death were the real outcome, the Dokaibi wouldn't be here negotiating. This was leverage, and Dokja had it. Annoyance replaced amusement as the Dokaibi demanded his intentions. Dokja responded calmly and then dropped the bomb. He called it by name. Bihyong. The Dokaibi stiffened. Its arrogance shattered instantly. Dokja pressed forward, dismantling its confidence piece by piece. He pointed out that Bihyong's channel wasn't doing well, that the constellations hadn't been especially generous lately. Each word dug deeper, striking directly at the Dokaibi's insecurities. A system notification chimed. The constellations were growing curious. Suspicion spread, but so did interest. And that attention only strengthened Kim Dokja's position. Among the watching constellations, one presence stirred more noticeably than the rest. The secretive plotter's curiosity shimmered with quiet intensity, its interest in Dokja's calculated maneuvers unmistakable. Sensing the shift in the air, Dokja seized the moment. Leaning forward slightly, he suggested something audacious, a private conversation. Bihyong stiffened. Reluctantly, and with visible unease, the Dokaibi complied. The live stream winked out, cutting off the gaze of the constellations. The moment the feed went dark, the atmosphere changed. Gone was the exaggerated showmanship. What remained was raw agitation. Alone now, Bihyong spun on Dokja, its voice sharp and strained as it demanded answers. How could a mere human, an incarnation with no sponsor, know so much? How could Dokja possess such detailed structural knowledge of the star stream itself, the vast system that linked gods across galaxies to insignificant humans struggling for survival? Dokja understood the star stream perfectly. It wasn't divine mystery to him. It was a galactic broadcast network. Humans were performers forced onto a brutal stage. Constellations were spectators and investors. And Dokaibi like Bihyong were the middlemen, storytellers and streamers, translating suffering into entertainment, bridging mortals and the so-called divine. But Dokja didn't bother explaining any of that. Instead, he redirected the conversation, hard. With unwavering confidence, he laid out his proposal. He offered Bihyong something no Dokaibi could easily refuse. An opportunity to rise above every other storyteller in the star stream, to surpass even legendary figures like Dokak and Gilyong, to ascend not as a mere channel host, but as the Dokaibi king. The words landed heavy. Ambition flickered in Bihyong's eyes before it could stop itself. Dokja extended his hand, sealing the pitch with finality. This wasn't charity. It was a partnership, a contract that would alter both of their fates. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then Bihyong burst into laughter, loud, mocking, unrestrained. It ridiculed Dokja's audacity, calling the idea insane. It pointed out his earlier actions, how he had blatantly rejected constellation sponsorships during the selection phase. No sane incarnation did that, ever. It was suicide in this world. Dokja didn't deny it. He acknowledged the observation calmly. Yes, during the sponsor selection, before the sub-scenario began, he had deliberately chosen not to align with any constellation, an abnormal choice, one that only deepened the mystery surrounding him. Bihyong scoffed and dismissed the entire proposal. It reminded Dokja of a simple fact. It wasn't a constellation. As a Dokaibi, it couldn't sponsor him even if it wanted to. Dokja didn't even blink. He clarified, cool and composed, that he had never intended to seek sponsorship in the first place. He wasn't after borrowed power. What he wanted was far more valuable: Byung's channel. That finally gave the Dokkaebi pause. Dokja continued, laying everything bare. He wasn't proposing a typical power exchange. What he wanted was an exclusive contract with the Byung Starstream channel, a concept unheard of for a human incarnation. Dokja understood stream contracts well. Traditionally, they existed only between constellations and Dokkaebi. The Dokkaebi would host a constellation's incarnation, taking a percentage of the coins earned in exchange for exposure. The incarnation itself had no voice in the deal, reduced to a pawn, a tool for spectacle and profit. When Dokja finished explaining, Byung laughed again, louder this time. The sheer arrogance of a human daring to discuss stream contracts without even having a sponsoring constellation was absurd. It was madness, or so it thought. Dokja pressed on, his argument razor sharp. He explained the true nature of the Starstream's audience. There were two dominant groups: thrill seekers, those hungry for chaos, spectacle, and entertainment, and incarnation seekers, constellations scouting for promising candidates to sponsor. For a channel to thrive, it needed to satisfy one of those groups. Either deliver unparalleled entertainment or host an incarnation compelling enough to draw divine attention. Byung admitted, silently, that Dokja's analysis was disturbingly accurate. Still, it waved off his claims, insisting that insight alone meant nothing. That was when Dokja struck back. He bluntly pointed out Byung's mediocre subscriber count, its stagnant growth, its lack of standout appeal. The words were cutting, deliberate, designed to sting. Then Dokja unveiled the real plan, a channel that could satisfy both audiences: thrill seekers drawn in by unpredictable, high-stakes drama, incarnation seekers captivated by a human who shattered expectations without divine backing. Byung recoiled. It declared the idea impossible. No incarnation could fulfill both roles, especially one without a constellation's support. Dokja dismantled that belief with surgical precision. He pointed out that once constellations found an incarnation worth sponsoring, they abandoned channels without a second thought. Then he posed the question that shattered Byung's certainty. What if an incarnation refused sponsorship entirely? What if that same incarnation still outperformed everyone else? The room fell silent. Byung finally understood. Dokja's earlier rejection of constellation offers wasn't stupidity, it was strategy, a deliberate act meant to provoke, to draw attention, to destabilize the hierarchy. Dokja confirmed it openly. The constellations were likely in an uproar already, desperate to witness the human bold enough to defy the system and challenge a regressor head-on. Byung's thoughts spiraled. Was Dokja a prophet? Did he truly see the future? Or was he something even stranger? How else could a human survive the Ichthyosaur without divine backing? Fear crept in. Defensively, Byung lashed out, insisting such a thing was impossible. A mere human couldn't stand against incarnations empowered by constellations. The hierarchy was absolute. Dokja's response was unwavering. He would prove it wrong. From this moment forward, he would shatter the system's expectations and demonstrate that true power didn't belong solely to the constellations. He urged Byung to follow him, to gamble everything and rise as Dokkaebi king. Caught between disbelief and temptation, Byung hesitated. Then it shifted tactics, reminding Dokja of his failed scenario. The penalty still stood. Avoiding the consequences would cost 5,100 coins. Dokja dismissed the claim instantly. He stated calm, confident, absolute, that he hadn't failed at all. The certainty in his voice struck Byung like a blow, leaving the Dokkaebi momentarily stunned. Breaking through the surface with a sharp splash, Dokja sucked in a breath and spoke with absolute certainty. The conditions for his success, he declared, had already been fulfilled. Whatever mechanism governed failure and survival, it had moved past the point of condemning him. Turning his gaze toward Byung, he urged the Dokkaebi to reopen the channel. Something important was about to happen, something the Starstream itself wouldn't ignore. Almost on cue, a familiar notification chime rang out. Dokja's intuition proved correct. A new window materialized, its presence heavy and unmistakable. Even Byung froze when it appeared. This wasn't a normal progression scenario. It was hidden, rare, the kind that blindsided even veteran Dokkaebi. The details unfolded on Byung's screen. Hidden scenario: Commander Slayer. Objective: slay the Sea Commander, Ichthyosaur, and escape within 10 days. Reward: 9,000 coins. Penalty: death. Byung's expression twisted into pure shock. Its fingers trembled as it scrolled through the details again. Before it could even process that reality, the star stream came roaring back to life. Complaints flooded the channel. Constellations demanded explanations for the sudden blackout. Accusations flared. Rule violations, favoritism, manipulation. Panic flickered across Bi-young's face as it hastily turned toward the screen, plastering on a strained smile. It bowed repeatedly, its voice rushed and pleading, blaming the interruption on a server malfunction. A technical error, nothing more. It swore on the rules of the star stream that no incarnation had received preferential treatment. The fear was real. Violating those rules carried consequences far worse than losing subscribers. While Bi-young scrambled to contain the damage, Dokja remained unfazed. He opened his inventory with smooth familiarity, eyes scanning the interface. His attention shifted immediately to the newly unlocked shop. The timing was perfect. He ignored Bi-young's frantic monologue entirely, instead browsing the limited selection with focused intent. Watching from the corner of his eye, Dokja couldn't help but feel faint amusement. The dokebi's desperation was obvious. It was trying to juggle appeasing, furious constellations while keeping the scenario from spiraling out of control. Internally, Dokja acknowledged a quiet victory. He had maneuvered Bi-young into reopening the channel, and with it, the Starstream's cache shop, an exclusive system feature, inaccessible without an active broadcast, exactly what he needed. As Bi-young continued flailing, Dokja calmly asked for help navigating the shop. Startled, the dokebi paused mid-rant before begrudgingly pointing him toward the search function. Dokja noted almost clinically how familiar this behavior felt. Without hesitation, Dokja typed his first query, Ancient Dragon. Bi-young nearly choked. It spun toward Dokja, eyes wide with disbelief. How could a human even know such a term? Items tied to ancient dragons were myth-tier artifacts, knowledge usually restricted to high-ranking constellations. Dokja shrugged it off casually, claiming it was just a lucky guess, like naming patterns in video games. Inside, however, his thoughts were far more precise. According to 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, the heart of an ancient dragon was currently owned by an incarnation in Italy. Someone absurdly fortunate, backed by a constellation with near-limitless wealth. For just a moment, Dokja felt a twinge of regret for rejecting a sponsor. But only for a moment. He continued searching. Archdemon's Eyeball, White Star Weapon Aura. Each term made Bi-young more unsettled. The dokebi's confusion deepened into genuine unease. This wasn't coincidence. No ordinary incarnation possessed this level of knowledge. Then Dokja made his purchases. 4 bags of mucus, 4 thorns. The shift was so abrupt it stunned Bi-young into silence. Its face twisted in frustration, as it demanded to know what purpose such worthless items could possibly serve. Dokja didn't answer directly. He only said that the reason would become clear soon. Irritated but unable to intervene, Bi-young snapped that the shop allowed no refunds. Dokja responded with unwavering confidence. That wouldn't be an issue. System notifications flickered rapidly as constellations reacted. The secretive plotter expressed renewed curiosity. The abyssal black flame dragon showed open displeasure. Then, just as suddenly as it had resumed, the stream for channel BY7623 shut down again. Bi-young turned back to Dokja with a sharp reminder. No contract had been finalized. Any discussion of partnership would only resume after Dokja successfully cleared the hidden scenario. Dokja agreed without hesitation. Bi-young, still skeptical but unable to deny the momentum, stated it wouldn't monitor him constantly, wishing him luck in a tone that carried equal parts doubt and intrigue. The dokebi snapped its fingers. The channel reopened briefly, and then, in a flash of light, Bi-young vanished. Dokja was alone. Deep inside the suffocating darkness of the Ichthyosaur's stomach, he steadied himself. Time was slipping away. The air grew heavy with acidic fumes, burning his lungs with every breath. He tightened his grip around the thorns he had purchased. This was it. No retrees. No spectators to save him. Above, the sea serpent swam calmly through the flooded ruins of the city. Then something changed. Its massive body convulsed violently. Inside, its internal fluids churned into a violent whirlpool, mixing acid and water into a searing tide. The Ichthyosaur roared in agony. Dokja slammed the thorns deep into the creature's pulsing flesh, anchoring himself as the stomach walls spasmed around him. Acid splashed over his body, each drop burning like molten metal. His muscles screamed, his vision blurred. Still he held on, clinging to the wall, gasping for breath. Dokja's thoughts wandered despite himself. He reflected on how insignificant he had always been. A reader, an observer, someone who lived through stories rather than acting within them. Amid his struggle, Bi-young reappeared, its presence cutting through the stifling atmosphere. It seemed genuinely impressed by Dokja's ingenuity. Notifications flickered before his eyes, confirming his achievements as several constellations acknowledged his survival prowess. Their interest surged because of his performance. By the 4th day of the hidden scenario, Dokja was nearly spent. His body shook, and his grip on the thorns weakened. With one final, exhausted effort, he lost his hold and collapsed onto the fleshy ground With a dull thud, as he lay there, another notification echoed in his mind. The hidden scenario had ended. Dokja had successfully slain a Tier 7 sea monster, becoming the first to accomplish such a feat. He received 9,000 coins, along with a bonus 1,000 for the achievement. Bi-hyung studied Dokja's methods in disbelief, commenting on his unconventional use of the stone hog's thorn. Normally, these creatures lived along coastlines, hunting small sea life, and using their thorns to pierce and dry their prey. For Dokja to repurpose such a tool for survival was entirely unforeseen. As system notifications continued, several constellations finally pieced together Dokja's earlier actions, their complaints blending with curiosity. They demanded clearer narration in the future so they could better follow his intentions. Still marveling, Bi-hyung mentioned the hammer seahorse's mucus, a substance it hadn't even known could resist the Ichthyosaur's stomach acid. Dokja replayed his desperate choices in his mind. Before activating the stone hog's thorn, he had coated himself with the remaining mucus, trusting its natural defense against predators like the Ichthyosaur. To survive hunger, he had consumed the diluted bodily fluids drawn through the thorn. It had been an ordeal that tested both his endurance and tolerance for pain. His explanation to Bi-hyung sounded almost indifferent, as though he was speaking out of necessity rather than courtesy. Though irritated, Bi-hyung reluctantly acknowledged the brilliance of Dokja's survival and relayed the tale to the constellations as a gripping story of endurance. Dokja, however, was losing patience. He demanded access to the Dokaibi shop, his voice firm. When Bi-hyung hesitated, Dokja acted without pause, driving the stone hog's thorn into the Ichthyosaur's intestinal wall. The impact split the flesh apart, revealing a radiant core, the Ichthyosaur's nucleus. Grasping it tightly, Dokja already knew his next move. He planned to sell the nucleus at Bi-hyung's auction house. His requested item was specific: Broken Faith, a legendary artifact. Bi-hyung stared in shock, unable to comprehend how Dokja possessed such detailed knowledge. It questioned whether anyone even owned such an item. Dokja remained unfazed and moved on to his next purchase, but Bi-hyung abruptly interrupted. With theatrical flair, it paused the channel for advertisements, leaving Dokja waiting. When the broadcast resumed, Bi-hyung presented a formal contract. It admitted its earlier doubts, but stated that Dokja's success in clearing the hidden scenario had convinced it to work with him. The contract surprised Dokja. It was far more favorable than expected. Still, he examined it carefully and immediately noticed a critical omission: the profit ratio. Bi-hyung dismissed the concern, claiming verbal agreements were sufficient due to the soul-binding nature of stream contracts. Dokja firmly disagreed, insisting the terms be clearly defined. Flustered, Bi-hyung proposed a 50-50 split, even waiving channel fees. Dokja rejected it without hesitation. Bi-hyung stumbled over its words, arguing that the offer was standard industry practice. But Dokja had already analyzed the system. Normally, incarnations earned coins from constellation gifts, splitting profits with their dokaibi. That system did not benefit him. Without a supporting constellation, direct gifts meant heavy commissions for Bi-hyung. And considering how much Bi-hyung had already gained from his survival, Dokja demanded full ownership of all coins. Bi-hyung exploded in frustration, calling the demand outrageous. Dokja remained calm, reminding it that commissions would still provide profit. There was no room left for compromise. When Bi-hyung tried again with 70%, Dokja refused. Mentioning Gildal's rising channel forced Bi-hyung into desperation. Reluctantly, it raised the offer to 80%. Still, Dokja did not yield. It was all or nothing. And as the advertisements neared their end, the restless murmurs of the constellations grew louder. Realizing it had been completely cornered, Bi-hyung clenched its teeth, rage and defeat mixing in its expression, before it finally gave in to Dokja's terms. With obvious reluctance, it asked whether he would now sign the contract, since every demand had been satisfied. Dokja, still perfectly calm, added one last requirement. He demanded a contract fee, 5,000 coins, paid in advance. Bi-hyung nearly lost its composure. Its frustration reached its limit, but with no remaining leverage, it had no choice but to agree. The colossal body of the sea serpent lay motionless along the shoreline, its massive frame battered by the crashing waves. Dokja emerged from the water, exhausted yet unbroken. He swam through the final stretch and pulled himself onto the sand, drawing in a deep breath. It was the first time he had tasted fresh air in 4 days. Originally, he had expected to escape within 2 days, but considering everything he endured, 4 days wasn't bad at all. Dokja quietly evaluated his progress. Yoo Joonghyuk, the protagonist of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, had taken 4 days to clear the same ordeal during his 4th regression. Matching that record on his very first attempt felt strangely satisfying. Not only had he survived, but he had also secured a stream contract with Baehyung and earned a solid amount of coins. It was, by all accounts, a strong beginning. The irony amused him. Once he had been nothing more than a passive reader. Now he was navigating this world with confidence, armed only with knowledge gained from a novel he had finished countless times. A gentle chime echoed in his mind as a system message appeared. His personal skill, Fourth Wall, remained active, giving him an odd but reassuring sense of stability. Yet everything wasn't perfect. When he tried to open his attribute window, nothing happened. Baehyung noticed the anomaly and frowned, confused by the system error. It attempted to investigate, but even its authority couldn't bypass the block. Dokja didn't seem bothered. In fact, Baehyung's failure only confirmed what he already suspected. His skill granted him an advantage no one else could interfere with. A faint knowing smile crossed his face. With his attributes hidden, he could easily deceive anyone. A perfect scammer, cloaked in uncertainty, impossible to measure. Soon Dokja arrived at the zone designated for the second main scenario. A system alert immediately blared, warning him of extreme atmospheric contamination. The air was dense with poisonous fog, forcing him to hold his breath as he searched for underground shelter. Every step felt heavier than the last. The toxic mist seeped into his body, weakening him little by little despite his resistance. Another notification appeared, confirming exposure. Alongside it came a cruel message. The constellation known as the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon observed him with a twisted grin, clearly enjoying his suffering. Even so, Dokja clenched his teeth and pressed forward. The suffocating fog, the crushing pressure of the scenario, it all weighed down on him. But instead of breaking his spirit, it sharpened his resolve. This was no longer just a novel. This was no longer a story meant to be read. This was his reality. And as he prepared himself for what awaited beyond the fog, one thought echoed clearly in his mind. The real game had only just begun. The night sky blazed with streaks of light as meteors rained across the darkness. Near Dongho Bridge, the streets were hauntingly empty. The silence wasn't a sign of peace, though. It was proof that the struggle for survival wasn't limited to humans. Monsters were fighting just as fiercely, guarding their territories and tearing apart anything that wandered too close. Moving through the wreckage with urgency, Dokja slipped into a nearby convenience store. The interior had already been ransacked, shelves half empty and scattered across the floor. Still, he didn't hesitate. Grabbing a few plastic bags, he quickly swept whatever food remained into them. Speed mattered more than careful selection. Every second in the open was dangerous. A notification flashed before his eyes. The Elaine monkey's lungs had been activated. It was an item he had prepared in advance, a rare tool capable of purifying the air around him for a short time. But its effect was limited, only 20 minutes. The system followed up with a harsh warning. The area was highly contaminated. Remaining on the surface for too long would be fatal. Time was already ticking. Once the item's effect ended, the toxic air would reach him. He was just about to leave when a faint sound stopped him. "Help!" The voice was weak, almost swallowed by the heavy silence, but unmistakably human. Dokja turned instantly, scanning the darkened aisles and broken entrance. His gaze soon found the source, a woman crawling toward him. Her movements were sluggish, her body trembling from exhaustion and poison. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. Still, she was alive. In a world that had already devoured so many people, that alone was rare. Without wasting another second, Dokja stepped forward and lifted her onto his back. Then he ran. His mind worked just as fast as his legs, calculating the safest destination. Oksu Station was the closest subway stop he remembered, but it had been built above ground. That meant it was exposed, destroyed most likely. The next option was farther away, Jumho Station. Changing direction without slowing down, Dokja headed straight for it. By the time he arrived, however, frustration awaited him. The station entrance was sealed tight. Metal shutters had been pulled down completely, blocking the way inside. He scanned the area, searching for another entry point, when the woman on his back stirred. Her voice came out in a faint whisper. "Exit 4. Following her guidance, Dokja hurried toward the indicated entrance. But as they approached, he saw 2 men hurriedly pulling the shutters down from the inside. The metal slammed shut with a loud clang. A moment later, violent banging shook the shutters from outside. The men flinched in terror. They thought monsters had found them. Instead, it was Dokja. Inside the station, the 2 men exchanged panicked looks, but refused to open the entrance. They shouted through the metal barrier that the shelter was already full. No more people could come in. Dokja ignored their excuses. The woman on his back was barely conscious, and the contaminated air would kill her if he stayed outside any longer. Their claim about overcrowding also struck him as strange. In 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, nothing like this had been mentioned about this station. Something about the situation had changed, but this wasn't the time to analyze the difference. Without hesitation, Dokja pulled out a sharp thorn he had been carrying. With a powerful motion, he forced the metal upward. The shutter bent open with a loud crack. The 2 men inside stared in shock. Their disbelief quickly turned into fear. Without even trying to stop him, they turned and ran deeper into the station. A notification appeared. He had entered a safety zone. The air immediately felt lighter, less suffocating, but Dokja's attention stayed on the woman slumped against him. Her breathing was shallow, her body weakened by the poison she had inhaled. He reached into his supplies and took out the Elaine monkey's lungs, placing it in her hands. He told her to activate it. It wouldn't completely heal her, but it would cleanse the toxins inside her body long enough for her to recover. As Dokja carried her deeper into the station, his thoughts drifted. Who was she? He tried to remember if anyone like her had appeared in 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. Nothing came to mind, which probably meant she had never survived long enough to matter in the original story. He briefly considered checking her character profile, but before he could, loud voices echoed through the station. A group was approaching. The 2 men from earlier had returned, and this time they weren't alone. Several others followed them, gripping weapons like bats and metal pipes. Their intentions were obvious. At the front stood their leader, his posture arrogant and hostile. He stepped forward and demanded to know who Dokja was and why he had forced his way inside. Another notification appeared before Dokja's eyes. A constellation was watching. The prisoner of the golden headband seemed particularly displeased by what was unfolding. Dokja calmly stated his name, but the leader clearly didn't care. What mattered to him wasn't identity, it was control. Then the group noticed the woman on Dokja's back. Murmurs spread among them as recognition dawned. Apparently she had belonged to a small group connected to theirs. She had been sent out with others earlier, yet now she had returned with a stranger instead. The leader's expression twisted into a sly grin as he turned toward one of his subordinates. The truth began to surface. He accused them of acting without permission. One of the men scratched his head awkwardly and tried to laugh it off, saying someone named Chulsu should have handled it first. Listening to them, Dokja felt a strange sense of familiarity. These were the kinds of villains that always appeared in post-apocalyptic stories. The group's attention soon shifted to the bags Dokja was carrying. Food. Greed flickered in their eyes instantly. Their leader, Chosu, smiled wickedly and told Dokja to hand over everything. The supplies, the woman. If he did that, they might generously allow him to leave alive. At that moment, a series of notifications filled Dokja's vision. Several constellations were reacting angrily to what they were witnessing. One condemned the group's cruelty, while another demanded justice. Then a new message appeared. A bounty hunter scenario had been triggered. The atmosphere inside the station shifted. Dokja felt the tension building, but his expression remained calm. Because deep down, he already knew how this situation would end, and it wouldn't be him lying on the ground. Cheolsu tried to assert dominance the only way he knew how, through brute intimidation. He slammed his knuckle-reinforced fists together with a loud crack, glaring at Dokja as he began counting down, threatening violence if he didn't hand over everything. But Dokja didn't wait for the countdown to finish. Before Cheolsu could even reach the next number, Dokja stepped in and drove a sharp punch straight into his cheek. The hit landed with brutal precision. Cheolsu's body lifted off the ground and shot backward, crashing into the wall with a heavy thud before sliding out of sight. Silence swallowed the group. Their leader had been taken down instantly. Shock spread across their faces as they stared at Dokja. A few of them exchanged uneasy glances, whispering to each other that he might have a supporting constellation backing him. They finally tried to retaliate, but the moment they moved, the fight was already over. Dokja's attacks came fast and deliberate. He targeted their legs with ruthless efficiency. As he fought, Dokja calmly reflected on the mechanics of combat in this world. In the end, everything came down to stats: strength, agility, stamina. Those numbers decided the outcome long before the first punch was thrown. Once the scuffle settled, Dokja stepped closer to Cheolsu's crumpled body and opened his character profile. Cheolsu's supporting constellation was something called the Monarch of the Small Fries. He stared at Dokja with a twisted expression. He claimed he understood him. According to Cheolsu, people like them were the same. Anyone who survived this world had probably killed others already. The word stirred something unpleasant in Dokja's chest. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted back to Namwoon Kim. The memory left a faint sting of regret. Back then, could he have saved more people? The haunting words from that day echoed in his mind. But a system notification snapped him back to reality. The fourth wall has blocked the opponent's bluff. Cheolsu had been trying to provoke him. Dokja's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he drove the sharp thorn in his hand straight through Cheolsu's palm. Cheolsu's scream tore through the station as the thorn pinned his hand to the ground. Any confidence he had left shattered instantly. Another notification appeared. His supporting constellation had sent a reward, 100 coins. Dokja almost laughed at the irony. The Monarch of the Small Fries was notorious in the Star Stream, not for helping its incarnations, but for enjoying their suffering. Watching its chosen incarnation get humiliated was apparently entertaining enough to warrant a small tip. With only 2 minutes left before the scenario ended, Dokja didn't stop. He beat Cheolsu mercilessly. Every strike was controlled, every blow deliberate. When the violence finally slowed, Dokja glanced toward the woman Cheolsu's group had abused earlier. The pain in her eyes reminded him of the old woman in the cabin from before, a cruel reminder of how easily people could become monsters. Standing over Cheolsu's broken body, Dokja found himself thinking bitterly. Humans were weak creatures, but how could they also be this cruel? The apocalypse felt like an excuse, a convenient justification for the darkness that had always existed in people. He grabbed Cheolsu by the collar and demanded an answer. But Cheolsu only laughed bitterly. He cursed the ruined world and told Dokja to just finish him already. For a brief second, Dokja saw something in Cheolsu's eyes. Despair. And in that despair, Dokja saw a reflection of himself. Maybe they weren't so different after all. The countdown ticked closer. 10 seconds remaining. Dokja made his decision. He lifted his foot and brought it down. The impact ended Cheolsu's life instantly. His gang screamed in horror, accusing Dokja of being cold-blooded. But Dokja didn't waver. The world had already ended. If he wanted to survive, he had to adapt to the rules of this new reality. Without another word, he picked up the injured woman and placed her back on his shoulders. Then he looked at Cheolsu's shaken followers and calmly ordered them to guide him to the other survivors. Reluctantly, they obeyed. Not long after, Gyumho Station came into view. The place had already become a refuge packed with survivors. When Cheolsu's gang returned, whispers immediately spread through the crowd. People pointed and murmured, their eyes drawn to the injured woman on Dokja's back. Some even called out for help. Then familiar voices rose above the noise. Dokja-si! Yusanga's voice trembled with relief as she spotted him. Beside her, young Lee Gil-young ran straight toward Dokja and wrapped his arms tightly around him, clinging as if afraid he might disappear. Yusanga looked overwhelmed with emotion, unable to hide how shocked she was to see him alive. Behind her, Lee Hyun-sung approached with an apologetic expression. He bowed slightly and apologized for leaving Dokja behind earlier during the chaos. Dokja simply nodded. In a situation like that, there had been no other choice. Hyun-sung then mentioned something interesting. Apparently, Yoo Joonghyuk had predicted that Dokja would survive. The comment immediately caught Dokja's attention. When he asked where Joonghyuk was now, Hyun-sung explained that he had already left the station the previous day to pursue his own objectives. That piece of information made Dokja think. Yoo Joonghyuk, the regressor who repeated his life again and again, was currently in his third round. In this version of events, he had become far more ruthless and efficient. According to 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, Cheolsu's group should have died by Joonghyuk's hand. But Joonghyuk had apparently left the station too quickly this time, leaving unfinished business behind, something completely out of character for him. Hyun-sung looked confused and asked what Dokja meant, but Dokja brushed it off as him talking to himself. Before the conversation could continue, however, a loud and angry voice cut through the crowd. Han Myung-go stepped forward, his face twisted with hostility as he pointed directly at Dokja. He loudly accused him of being dangerous and unfit to stay among the survivors. The crowd stirred uneasily. Several people holding makeshift weapons slowly began surrounding Dokja, their suspicion growing by the second. Han Myung-go's voice rose even louder as he demanded that Dokja be expelled from the station. He labeled him a violent and untrustworthy man, pretending to speak for everyone's safety. The tension thickened as the crowd hesitated, unsure of what to do. Then suddenly, another voice cut through the chaos. The man who stepped forward was In-ho Cheon. With an easy smile, he reached out and placed a firm hand on Han Myung-go's shoulder. His tone was soothing, almost friendly, as he advised Han to think rationally instead of letting anger take control. Then his gaze shifted toward Dokja. With polished manners and a carefully measured tone, In-ho introduced himself. His words were courteous, but beneath that politeness was a clear sense of control. It was obvious he was used to leading people. After introducing himself, he calmly asked Dokja for his name. Dokja's mind immediately started working. The name In-ho Cheon wasn't unfamiliar to him. He remembered it from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. In-ho was someone with a supporting constellation and had eventually risen to become the leader of a survivor faction. Judging from the atmosphere here, it seemed he had already taken control of the station. It also meant the Cheolsu gang must have reported everything to him already. Dokja knew the type of man In-ho was. Someone like him wouldn't simply ignore what had happened earlier. The confrontation was probably inevitable. Quietly preparing himself, Dokja tightened his grip around the sharp thorn in his hand, bracing for whatever was about to happen next. But instead of escalating the situation, In-ho suddenly changed the direction of the conversation. Smiling lightly, he announced that the people who had arrived with Dokja had told him everything. about how Dokja had fought the monsters outside and saved some of his men. The statement caught Dokja off guard. Rather than confronting him, Inho had turned the story into something entirely different. Clapping his hands, Inho called for everyone's attention and gathered the nearby survivors. With a confident voice that carried across the station, he introduced Dokja to the crowd. This man, Kim Dokja, he declared, brought food for everyone. The word food alone was enough to ignite hope in people who had been starving for days. Meanwhile, Dokja was still trying to process how quickly the situation had shifted when another notification flickered across his vision. A message from a constellation appeared. The secretive plotter seemed unusually excited about what was unfolding. Leaving the noisy crowd behind, Dokja and his companions moved toward a quieter part of the station to talk. Lee Hyun-sung began explaining the situation. 86 people were currently staying in Gyumho Station. The number was smaller than Dokja had expected. Everyone present had already cleared the first scenario. Dokja silently observed the people around him. A dark realization settled in his mind. Everyone here had survived the same way. They had killed someone. Hyun-sung continued describing how the station had divided into two groups. The major faction, led by Inho Cheon, held most of the power and resources. Meanwhile, the minor faction struggled to survive on the sidelines, clinging to what little dignity they had left. Not far away, Han Myung-go stood in front of a small group of people, loudly trying to reassure them. "Just trust me," he shouted confidently. "The chairman is doing everything he can. Rescue will arrive soon." Amid the chaos, a small child's voice broke through. "I'm hungry." The boy's mother forced a gentle smile as she hugged him. Fighting back tears, she told him that help would come soon, and everything would be okay. Standing nearby, Inho Cheon confidently repeated the same comforting message to the crowd. The government would surely intervene. Rescue was only a matter of time. Dokja quietly watched the scene unfold. The optimism felt painfully artificial. Even when 100 murderers gathered in one place, they would still divide themselves into the strong and the weak. That instinctive hierarchy was simply human nature. Eventually, Inho explained the station's biggest problem: food. The major faction controlled the rations, but supplies were running dangerously low. Because of that, they had begun sending people outside the station to search for food. One of the people sent on that dangerous mission had been Jung Hee-won, the woman Dokja had rescued earlier. Standing beside him, Yoo quietly confirmed her identity. A few others from the minor group had been sent out as well. Dokja turned to Hyun-sung and casually brought up something he had been wondering about. He mentioned that Hyun-sung could have easily joined the major faction, but had chosen to stay with the minor group instead. Hyun-sung answered honestly. He admitted the major group had probably wanted him on their side, but something about the way they operated didn't sit right with him. He wasn't even sure if it was about morality anymore. After everything that had happened, worrying about right and wrong almost felt ridiculous. Without warning, Dokja placed his hand against Hyun-sung's chest. Even if it made him a hypocrite, Dokja told him that worrying about right and wrong was still important. No matter what happened, he shouldn't forget that. Hyun-sung's eyes began to water. He quickly blinked them away, barely managing to hold back his emotions. Then Inho Cheon approached again, this time accompanied by several members of the major faction. He got straight to the point. Inho offered Dokja a place in his group, and not just as an ordinary member. He promised him a high-ranking position, suggesting that the two of them could lead the survivors together. Dokja immediately understood what this really meant. It wasn't help. Inho simply wanted to use him. Inho tried to frame the offer as cooperation for the survival of everyone in the station. He even gestured toward the exhausted people around them, appealing to Dokja's sense of responsibility as someone with strength. Dokja didn't hesitate. He refused the offer immediately. Inho didn't argue. Instead, he smiled calmly and stepped back, leaving Dokja with a polite final remark. If he ever changed his mind, he could come find him. After Inho left, Hyun-sung asked Dokja if he was sure about rejecting the proposal. Dokja simply smirked. There was no way he would accept an offer like that. Still, he admitted that the situation could change at any moment. In a world like this, nothing was ever guaranteed. For now, though, there were more immediate concerns. Dokja glanced around at his companions and casually announced that it was time for dinner. He opened the bags and started handing out food. Lee Gil-young's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he asked if they could really eat it. For a brief moment, the atmosphere finally began to relax. But the peace didn't last long. A loud voice suddenly echoed across the station. A group of people marched toward them, their faces twisted with anger. They began accusing Dokja loudly, claiming he was selfishly hoarding food while others were starving. The crowd quickly grew louder as more voices joined the accusations. Why should he keep all the food when everyone else had helped gather supplies? The tension in the station began rising once again. Some of the people in the crowd began insisting that Inho should take control of the food supplies, arguing that if he managed the distribution, then everyone would receive a fair share. Hearing this, Dokja paused, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in attitude and the hostility aimed at him. It only took him a second to piece together what was really happening. In that moment, a clear realization formed in his mind about the true danger of this apocalyptic world. The biggest threat wasn't desperate individuals like Chulsabang who acted out of despair or fear. No, the real monsters were the ones who knew how to exploit that despair. the ones who fed on the fear of others and used it to strengthen their own influence and authority. As his thoughts sharpened, Dokja quickly identified the person pulling the strings behind the crowd. It was Inokeon, the self-proclaimed leader of the so-called major group. The man was clearly manipulating the situation, subtly guiding the anger of the crowd toward Dokja. This wasn't random outrage. It was a carefully calculated play, meant to corner him and force him into submission. The accusations kept coming. Inho stood calmly among the people as if he were just another member of the crowd, but his words created a false dilemma for Dokja. Either he could act like a noble hero and share the food with everyone, or he could become the villain who selfishly hoarded supplies while others starved. Dokja felt irritation surge through him. His jaw tightened and his teeth clenched as anger simmered beneath the surface. At that exact moment, a notification suddenly flickered into view in Dokja's vision. It informed him that he had entered the area for the second scenario. The message instructed him to locate the specific place where the scenario would activate and move there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the crowd showed no signs of calming down. Their protests only grew louder as they continued demanding that Inho take control of the food and distribute it properly. After letting the tension build, Inho finally stepped forward. Raising both hands, he attempted to calm the agitated crowd. He claimed that the situation was simply a misunderstanding. According to him, Dokja had already agreed to cooperate with their group. The food would be collected and redistributed just like usual. Although his expression remained calm and reassuring on the outside, inside Inho was confident that he had already secured control of the situation. In his mind, Dokja had no real choice but to go along with the story he was presenting. Continuing to reinforce the narrative, Inho added that Dokja had also promised to work together with their group from now on. However, Dokja cut him off before he could continue. He declared that he was willing to share the food, but it wouldn't be free. The statement immediately caused confusion throughout the crowd. People exchanged uncertain glances while murmurs spread rapidly. Many began questioning what Dokja meant. Some even speculated that he intended to sell the food, their voices filled with suspicion. Another notification appeared in Dokja's vision at that moment. Several constellations seemed intrigued by the situation, their attention drawn to the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the constellation known as the Secretive Plotter reacted with clear amusement, scoffing as if entertained by Dokja's bold move. Confirming everyone's suspicions, Dokja calmly stated that he wasn't running a charity. In a world like this, blindly trusting strangers would be foolish. Members of the crowd began asking how much the food would cost. Dokja dismissed the idea immediately. Money had no meaning anymore. He stated firmly that he would only accept coins. The announcement caused uneasiness to ripple through the crowd. Some people questioned whether it was worth spending their precious coins on food. Unmoved by their hesitation, Dokja set the price. From that moment onward, each food item would cost 10 coins. Almost immediately, another notification appeared in his vision. A few constellations seemed pleased by his decision and rewarded him with a gift of 100 coins. At that point, someone stepped forward from the crowd. Her voice was steady and confident as she spoke in support of Dokja's decision. She agreed with his terms, saying that it was only fair. Without hesitation, she offered to pay for the food right away, clearly refusing to accept anything for free. She then introduced herself as Yoonghae-won and thanked Dokja for helping her earlier. Dokja reached out and shook her hand, acknowledging her gratitude. After that, Hee-won turned her attention toward Sang-ah and Hyun-seong. Her tone grew sharper as she urged them to pull themselves together. She reminded them that Dokja had risked his life to retrieve that food and criticized them for even thinking about acting like the others who simply expected to leech off his efforts. Her words clearly struck a nerve. Sang-ah immediately became flustered and apologized. She admitted that she hadn't been thinking clearly and insisted that she didn't want to receive anything for free. Hyun-seong quickly followed, promising that he would pay for his share as well. Dokja nodded and asked if they knew how to transfer coins. Sang-ah explained that she had learned the method a few days earlier. The process was simple. Two people just had to touch their index fingers while focusing on the number of coins they wanted to exchange. Soon after, a notification appeared as Gil-yong transferred 20 coins to Dokja. Surprised, Dokja asked why the boy had sent 10 extra coins. Gil-yong explained that the additional amount was payment for the chocolate Dokja had given him earlier that morning. Hee-won chuckled softly at that, remarking that the boy seemed far more honorable than many of the shameless adults surrounding them. Then her expression hardened as she shifted her attention toward the major group. She pointed out their hypocrisy. They controlled most of the food and distributed just enough to keep people barely alive. After that, they sent those same people out to search for supplies like expendable cattle. Hee-won even shared her own experience from earlier that day, describing the grim reality of how the group operated. Hyun-seong nodded in agreement with her assessment. He acknowledged that Dokja's decision to sell food had real meaning in a situation like this. However, he also wondered aloud whether anyone would actually buy food at such a high price of 10 coins per item. Dokja simply replied that they would wait and see. Hyun-seong then suggested that Dokja should rest while he stood guard, but Dokja declined the offer. He mentioned that he still had other things to take care of. which immediately sparked Hyunseong's curiosity. Suddenly, Hee-won let out an annoyed exclamation. She had just realized that every piece of food had been sold overnight. Frustrated, she cursed the two-faced behavior of the people around them. Watching her reaction, Dokja quietly observed that she wasn't as fragile as she had initially appeared. But the truth was, it wasn't just members of the minor group who had secretly bought food during the night. The next morning, Inho gathered everyone together and addressed the crowd. He calmly announced a new rule. From now on, food distribution would be limited to 3 biscuits per person. The announcement immediately triggered waves of disbelief and anger among the people. Some pointed out the obvious unfairness, arguing that the search party received far more food than everyone else. Inho didn't deny any of the accusations. Instead, he calmly replied that anyone who wanted more food was free to join the search party. The reaction was instant. People began shouting in frustration, pointing out that almost no one who joined those expeditions ever returned alive, except for members of the Chulsu gang. Inho remained completely unbothered. He simply suggested another option. If they didn't want to join the search party, they could always go out and search for food on their own. The subtle threat in his voice was enough to silence the crowd. Then Inho shifted his approach once again. According to him, there was actually another way for people to obtain more food without risking their lives. He claimed that he had learned something valuable from Dokja the day before. Watching the scene from a distance, Dokja couldn't help but think about the irony of the situation. After all, it had been the major group itself that purchased more than half of the food he had gathered, though to their credit, they had paid the full price. As he reflected on that, Dokja's mind drifted back to his earlier interaction with Inho. Inho had once confidently warned Dokja that he was digging his own grave and that he would eventually regret his choices. Now, as he stood before the crowd addressing everyone, there was a clear malicious edge hidden beneath his words. Calmly, he explained that nothing in this world could truly be free anymore. He even went as far as crediting Dokja for teaching them this lesson, cleverly shifting the responsibility for these harsh rules onto Dokja's shoulders. As Inho continued speaking, a notification suddenly appeared in Dokja's field of vision. The message revealed that Inho had activated a skill called Insight. In that moment, everything finally clicked into place. The strange and irrational behavior of the crowd wasn't simply the result of fear or desperation. Inho's skill had been subtly influencing their emotions and reactions, steering the situation exactly the way he wanted. Standing nearby, Hee-won spoke up with visible frustration. She pointed out that, despite everything, the major group was still monopolizing the food supply. Dokja silently acknowledged her observation. Her ability to grasp the situation so quickly showed that she had sharp instincts. But Hee-won wasn't finished yet. She turned toward Dokja and criticized him as well. From her perspective, by selling food to the major group the previous day, he had only strengthened them. As far as she could tell, nothing had really changed. Dokja, however, remained completely calm. He already knew the truth. The situation had changed. Quietly checking his earnings, a notification appeared that displayed the exact total of the coins he had gained. 1,450 coins. Hee-won's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the number. Unable to hide her curiosity any longer, she demanded to know what Dokja was planning. Had Dokja at least kept some food for himself? Dokja answered honestly. He had sold all of it. The response left Hee-won staring at him in disbelief. Her expression was filled with confusion and unease. At that moment, Gil-young gently poked Dokja from the side and offered him his own food. Dokja shook his head with a small smile and told the boy to keep it. Then he turned toward the others and made a surprising announcement. Anyone who had purchased food from him the previous day should make sure to finish it before the end of the day. His voice was firm, making it clear that he wasn't making a suggestion. Meanwhile, chaos was unfolding on the other side of the station. The major group had suddenly increased the price of food to 200 coins per item. The protesters shouted angrily, insisting that the price was absurd and impossible to pay. The response they received was cold and dismissive. If they couldn't afford it, they were simply told to leave. Not long after that, Dokja was standing alone on the station tracks, his posture steady and deliberate. Watching him from behind, Hee-won voiced her concern. She reminded him that everyone who had gone in that direction before had died, whether they were gang members or ordinary survivors. But Dokja's focus never wavered. Before he moved any farther, Hee-won spoke again, this time in a softer tone. She thanked him once more for saving her life the day before. Dokja acknowledged her gratitude with a calm response. Then Hee-won's gaze shifted and her expression suddenly darkened. She pointed toward a man walking with a noticeable limp. Her voice hardened as she revealed who he was. That man was the one who had tried to harm her earlier, the source of her anger and humiliation. She made it clear that if she confronted him, the matter was hers alone to handle. Dokja watched her quietly, reflecting on her situation. If he hadn't intervened earlier, she would have likely met a terrible fate already. People like her tended to draw the attention of constellations. Curious, Dokja decided to check her character profile. His suspicions were immediately confirmed. 3 constellations were already showing interest in her. Before he could think further about it, Hee-won suddenly narrowed her eyes at something in the distance. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the scene. Her voice rang out in alarm as she shouted that the major group had taken away the women and the elderly. Anger and disbelief filled her voice as she processed what was happening. Dokja followed and asked what she intended to do. Her answer came instantly. She was going to stop them. She couldn't just watch as those people were forced into the search party, knowing that most of them wouldn't come back alive. Dokja responded more pragmatically. He pointed out that staying behind wasn't any safer. If they didn't join the search efforts, they would eventually starve anyway. Hee-won's frustration was obvious, but Dokja's attention had already shifted elsewhere. While examining her profile earlier, he had discovered her personal attribute, crouching figure. At first glance, the attribute seemed ordinary, almost unimpressive. But Dokja knew the truth. This was actually a rare super-evolution attribute capable of developing into something extraordinary. He even remembered that one of the top 100 incarnations in the story, the Berserk Butcher, had originally started with this very same attribute. Hee-won, however, was still unsatisfied with Dokja's explanation. Her frustration finally boiled over as she asked if he expected her to simply stand by and do nothing. Dokja calmly replied that even if she stopped them now, it wouldn't solve the real issue. The root of the problem was the shortage of food. Unless that was resolved, the same situation would repeat itself again and again. As Hee-won tried to process his words, Dokja's thoughts continued to deepen. At first, he had assumed she was just another minor character in this world. But now he was beginning to realize that she possessed real potential. She was someone who could become a valuable ally. However, one detail from her profile continued to bother him. Along with the crouching figure attribute, she also possessed the demon-slaying skill. That combination was powerful, but also dangerous. If things went wrong, Hee-won could easily become someone who killed indiscriminately, consumed by rage and vengeance. Dokja turned to her and explained that the root of the current crisis was the lack of food. Hee-won reluctantly agreed, though she became confused when Dokja suggested that they should eliminate the root cause entirely. Dokja glanced down at his phone, checking the time as if waiting for something specific. Then suddenly, a blinding flash burst across the station. In the next instant, a dokebi appeared before the gathered survivors. Panic erupted throughout the crowd as people screamed in fear at the sudden appearance of the strange creature. The dokebi awkwardly stammered while trying to explain the situation. It said that the previous scenario manager, Bi-hyung, was currently being disciplined. It then introduced itself as the new overseer of the scenario, though its nervous and disorganized behavior made it clear that it wasn't entirely comfortable in the role. Dokja immediately realized something important. This dokebi was definitely not Bi-hyung. Unlike the one he knew, this creature radiated a chaotic and unrefined energy. As the dokebi looked around at the survivors, it seemed irritated by how calm many of them were. With a snap of its fingers, the dokebi imposed a new penalty. Notifications flooded everyone's vision, announcing that food could no longer be stockpiled and that all existing supplies would be removed. Horror spread across the crowd as the food they had desperately held onto began floating into the air, beyond their reach. The dokebi sneered at the scene, mocking the survivors and calling them worthless and lazy for failing to work harder to complete the scenario. Its contempt was obvious. With another snap of its fingers, every last piece of food vanished. The station erupted in panic. People cried out in despair while frantic murmurs spread through the crowd. Meanwhile, the dokebi gleefully declared that a new stage of the scenario was beginning and that things were about to become much more exciting. A new message window appeared before everyone, confirming the start of the second scenario. Dokja watched the chaos unfold with a faint smile. Despite how dire the situation looked, it actually felt closer to what he remembered from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. The notification explained that they had entered the area for the second scenario, and that their next task was to locate the place where it would officially begin. Inho quickly gathered the survivors and announced a decisive rule. Due to the current circumstances, only those who joined the search party would receive food. His declaration sent waves of uneasy murmurs through the crowd as people struggled with the choice. Dokja observed quietly. He hadn't expected the dokebi to add this penalty on top of the food restrictions. For a moment he wondered if Inho had predicted it, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Inho's actions were probably driven by suspicion, but there was no way he could know that Dokja had anticipated something like this. Hee-won turned to Dokja and asked if he had foreseen the situation. Dokja admitted that he had at least considered that the dokebi might introduce measures to make survival more difficult. However, as he reviewed the system notifications, he noticed something strange. The survival penalty had never appeared in the original story of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. That meant something had changed. Dokja wondered if his contract with Bi-hyung had somehow altered the course of the scenario. Lee Hyun-sung, clearly uneasy, asked Dokja what they should do next. Dokja made his decision immediately. They would not join the search party. Going above ground was far too dangerous, even if it meant obtaining food. Instead, he suggested finding another source of food. When Hyun-sung looked confused, Dokja hinted hinted at his plan to hunt monsters. Hyun-sung studied the map and soon realized what Dokja intended. They would follow the railway tunnels. Watching from afar, In-ho called out to Dokja with a faintly mocking tone. He remarked that Dokja seemed to be forming his own team to clear the scenario. Dokja felt a flicker of irritation. What surprised him, however, was that In-ho didn't react aggressively to his refusal to join the search party. Instead, he appeared perfectly willing to let Dokja operate on his own. As Dokja analyzed the situation, he noticed a pattern. Every time he earned someone's trust, impressed them, or accurately read their thoughts, his understanding of them deepened. A notification soon confirmed it. His insight into In-ho Cheon had increased. Because of that, Dokja could now sense something clearly. In-ho was suspicious of him. Before long, In-ho approached with another request, revealing his real motive. He asked if one member of his group could accompany Dokja's party, and also tried to learn how Dokja intended to clear the scenario. Dokja wasn't surprised. He had expected that In-ho would send someone along to keep an eye on them. Soon the group entered the dark tunnel. Han Myung-go immediately panicked when he saw corpses scattered along the path. He tried to reassure Sang-ah, but it was obvious that he was the one truly terrified. Sang-ah calmly pointed this out, though Myung-go quickly denied it to save face. Lee Hyun-sung quietly asked Dokja whether letting In-ho's member join them had been a good idea. Dokja reassured him that the newcomer wasn't a threat. Hyun-sung then turned his concern toward Hee-won, reminding her that she still hadn't fully recovered. But Hee-won brushed the worry aside and said that Gil-yong needed more protection than she did. Sang-ah admitted she was worried about where they were heading, wondering if they were rushing blindly into danger. Hyun-sung agreed and suggested that Gil-yong and the women should stay behind where it was safer. Hee-won immediately rejected the idea. She reminded him that she practiced kendo and wasn't as helpless as he assumed. Even so, Hyun-sung still seemed hesitant. At that moment, Dokja stepped in. He reminded everyone that the world had changed. Anyone could grow stronger simply by increasing their stats. To prove his point, Dokja turned to Lee Gil-yong and asked him to demonstrate his ability. Gil-yong nodded and crouched near the tunnel floor. Stretching out his hand, he formed a faint line that connected him to a cockroach in the distance. Under his control, the insect scurried into the darkness ahead. After a short moment, Gil-yong reported back. The path ahead was clear for roughly 100 steps. Hee-won stared in amazement at the boy's ability. Han Myung-go, however, looked completely horrified at the sight of the cockroach. Gil-yong calmly introduced his attribute, Bug Collector, which allowed him to communicate with insects. With quiet determination, he explained that he didn't want to be a burden. He had joined the group because he wanted to help. Gil-yong then pointed out something else. The bodies scattered along the tunnel weren't only human. Looking ahead, the group noticed the tunnel growing darker, almost as if a wall of shadows blocked their path. Just then, a notification appeared before them, announcing a new sub-scenario, hunting for food. Tension filled the air. Han Myung-go suddenly stumbled upon the corpse of a monster and recoiled in terror. Hee-won, remaining far calmer, wondered aloud how such a creature could have been killed. Dokja silently studied the body and quickly identified it. It was a Tier 9 subterranean ground rat. There was only one person Dokja believed could have taken down monsters like this: Yoo Joonghyuk. Hyun-sung suggested that the corpse might be enough to clear the scenario, but Dokja immediately rejected the idea. They couldn't simply scavenge what was already dead. To clear the scenario, they would have to hunt the monsters themselves. Turning to Hee-won and recalling her experience with kendo, he assigned her a task to help prepare their weapons. Without wasting time, Dokja crouched beside the corpse of the ground rat and began dismantling it. With practiced efficiency, he tore through the carcass and carefully removed the spine, shaping it into crude but functional weapons. Soon, every member of the group held a rough weapon made from the monster's bones. Dokja instructed them to sharpen the edges on nearby rocks. Once their preparations were finished, Dokja gave them one more piece of advice. He told everyone to spend their remaining coins wisely. Strength, stamina, and agility were the most important stats to increase, but they also needed to keep enough coins reserved for the survival fee. His tone was blunt and realistic. He openly admitted that not all of them might survive what was ahead, but despite that grim truth, he urged them to fight with everything they had. With that, the group continued deeper into the tunnel. Before long, the ground rats sensed the intruders and began crawling toward them. Low growls echoed through the dark passage. Without hesitation, the group charged forward. Hyun-sung thrust his bone weapon straight into a rat, piercing its body. Blood sprayed across the tunnel walls as the creature collapsed, but the attack immediately drew the attention of the rest of the pack. Several rats turned toward Hyun-sung, their sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. Before they could reach him, Hee-won rushed forward. Her movements were sharp and disciplined as she struck down one of the rats. However, another creature slipped past her attack and disappeared into the darkness. Frustrated, she shouted to the group that one had escaped. Gil-yong stepped forward without hesitation. With surprising precision, he slammed his weapon down on another rat. killing it instantly. Nearby, Sang-ah panted heavily as she stabbed at a rat with determination that barely concealed her fear. Finally, Dokja ended the fight by cutting down the last creature. When the battle ended, the group stood among the fallen monsters. Blood pooled across the ground beneath their feet. Dokja quietly observed the others. Despite their lack of experience, they had performed better than expected. Hee-won approached him with curiosity and asked how many rats he had killed. 4, Dokja answered. Hee-won grumbled that she had only managed 2. Hyun-sung then proudly declared that he had killed 3. Dokja blinked in surprise. Hyun-sung's count was only 1 less than his own, and Dokja had spent a significant number of coins raising his stats. Curious, he opened Hyun-sung's character profile. The information surprised him. Hyun-sung possessed something called a starter pack, a premium benefit given to incarnations whose base stats were below average. It increased all of his stats by 1 level and granted him a skill called weapon proficiency, which was extremely valuable in the early stages. The constellation known as the Master of Steel must have taken a particular interest in Hyun-sung. Sang-ah then voiced the question everyone had been wondering about. How are we going to cook the meat? Eating it raw clearly wasn't an option, but none of them knew how to prepare it. Dokja calmly told them they would figure something out. However, his relaxed tone made the others glance at him suspiciously. Had he sounded too confident? Hyun-sung finally broke the silence and asked a direct question. Dokja, do you know more about what's happening than the rest of us? Everyone looked at him, waiting for an answer. Inside his mind, Dokja recalled how regressors in the novel often handled moments like this. They would either claim intuition or create carefully crafted lies to maintain their advantage. Just then, a notification appeared. The constellation's secretive plotter was watching him closely, curious about what he would say next. Several other constellations were also observing the moment with interest. Before Dokja could respond, a sudden scream echoed through the tunnel. Han Myung-go cried out in terror as a ground rat suddenly clamped onto his foot and began dragging him away with shocking strength. Dokja watched the chaos unfold, and a sharp thought crossed his mind. Han Myung-go had once again managed to cause trouble and draw attention away from himself. A notification appeared immediately afterward. The constellation's secretive plotter seemed amused by Dokja's observation. Sang-ah, who was closest to him, rushed to help, but Han grabbed onto her in panic, pulling her down with him. Hyun-sung quickly extended his spear in an attempt to stop them, but he was too late. In a matter of seconds, the rat, Han Myung-go, and Yu Sang-ah vanished into a deep hole in the ground. The group stared in shock at the dark opening left behind. Concerned, Hyun-sung turned to Dokja and asked if he was really planning to go after them alone. Dokja explained his reasoning calmly. With Gil-yong's unique ability, they would be able to track the rat and locate the others quickly. He also asked Hyun-sung to stay behind and watch over Hee-won, subtly reminding him that she still wasn't fully recovered. Hyun-sung hesitated, but eventually nodded. Even so, it was clear he wasn't comfortable with the idea. He told Hee-won that they would wait for Dokja's signal if anything happened. Hee-won quietly muttered that she didn't like the plan, but she was too exhausted to argue further. Meanwhile, Dokja and Gil-yong descended deeper into the tunnels. The darkness quickly thickened around them. They had entered a place known as the Dark Fold, an area infamous for absorbing all light and making it almost impossible to determine direction. As they continued walking, Gil-yong suddenly spoke. He asked Dokja about something he had noticed earlier. The boy had realized that Dokja had deliberately allowed the ground rat to escape. Dokja paused. Gil-yong's observation was far too precise to brush aside. Realizing there was no point trying to deceive him, Dokja decided the best option was simply to tell the truth. Dokja explained that ground rats had a particular habit. They didn't simply hunt and eat their prey, they hoarded it. The creatures dragged victims and valuable items back to their nests, turning their lairs into hidden stockpiles of resources. Anyone bold enough to enter one of those nests could potentially find a small treasure trove. The only reliable way to locate such a lair was to follow the tunnels the rats had dug. Dokja admitted that he had expected Han Myung-go to be taken by the rat, but Sang-ah being dragged along had not been part of the plan. The boy pointed out that if Dokja only cared about the items in the nest, he wouldn't have saved him earlier in the subway. Without hesitation, Gil-yong took Dokja's hand, his expression firm with trust. The simple gesture carried an unwavering faith that struck deeper than Dokja expected. A notification appeared in Dokja's vision. Several constellations had been moved by the moment and sent a reward of 200 coins. Despite the reward, Dokja felt conflicted. Gil-yong's trust was touching, but it also placed a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. As they continued through the tunnels, the oppressive silence gradually lifted. After a while, Gil-yong spoke again. He asked Dokja what role he played in this world. Was he some kind of god, or perhaps the protagonist of the story? Dokja shook his head and admitted that he was neither. In truth, he had always envied protagonists, the central figures of stories who carried the fate of their worlds on their shoulders. Gil-yong then asked another question. If they managed to clear all the scenarios, would they be granted a wish? The boy's hopeful curiosity contrasted sharply with the grim reality around them. In this cruel world, people coped in different ways. ways. Some lost their sanity. Others clung desperately to faith, and a few survived by holding on to stubborn optimism. Gil-yong clearly belonged to the last group. Even though doubt weighed heavily on his mind, Dokja gently tapped the boy's shoulder and affirmed his belief. In the darkness of the tunnel, his face remained hidden. That small concealment spared him from revealing the guilt he felt over the lie. Dokja silently acknowledged his own shortcomings, thinking of himself as a despicable adult. Yet at the same time, he recognized Gil-yong's determination to survive, even in such a merciless world. The path soon became dangerous. The ground turned slick, forcing them to move carefully as they slid across the slippery surface. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a large chamber. A notification appeared before Dokja's eyes. The sub-scenario had been updated. They had entered the ground rat's treasure trove. Gil-yong gasped in disbelief, but Dokja quickly covered his mouth to silence him. There was no time for careless words. Dokja whispered for him to stay quiet and reminded him that the treasure wasn't the only thing the rats stored in their nest. The ground suddenly trembled as deep growls echoed through the cavern. One by one, ground rats began crawling into the chamber, their numbers increasing rapidly. Dokja and Gil-yong immediately hid in the shadows, watching carefully from a safe distance. Then, through the growling of the creatures, faint human voices reached their ears. It was Han Myung-go and Sang-ah. They were tied up and arguing loudly. Han blamed Sang-ah for everything, accusing her of dragging him into this mess. Sang-ah, confused and defensive, had no idea what he was talking about. Han's irrational anger only escalated the argument as he hurled accusation after accusation. Listening carefully, Dokja began piecing together the situation. Something about Han's story didn't add up. Normally, Han would have been driving his expensive Z-Class Benz, not riding the subway. Then the truth clicked into place. Han had stolen Sang-ah's bike, which ultimately led to the chain of events that brought them here. The argument between the two continued to grow louder. Dokja narrowed his eyes. The situation was becoming too dangerous to wait any longer. Gripping the thorn in his hand, he took aim and threw it with full force. The thorn shot through the air like a bullet. Han shrieked in terror as it flew past him and smashed into the wall with a loud crack. Sang-ah, however, looked relieved. She had immediately recognized that Dokja had come to help them. Cracks spread across the wall where the thorn struck, and the ground began trembling violently. The ground rats shuddered in fear, sensing that something far more dangerous was approaching. Dokja's gaze sharpened as he whispered to Gil-yong that something was coming. Heavy footsteps echoed through the cavern, each step making the tension thicker. Dokja carefully observed the surroundings and noticed a powerful surge of black ether filling the chamber. The energy overflowed so intensely that it manifested as black flames. This power originated from deep within the dark fold itself. There was only one being associated with such an overwhelming presence: the Warden of the Dark. A notification immediately confirmed his suspicion. The Warden had appeared, and the sub-scenario had been updated. They now had to defeat the Warden. The battle was unavoidable. Suddenly, Gil-yong collapsed beside him. His body trembled as he doubled over, his face twisted with pain. The mental burden from controlling the insects connected to him had become too much. Dokja calmly told him it was all right to let it out. As Gil-yong struggled to recover, Dokja quickly assessed the situation. The problem was obvious. Gil-yong's ability to communicate with other species was powerful, but it came with a heavy mental cost. The boy's mind had limits to how much strain it could endure. As Sanga and Han cried out in terror, Dokja reacted instantly. Without wasting a single moment, he rushed forward and sliced through the thick stems that had bound them in place. His blade cut cleanly through the restraints, just as he expected. Yet the moment the strike landed, he could feel the weapon dulling in his grip. The edge that had once been sharp was already beginning to lose its bite. It was proof of what he had suspected all along. The enemy before them was no ordinary monster. The oppressive force radiating from the creature made that painfully clear. Standing before them was the Warden of the Dark, a terrifying Tier 7 demonic species. Dokja immediately recognized how dangerous such beings were. Demonic species weren't like normal monsters. Even among the countless horrors roaming this world, they held a clear advantage. They possessed intelligence, malicious will, and overwhelming power. The treasures hoarded by the ground rats were not simply random spoils either. They were offerings, sacrifices gathered and stockpiled for this very demon. The Warden slowly turned its grotesque form toward Dokja. Its gaze burned with pure hostility. The moment Dokja sensed the shift in the atmosphere, he raised his voice and warned Sanga and Han to stay back. This fight had already escalated far beyond anything they could handle. Then another system notification appeared before Dokja's eyes. The Warden of the Dark had received the Demon King's blessing. The situation instantly became far worse. Dokja had never intended to fight this creature. From the very beginning, he had hoped to wait until the demon left the lair and then claim the treasure afterward. But thanks to Han's reckless behavior, that plan had collapsed completely. The Warden suddenly began to speak. A guttural, distorted language echoed through the cavern. Its sounds heavy and alien. The words were impossible for Dokja to understand. At the same time, a suffocating aura spread outward from the creature, pressing down on everyone present. It carried with it an overwhelming wave of dread, the kind that could paralyze weaker minds with sheer terror. But Dokja remained standing. His personal skill, the fourth wall, quietly activated and blocked most of the fear from reaching his mind. The oppressive presence still existed, but it could no longer control him. The warden roared again, its monstrous voice shaking the chamber. Dokja clenched his fists. The situation was incredibly unstable. He didn't know what the creature was saying, what it wanted, or how to negotiate with it. Every option felt uncertain. Then, in the middle of the tension, Sanga spoke. Her voice trembled slightly as she repeated one of the strange sounds the warden had uttered. Dokja turned toward her in surprise and immediately asked why she hadn't retreated like he had told her to. Sanga hesitated, clearly nervous, but she explained what she had heard. According to her, the creature kept repeating a single word. Mother. The revelation stunned everyone for a moment. Dokja tried repeating the sound himself, awkwardly attempting to mimic the monster's language. His pronunciation was clumsy and inaccurate. Sanga, however, seemed to understand the tone far better than he did. She corrected the way he spoke the word, adjusting the sound carefully. The warden suddenly roared again, this time in approval. A system notification flashed. Sanga had activated her skill, interpretation. Dokja stared at her with clear amazement. After a moment of hesitation, Sanga nervously explained what she believed the warden was saying. It was asking for a mother. The sheer absurdity of the situation left the group momentarily speechless. Flustered and embarrassed, Sanga quickly muttered that she wasn't even married yet. The warden didn't seem to care. Instead, its attention slowly shifted toward Han Myung-go. Han's reaction was immediate. He shouted that if anyone had to take such a role, then he should at least be the father. His protest ended abruptly. One of the warden's thick tentacles suddenly shot forward with terrifying speed. The appendage slammed directly into Han's open mouth with a grotesque force. Sanga froze in horror. Dokja's eyes widened. Han's body convulsed violently as muffled screams tried to escape his throat. The monstrous tentacle forced its way deeper, writhing unnaturally. In that instant, Dokja understood the truth. The warden wasn't looking for a mother in the normal sense. It was trying to implant its offspring inside Han's body. Without hesitation, Dokja lunged forward. His blade flashed through the air and sliced cleanly through the thick tentacle. The severed appendage dropped to the ground, stopping the horrifying process immediately. The warden shrieked in agony. A burst of black ichor sprayed from the wound as its monstrous cries echoed through the cavern. But the demon didn't stop attacking. Another tentacle shot toward Dokja at incredible speed. He barely managed to raise his weapon in time, blocking the strike before it could pierce his body. The warden thrashed wildly. More tentacles erupted from its grotesque form, each one striking like a living spear. Dokja deflected and dodged the attacks as best he could, but the relentless assault quickly pushed him to his limits. With a sharp crack, the weapon shattered in his hands. Dokja clicked his tongue in frustration. Unlike the Ichthyosaur he had defeated earlier, this enemy wasn't designed to be beaten easily. The Warden of the Dark was a completely different level of threat. In truth, defeating it head-on was far beyond his current strength. But Dokja had never relied on a single plan. Even as the Warden prepared its next strike, Dokja raised his voice and called out to a Dokkaebi. His gamble worked. A moment later, Biryu, the observing Dokkaebi, appeared, looking startled and confused. Dokja immediately reminded him that an item should have already arrived by now. The Dokkaebi tried to deny responsibility, awkwardly claiming it wasn't his job. But Dokja didn't back down. He pointed out that Biryu was currently managing the broadcast in Bihyong's absence. Meanwhile, the watching constellations were growing impatient. System notifications flooded Dokja's vision. One constellation known as the Prisoner of the Golden Headband began pressuring Biryu relentlessly. Another, the Demonic Judge of Fire, added its own threatening presence to the situation. Under that overwhelming pressure, Biryu finally gave in. Grumbling about only doing it to make things more interesting, he reluctantly delivered the item. At the same time, Dokja was already moving. A new notification appeared. An item had arrived from the Dokkaebi auction house. Earlier, after defeating the Ichthyosaur, Dokja had obtained its Nucleus. Instead of wasting that valuable resource on something trivial, he had traded it for a specific weapon he knew about. Now that gamble finally paid off. A streak of light formed in the air and solidified in his hand. A jagged sword appeared, broken, incomplete, and faintly glowing. The weapon was Broken Faith. Without hesitation, Dokja swung the blade. The broken sword sliced through the incoming tentacles with shocking precision, severing them one after another. The warden paused. Its many eyes fixed themselves on the strange weapon, now resting in Dokja's hands. From the side, Biryu scoffed at the sight. He mocked the weapon, pointing out that it was broken and practically useless for normal users. Dokja ignored him completely. This had never been a random purchase. A system message appeared, confirming that the sword's durability was extremely low and unsuitable for extended combat. But Dokja had already anticipated that. Without hesitation, he activated two powerful items he had been saving. The Archdemon's Eyeball and White Star Weapon Aura. The real fight was about to begin. The moment the two powers connected, their synergy exploded into action. A violent surge of light burst from the broken sword in Dokja's hand. The jagged, incomplete blade began to shine with blinding brilliance, as if something dormant inside it had suddenly awakened. The fractured edges radiated pure white light, and the weapon started rebuilding itself, piece by piece, reacting directly to the flow of Dokja's magic power. The transformation was nothing short of breathtaking. Even Biryu, who had been mocking the weapon only moments earlier, fell completely silent. The Dokaibi stared in stunned disbelief. System notifications flickered rapidly before Dokja's eyes. The White Star weapon aura had been activated. As the aura poured into Broken Faith, the shattered weapon responded violently. The incomplete sword reshaped itself, transforming into a radiant blade formed from concentrated magic power. What had once been a useless fragment now shone like a weapon forged from pure light. The Warden of the Dark roared furiously. Its monstrous body twisted with rage as it lunged toward Dokja, unleashing a barrage of tentacles that whipped through the air like living spears. But Dokja didn't retreat. He tightened his grip on the glowing sword, his stance steady and unshaken. Then he swung. The radiant blade sliced forward in a clean, precise arc. The moment the sword met the incoming tentacles, they were cut apart instantly. Severed limbs fell to the ground in pieces as the warden shrieked in agony, its grotesque form writhing violently. Dokja quickly assessed the situation. This weapon existed specifically to counter demonic species. Against an enemy like the warden, it was easily his strongest option. But it came with a brutal cost. Every swing devoured an enormous amount of mana, a constant reminder that this power wasn't something he could maintain for long. He didn't possess blade mastery, but that didn't matter. Kim Dokja was something else entirely. He was a reader. Every detail he had once read now replayed inside his head. He already knew how this enemy moved. The warden's tentacles shot toward him again, striking with murderous intent. But Dokja sidestepped each attack with calm precision, his movements guided by knowledge rather than instinct. Then he activated another ability. His personal skill bookmark triggered, and Dokja selected the second slot. Immediately, the power of Lee Hyun-sung flowed into his body. A surge of strength flooded his muscles. His stamina increased. His reflexes sharpened. The borrowed power reinforced his body just enough to keep him moving. Dokja pushed forward. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Tentacles lashed out from every direction, smashing into the cavern floor and tearing through the air. Yet Dokja moved through the storm with careful precision, weaving between attacks with barely a second to spare. Amid the violent flurry of strikes, his mind stayed focused on one thing: the pattern. The warden's attacks followed a clear rhythm. 2 consecutive strikes, then a pause. Dokja had already memorized it. The moment that tiny gap appeared, he acted. His blade flashed forward like a bolt of white lightning. In one sweeping arc of radiant light, the remaining tentacles were severed instantly. The warden screamed. Its voice echoed across the cavern in a distorted, furious roar. The language itself was incomprehensible, but Yoo Sanga, using her interpretation skill, translated the meaning. The creature was confused. It couldn't understand how Dokja kept predicting its movements with such terrifying accuracy. For Dokja, the answer was simple. This wasn't about raw power. It wasn't about martial skill. It was about reading. The warden's massive body finally collapsed to the ground. Its severed tentacles lay scattered across the cavern floor, while the creature's battered form struggled weakly to breathe. Nearby, Biryu stared in disbelief. The Dokaibi muttered to himself, clearly shaken by what he had just witnessed. More notifications began flooding the air. The abyssal black flame dragon expressed visible shock at the outcome. Other constellations reacted with equal disbelief, questioning whether what they had just seen was even real. Meanwhile, the prisoner of the golden headband erupted with pure excitement, grabbing his hair in exhilaration, like a spectator watching the greatest show imaginable. Biryu slowly regained his composure and muttered in amazement. An ether blade had appeared far earlier than it should have in the scenario. But Dokja knew the truth. What he had used wasn't a true ether blade. The sword formed by Broken Faith was merely an imitation. Right on cue, a system notification appeared. The durability of Broken Faith had been completely depleted. The weapon could no longer be used. Biryu groaned in frustration. Dokja ignored him. Instead, he calmly requested the reward for clearing the sub-scenario. A stream of notifications confirmed the completion of the objective. 500 coins were granted. Several constellations praised Dokja's strategic thinking, clearly intrigued by the way he handled the situation. But Biryu soon noticed something strange. The Warden of the Dark was still alive, barely breathing, but alive. Confused, Biryu asked Dokja why he hadn't finished the creature off. After all, killing it would bring an enormous reward. Dokja calmly replied that he didn't believe in killing unnecessarily, but inside his mind, he quietly admitted the truth. That was a lie, just a convenient mask. Biryu continued pressing the issue, revealing just how massive the reward would be. Even so, Dokja simply brushed off the suggestion and announced that he would rather start opening the treasure chests instead. But before he could move, someone else acted first. Han Myung-go suddenly rushed forward. Without a moment of hesitation, he drove his weapon straight into the fallen warden's body. The blade pierced deep. The warden released one final guttural sound before its life finally ended. Instantly, the system exploded with notifications. The Tier 7 demonic species, Warden of the Dark, had been slain. An incredible achievement had been recorded. The first kill bonus, 8,000 coins, was awarded. The reward was split between Dokja and Han Myung-go due to their shared contribution. Han burst into loud, manic laughter. His voice echoed through the cavern as he reveled in his victory, intoxicated by the massive reward. Then he turned toward Dokja. Mockery filled his expression. Han ridiculed Dokja openly, sneering at his earlier claim about sparing the creature. Another system alert erupted. The system announced that the death of the Warden of the Dark had drawn the attention of its master. The Demon King, god of wrath and lust, had noticed. A dark warning message appeared immediately after. The Demon King would hunt down the one who delivered the final blow. Han's laughter died instantly. The color drained from his face as the reality of the situation sank in. His moment of triumph had turned into a nightmare. Meanwhile, Dokja stood quietly nearby. His expression remained calm and unreadable as he watched Han descend into panic. The curse of the god of wrath and lust wasn't some minor punishment. It meant that Han Myung-go had just placed a massive target on his own back. Sooner or later, he would be forced to face something far beyond his ability to survive. As Han trembled under the crushing weight of that realization, another system notification quietly appeared. The constellation known as the Secretive Plotter had recommended Dokja's scenario to the star stream. Dokja allowed himself the faintest smile. Everything had unfolded exactly the way he intended. Dokja shifted his attention to something far more useful: the treasure chests scattered around the cavern after the battle. His voice was calm as he suggested they open them. After searching the area, Yoo Joonghyuk discovered a small bracelet. A system message identified it as a magic power recovery bracelet. Nearby, Lee Gil-young found a battered, rusty iron shield. Dokja examined the items briefly. To be honest, they were underwhelming. Inside his head, he quickly figured out why. The protagonist of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, Yoo Joonghyuk, had already passed through this scenario in the original story. If Joonghyuk had cleared this place before them, it made perfect sense that the best items were already gone. Still, Dokja wasn't disappointed. When he opened the final box, something far more interesting appeared. Inside was a strange artifact called a mana brazier. The object emitted a faint glow, quietly radiating an aura of magical energy. Dokja activated it. As he poured magic power into the artifact, the brazier responded immediately. A gentle humming sound filled the cavern as a magical flame ignited inside it. Without hesitation, he grabbed the hind leg of a dead ground rat from the battlefield, but he placed it directly above the magical flame. Soon the scent of roasting meat filled the air. The smell alone was enough to make anyone's stomach react. Sangha hesitated, clearly tempted but unsure whether eating a monster was actually safe. Lee Gil-young, on the other hand, stared at the cooking meat like it was the greatest thing he had ever seen. After 3 days without a proper meal, his excitement was impossible to hide. Dokja didn't explain anything. Instead, he simply grabbed the cooked hind leg and took a bite himself. The meat was greasy and carried a strange taste. Nothing like normal food, but it was edible. That was enough. Seeing Dokja eat it without collapsing, Sangha and Gil-young immediately joined him. Hunger overpowered their hesitation as they eagerly started eating. While chewing the rough meat, Dokja couldn't help reflecting on something. Reading about survival in a novel and actually living through it were completely different experiences. After a while, Han Myung-go cautiously approached the group. The arrogant confidence he had shown earlier had completely vanished. Now he looked nervous, almost submissive. He awkwardly began to apologize for his earlier behavior. Dokja didn't bother dragging out the tension. Instead, he simply gestured toward the roasted meat and told him to eat. Han blinked in surprise, but didn't hesitate for long. Gratefully, he sat down and joined the others. For a moment, the group ate in silence. Then Sangha spoke. Her voice carried genuine curiosity. She couldn't understand how Dokja managed to handle every situation with such precision. Dokja casually brushed the question aside. He gave a vague answer. Sangha, however, simply smiled. She assumed his knowledge came from being an incredibly well-read person. Her admiration was obvious as she thanked him for everything he had done. Dokja shook his head and gave her credit in return. He reminded her that she had understood the warden's language earlier because of her knowledge of foreign languages. Her ability to study and interpret things had already proven incredibly valuable. A moment later, Sangha noticed something else. Dokja had been staring at the black box they had found earlier. Curious, she leaned closer and pointed out faint writing carved into its surface. Her sharp eyes quickly deciphered the strange characters. It says, "Random item box." Dokja blinked. He hadn't expected her to read the ancient script so easily. In the original novel, this black box was actually the the true treasure hidden in the scenario. Even Yoo Joonghyuk wouldn't discover its significance until his 6th regression, and once its power became known, it was considered a game-changing artifact. For Dokja, getting it this early was an enormous advantage. Sangha, completely unaware of its importance, encouraged Dokja to use it himself. She insisted he deserved whatever items came out of it. Dokja slowly opened the box. Then he placed 2 items inside. First, the Tier 7 demonic species core he obtained from the Warden of the Dark. Second, the shattered sword Broken Faith. The moment those items entered the box, Biryu, who had been quietly observing, suddenly panicked. He muttered nervously that an item like that shouldn't even exist anymore, claiming it had been removed from circulation long ago. Dokja ignored him. Biryu's voice grew louder as he frantically explained what the box actually did. Low-grade items placed inside it could be transformed into high-grade items with guaranteed success. Moments later, light exploded from the box. A blinding radiance filled the cavern as the sealed container trembled violently, releasing waves of magical energy. Biryu began panicking even more. He quickly shut down his broadcast channel, unable to deal with the implications of what was happening. Then a new notification appeared before Dokja. The system confirmed that the resulting item would be a bladed weapon, influenced by the presence of Broken Faith. Dokja quietly hoped for something incredible. A final system notification echoed in his mind. A high-grade item had been created. The box trembled one last time. Then it clicked open. Dokja slowly lifted the lid and looked inside. Inside the open box rested a silver guard and a flawless white blade, both radiating an otherworldly glow. The craftsmanship alone made it obvious that this wasn't an ordinary weapon. A system message appeared immediately, revealing its identity. The sword was Unbroken Faith. It was a constellation-grade artifact, something far beyond the usual item ranking system. According to the system description, the blade had once belonged to the legendary hero Kaizenix. Kaizenix had possessed overwhelming ether control, known as ether dominance, allowing him to forge the mythical Blade of Faith itself. Unbroken Faith was a remnant of that legacy. The weapon carried immense power, infused with fire, darkness, and divine energy. On top of that, it granted a direct enhancement to its wielder, increasing both strength and physique by 2 levels. After asking both Sangha and Lee Gil-young if they were okay with him taking the item, and receiving quick nods from both of them, Dokja claimed the sword. With their treasure secured, he suggested that they return to their base. Back where they had come from, there were still plenty of ground rats available as food. With the Mana Brazier, they could cook the meat properly instead of eating it raw. And with Gil-young's interspecies communication, gathering food would become far easier. Just as they were preparing to leave, Gil-young suddenly froze. Something felt wrong. There are no insects, he said quietly. Dokja paused. That was strange. He briefly wondered whether the death of the Warden of the Dark had somehow caused the insects in the area to die off or scatter. Still, the complete absence of insects was unusual. Then Gil-young hesitated before adding something unsettling. There is one. But instead of explaining further, he closed his eyes. The boy began concentrating. His small body trembled as his ability activated. Moments later, blood began dripping from his nose. Gil-young! Sangha cried out. Dokja immediately turned toward the boy, but Gil-young didn't respond. Before Dokja could react, boom, a massive vibration shook the ground. Dust rained down from the tunnel ceiling as the tremors intensified. Something enormous was moving on the surface. Dokja's instincts screamed. He quickly understood what was happening. Above ground, the region was filled with extremely dangerous monsters, many of them high-grade species. Among them was one particularly terrifying creature, the Insect King, a monarch-class monster capable of annihilating entire groups. And right now, Gil-young was trying to channel it. Dokja's eyes widened. He immediately grabbed the boy by the shoulders and shook him. Stop! Gil-young blinked. His concentration shattered. The connection broke instantly. Slowly, the boy's dazed eyes focused on Dokja again. Relief washed over the group. If the connection had continued even a few seconds longer, they might have summoned something far beyond their ability to survive. Dokja placed a hand on Gil-young's head. His voice was calm but firm. Don't use that skill again unless I tell you to. The boy nodded weakly, guilt and exhaustion filling his expression. For now, the immediate danger had passed, but moving forward wasn't simple. Dokja quickly assessed the situation. The black tide zone ahead was unstable and extremely dangerous. Navigating it blindly could easily get them killed. They needed a smaller insect guide to safely cross the area. Just as Dokja was about to think of another plan, Sangha stepped forward. Her face was calm. I think I might be able to help. From her fingertips, a faint glowing thread emerged. It extended outward through the tunnels, stretching toward the exit. Dokja watched carefully as the thread connected to something beyond the labyrinth. Sangha explained that she had secretly tied the thread earlier when she had been kidnapped. Her foresight had created a path leading back to the surface. Dokja felt a mixture of admiration and curiosity. Her ability clearly wasn't normal. Can I ask about your attribute? He asked. Sangha hesitated immediately. Her expression tightened with discomfort. Realizing he had crossed a line, Dokja quickly backed off. You don't have to answer. Still, his mind began piecing things together. Her Starstream contract likely contained an additional pledge preventing her from revealing information about her attribute. Violating it might even cost her life. The threat ability suggested something interesting. A constellation was clearly training her for something specific. Dokja couldn't identify which constellation had chosen her, but it was obvious she wasn't an ordinary incarnation. Curious, Dokja activated his character profile skill. A notification appeared. This character does not have a registered character profile. Currently collecting information about the corresponding figure. Dokja frowned. He had never seen a message like that before. Something about Sanga's status in the star stream was unusual. Before he could think further, another notification appeared. Channel BI7623 has reopened. A familiar figure appeared again. The Dokaibi Bihyung. With his usual mischievous grin, he greeted the group casually, acting as if nothing unusual had happened. As the group finally left the lair and returned toward the station, Jung Hee-won happily munched on some of the rat meat they had brought along. Her eyes sparkled in surprise. It's actually delicious. Dokja calmly explained that the meat also helped restore a small amount of health. Meanwhile, Byung spoke directly to Dokja through Dokebi communication. He praised Dokja for the incredible things he had accomplished while he was gone. But something bothered Dokja. How do you know what happened? Byung admitted that his return was indeed connected to Dokja, but not for the reason Dokja expected. Apparently, the management had issued a warning. Buryu had abruptly shut down the channel broadcast earlier, which violated Starstream regulations. Byung dismissed it casually, as if it were just an annoying formality. But Dokja had another question. How did you know about the random item box? Byung sighed deeply. Then he revealed something embarrassing. The random item box was actually something he had created himself long ago, during a moment of greed. At the time, he thought it would be a brilliant way to increase viewer excitement and profit. But the results had been too powerful. Eventually, the system removed the item from circulation. And now, Dokja had somehow found one of the few remaining copies. Byung scratched his head awkwardly. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have made that thing. Meanwhile, Jung Hee-won noticed the number of new items Kim Dokja had obtained, including the mana brazier. She pointed it out with clear curiosity. Dokja didn't bother hiding anything, and casually admitted that he had picked up a few useful items. As the conversation went on, Lee Hyun-sung grabbed the shield and began carefully polishing it. His expression brightened as he worked, obviously pleased with the equipment. Dokja noticed the subtle change in Hyun-sung's attitude, and soon a notification appeared in his vision, stating that Hyun-sung had begun to develop loyalty toward him. While Hee-won looked over Dokja's items, a hint of envy crossed her face. She clearly wanted something that could help her survive, but Dokja stayed firm in his decisions and refused to give anything away. To her, Dokja looked extremely frugal and calculating. Dokja simply ignored the comment and calmly spoke about survival as they returned to the station. The moment they entered, the atmosphere felt completely different. The station was filled with tension. People whispered nervously, their voices overlapping into a chaotic mix of fear and desperation. Dokja quickly scanned the area, trying to understand what had happened. Then the system notifications appeared. The cause of the panic became clear. Only 20 minutes remained before the mandatory survival fee collection. Each person needed 100 coins. Anyone who failed to pay would die immediately, and the fee would continue to be collected repeatedly until the second main scenario was cleared. The realization struck Dokja instantly. Around him, the panic intensified. Nearby, a man shouted wildly that he would give millions of won for just 100 coins, desperately trying to buy his survival. Another man pushed through the crowd in panic, calling for his sister. She had gone out with a search party earlier and had promised to share coins with him when she returned. When he questioned some members of that group, they mocked him instead, asking if she had ever truly volunteered at all. Their cruel laughter only deepened his despair. Watching the scene, Hee-won clenched her fists in anger. The heartless reactions of the crowd disgusted her. At that moment, Dokja heard a familiar voice. Yoo Sanga wasn't the one speaking. It was Lee In-ho. He approached Dokja with exaggerated friendliness, speaking loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. With a wide grin, he mentioned that Dokja possessed the most coins in the entire station. Then he activated his skill insight. The tension in the room instantly shifted. Dokja understood immediately what In-ho was doing. Coins were power in this world, and by revealing that Dokja had the most, In-ho had just turned him into the center of everyone's attention. Whispers spread rapidly. Coins! He has coins! Suddenly, a desperate woman rushed toward Dokja, begging him to lend her 100 coins so she could survive. Others began inching closer as well, hope and desperation shining in their eyes. In-ho watched with a mocking smile. Pretending to be helpless, he loudly told everyone that although he didn't have enough coins, Dokja certainly did. His words were carefully crafted to corner Dokja. The crowd's pleas quickly turned into demands. Inside, Dokja felt irritation rising. In-ho had skillfully manipulated the situation, pushing the entire crowd against him. Dokja quickly calculated the numbers. If he gave 100 coins to everyone, he would lose nearly 2,000 coins, a massive loss at this stage. but refusing would make him the villain in their eyes. The situation was also ironic considering the theme of the first scenario, original sin. Most of these people had already killed someone to survive, yet now they were begging for help instead of taking responsibility for themselves. Dokja weighed the morality of the situation against the brutal reality of the new world. Above them, the Dokkaebi Bihyung watched the chaos unfold with clear amusement. The countdown continued. 10 minutes remaining. Dokja closed his eyes briefly, steadying his thoughts. System notifications filled his vision. Several constellations were watching closely. Secretive plotter, prisoner of the golden headband, demon-like judge of fire. They were all waiting to see what choice he would make. Dokja slowly opened his eyes. The crowd surrounded him. He asked himself a simple question. Why should he play along with Inho's game? His expression turned cold. He had no intention of giving in. Seeing this, Inho burst into loud laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle he had created. His laughter only fueled the crowd's anger. People began shouting accusations. They called Dokja greedy. Some accused him of exploiting them by selling food for coins. Others demanded refunds. The station descended into chaos. Yoo Sanga and Lee Hyun-sung tried to calm the crowd. Sanga pleaded for everyone to stop, while Hyun-sung defended Dokja, arguing that he hadn't forced anyone to buy anything. But their voices were drowned out. With fake concern in his voice, Inho finally gave Dokja an ultimatum: return the coins or face the consequences. The threat hung heavily in the air. Dokja simply looked at him with cold indifference. He wasn't intimidated. That was when the crowd snapped. People surged forward, their desperation turning into violence. Armed with metal pipes and crude weapons, they rushed toward Dokja. Without panic, Dokja slowly drew his sword. Unbroken faith gleamed in the dim station light. The blade flashed as he moved with swift precision, meeting the first attacker head-on. When a man swung a pipe at him, Dokja responded instantly, delivering a clean strike that severed the attacker's arm. Blood burst into the air as the limb crashed to the ground beside the pipe. The man's agonized scream echoed throughout the station, bringing the charging mob to a sudden halt. Shock rippled through the crowd as they froze, horrified by the brutal display. Dokja remained unmoving, his voice cutting sharply through the stunned silence. He coldly questioned their actions, forcing them to confront how pathetic it was to blame him for their circumstances instead of taking responsibility for their own choices. Taking advantage of the brief stillness, Dokja quickly examined the character profile of the man he had just disarmed. The information confirmed what he had suspected. The man was Min Sung-han, and his statistics were unusually high for an ordinary person. His past as a gangster explained both his confidence and his readiness to resort to violence. Dokja then addressed the crowd with chilling clarity. His words sliced through the confusion like a blade. The people surrounding him weren't truly angry at him. They were afraid, terrified not only of him, but of the unseen forces manipulating everything around them. He revealed the truth they had been too frightened to admit. They weren't attacking him because of his coins or his actions. They were acting out of fear of the Chosu gang. The gang possessed more coins, stronger stats, and the power to dominate everyone else. Inho, ever the schemer, let out a mocking laugh in an attempt to discredit Dokja, but Dokja didn't stop. He forced the crowd to consider a disturbing question they had been avoiding. Why did the gang possess more coins? Why were their statistics so high? The answer wasn't simply that they were gangsters. System notifications flickered across Dokja's vision as the incarnations around him grew increasingly uneasy. One man in the crowd hesitated before speaking, his voice trembling as he asked how the Chosu gang had accumulated such wealth and power. Dokja answered without hesitation. When he first arrived at the station, there had been 87 people. Now there were only around 50. The crowd instinctively tried to reject the implication. Someone nervously suggested that the missing people must have been killed by monsters during patrols. Dokja shattered that illusion immediately. He asked them a simple question. If monsters were responsible, why had none of the Chulsu gang members ever died? Why did the gang always return from patrols stronger than before? His words pierced through the crowd's denial, forcing them to confront the truth they had refused to see. More notifications filled his vision. The secretive plotter nodded approvingly at Dokja's deduction, while the prisoner of the golden headband grew increasingly excited, tugging at his hair in anticipation of what would unfold. One man shouted with fury, demanding the truth. Had the gang been murdering survivors to steal their coins? Inho desperately tried to deny it, yelling that Dokja was lying, but the cracks in his composure were obvious. The crowd was no longer willing to believe him. Their agitation grew, and they began to surround the gang, voices shaking with rage and betrayal. Then Bihyong's voice rang out through the chaos, gleefully reminding everyone that only 7 minutes remained. The tension snapped. The crowd turned completely against the Chulsu gang, survival instinct overpowering everything else. Dokja's voice rose above the turmoil, commanding their attention. He urged them to act, to reclaim their dignity and fight for survival with their own strength. strength. His words ignited something within them. The crowd roared in agreement, their fear transforming into fierce determination. They rallied together in defiance of the Chulsu gang. Even a mother armed her young child, Dai Ong, instructing them to follow her lead. Weapons raised, the crowd surged forward. Seeing the tide turn against them, the Chosu gang rushed toward Dokja in desperation, hoping to eliminate the source of their problems. But they had gravely underestimated him. Dokja moved with calm precision. His blade flashed, and a brilliant white light filled the station. The gang members collapsed as their limbs were severed, their screams echoing through the battlefield. Broken and helpless, the surviving gang members begged for mercy, their arrogance completely shattered. Before Dokja could respond, however, another figure stepped forward, fierce and unwavering. It was Hyewon. Her blade moved in a blur, finishing the fallen gang members without hesitation. She told Dokja to step back, declaring that the remaining enemies were her responsibility. Her transformation was unmistakable. A radiant brilliance surrounded her, as the conditions for her attribute were finally fulfilled. System notifications confirmed it. The dormant attribute crouching figure had evolved. Hyewon's power had awakened as Judge of Evil, a rare and formidable attribute among judges. Dokja immediately recognized its significance. Among the three types of judges, the Judge of Evil was the most powerful, an executioner of justice who showed absolutely no mercy. Notifications flooded Dokja's vision, acknowledging his role in helping trigger Hyewon's evolution. As a result, she had gained deep loyalty toward him, one day becoming a sword he could rely on without hesitation. When Hyewon activated her exclusive skill, Time of Judgment, the entire battlefield seemed to grow suffocating under its overwhelming presence. The absolute good constellations had granted their approval, allowing the skill to unleash its full power. A blood-red aura enveloped Hyewon. Her movements were swift and fluid, yet devastatingly precise. Her blade sliced through the air with terrifying elegance, leaving crimson trails wherever it passed. Her kendo strikes cut down members of the Chosu gang with ruthless efficiency. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. It was pure carnage. Although others fought bravely, Senga, Lee Hyun-sung, and even the young Gil Young, none matched Hyewon's ferocity. Her attacks were relentless. Blood pooled beneath her feet as the bodies of the Chulsu gang piled around her. One by one they fell, until only Inho Cheon remained. Inho began to laugh, the sound hollow and desperate as he locked eyes with Dokja. His voice trembled with disbelief. But before he could finish speaking, Hyewon's blade descended. In a single decisive strike, she split him from head to toe. For a moment, Dokja simply watched the aftermath. It felt almost unreal. Just moments ago, these same people had been sharing food and laughter together. Now the station floor was soaked in blood, a brutal reminder of the new reality they lived in. The constellations observing through the channel erupted with excitement, their enthusiasm flooding the notifications. Then another message appeared. The survival fee would now be collected. A series of popping sounds filled the station as those who lacked coins began to disappear, vanishing instantly, their lives extinguished without ceremony. Hyewon's strength finally gave out. The adrenaline that had kept her moving drained from her body, and she collapsed onto the blood-soaked floor. Her chest heaved with ragged breaths, each inhale shaky and uneven. Her eyes looked unfocused, distant, as if she still hadn't fully processed what her own hands had just done. The silence that followed felt heavy and suffocating. Dokja slowly stepped toward her. Without a word, he extended his hand. His expression remained calm and steady as he helped her back onto her feet. For a moment, no one spoke, the weight of the situation pressing down on the entire group. Then Dokja finally broke the silence. In a quiet but firm voice, he reminded them that all of this, was only the beginning of the scenario. By the next morning, Jumho Station no longer resembled the chaotic shelter it had been the night before. The aftermath of the previous battle had changed everything. The station felt strangely hollow now. The once crowded area had thinned out dramatically, leaving behind an eerie quiet. Most of the survivors had already left. Everyone had chosen their own path, splitting off in search of their own chances of survival in this new brutal world. Aside from Dokja and his companions, only 5 other people remained inside the station. These individuals had proven themselves strong enough to endure the night's trials. Dokja assumed they would manage just fine on their own, especially since they still possessed enough coins to get by. Still, the atmosphere had shifted. The air felt heavier now, not loud or chaotic like before, but tense, like the calm before another storm. Among Dokja's group, Hyewon had already blended in naturally as their newest ally. Meanwhile, Han Myung-go had completely vanished. He had slipped away without leaving any trace behind. No one asked where he went, and honestly, no one seemed particularly concerned. His disappearance created no real gap within the group. For Dokja, it simply meant one thing. It was time to move forward. Together, they stepped out of the station, beginning their journey toward the next stage of the scenario. While walking, Hyewon suddenly approached Dokja and lightly punched his arm. A notification window immediately appeared in his vision. You have received 1,500 coins from the character Hyewon. Dokja blinked in surprise. Hyewon had apparently divided the coins earned during the previous night's battle and distributed them fairly among everyone. Now it was Dokja's turn to receive his share. share. She explained casually that she had earned the highest number of coins, and keeping everything for herself would have made her feel guilty. Sharing them simply felt right to her. Dokja silently thought to himself that if their roles had been reversed, he probably wouldn't have been nearly that generous. But that was just how Hee-won was. Fair, straightforward. High above, the watching constellations seemed thoroughly entertained by the growing bond between these survivors. Dokja quietly reviewed their current situation. After the brutal fight the previous night, the group had accumulated a large amount of coins. As expected, Dokja himself had received the biggest portion. Part of it came from his actions during the battle, but a large chunk was also due to the constellations showing interest in him. Earlier that morning, Bi-hyung, though clearly reluctant, had finally handed over Dokja's portion of the gifted coins. The notification window in front of him displayed the updated total. 23,050 coins. Still, Dokja couldn't help but think about how quickly coins disappeared. Just recently, he had spent 4,400 coins upgrading his stats. His next strategy was already forming. He planned to raise the level of Bi-hyung's channel. If the channel attracted more constellations, their attention would naturally bring in more sponsored coins. More spectators meant more potential rewards. As the group stepped into the dark tunnel that marked the start of the second scenario, a new system window suddenly appeared in everyone's vision. Second main scenario objective: pass through the tunnel and meet the survivor located in the first shelter zone. There was no time limit attached to the mission, but the objective itself was crystal clear. The group paused briefly, processing the information. Lee Ji-hye frowned and asked what exactly a shelter zone meant. Dokja calmly explained. Their destination was Chungmuro Station, which served as the main shelter zone for this scenario. But the journey there was anything but simple. Not long after entering the tunnel, their path was blocked by a massive swarm of ground rats. The creatures flooded the tunnel in endless waves. Sweat drenched Hee-won's body as she fought. Clearly tired, she muttered in frustration. On paper, traveling 3 stations didn't sound like much. But underground, with non-stop monster attacks, it felt like a nightmare. After a long and exhausting fight, Dokja finally decided it was time to take a break. He noticed signs that other people had previously passed through this section of the tunnel. Scattered belongings, abandoned bags, supplies that looked like they had been dropped in a hurry. He pointed them out to the group and suggested they search the area while taking a short rest. Lee Hyun-sung suggested they push forward instead, but Dokja firmly disagreed. He explained that once they reached the shelter zone, they might not get another chance to rest. His cautious instincts told him it was better to prepare now, rather than regret it later. Eventually, the group continued forward. After some time, another platform finally came into view. The sight waiting for them there was grim. The station they had just passed through, Yaksu Station, the area was littered with corpses. After examining the wounds carefully, Dokja came to a disturbing conclusion. Many of the injuries were clearly caused by weapons, which meant only one thing. Yoo Joonghyuk had been here. It was a harsh reminder. In this new world, monsters weren't the only things people needed to fear. Once they reached the platform, Lee Hyun-sung immediately volunteered to scout the surrounding area. Dokja nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Sangha and Hee-won exchanged a brief glance, silently agreeing on something. Dokja watched them curiously as they prepared to head off together. Noticing his expression, Hee-won smirked and asked if he wanted to come along. Feeling a bit awkward, Dokja quickly declined and told them to go ahead without him. Inspired by the idea of a short break, Hyun-sung announced that he was going to the restroom. Gil-young immediately followed after him. 4 of them split into pairs and headed toward the facilities. Dokja remained behind. For a moment, he simply watched their retreating figures. Then he quietly made a decision of his own. Sometime later, Hee-won suddenly realized something. Dokja wasn't anywhere nearby. She turned toward Hyun-sung and asked where he had gone. Hyun-sung casually replied that Dokja had gone outside the tunnel to check the surrounding area. The moment Hee-won heard that, her expression changed. A sudden realization hit her. The air outside, it was still poisonous, and Dokja had just walked straight into it. Meanwhile, Dokja was already moving through the suffocating, poisonous fog. His eyes remained fixed on a single destination, Dongguk University Station. The toxic air burned his lungs with every breath, but he didn't slow down. Because this wasn't a reckless decision. Dokja hadn't suggested resting near Dongguk University Station just because the group was tired. No, there was another reason, a very specific reason. According to what Dokja remembered, the next step of their journey was located just beyond Exit 6 of Dongguk University Station. As he moved forward, something in the distance caught his attention. His pace immediately quickened. Standing there was the statue of the great monk Samyongdang, a towering stone figure that seemed to watch over the area in silent vigilance. At that moment, a message appeared before Dokja's eyes, informing him that a constellation wearing a robe was eagerly anticipating whatever action he would take next. Back inside the station, the rest of the group could only speculate about Dokja's sudden disappearance. Hee-won questioned why he had left so abruptly, and Lee Hyun-sung explained that Dokja had gone on what he described as a pilgrimage. Meanwhile, standing before the imposing monument, he clasped his hands together respectfully as if offering a prayer. Immediately, system messages began appearing before his eyes. A constellation wearing a robe robe, was delighted by his actions, and 100 coins were sponsored. Without wasting a moment, Dokja summoned the purest form of sword force and channeled it into the blade of faith. With a precise and decisive strike, he swung his weapon toward the statue of Samyeongdang. The blade cut through the stone with overwhelming force, shattering the magnificent monument into countless fragments. Another notification appeared instantly. The constellation wearing a robe was stunned by what he had just done. Hovering above, Bi-hyung let out a shocked cry. Unable to believe what he had just witnessed, Dokja had destroyed the idol of a powerful constellation without hesitation. Yet Dokja himself remained completely indifferent to the chaos his action had caused. It was a deliberate move that would change the course of the scenario. A short time later, Dokja returned to Dongguk University Station. Sitting down calmly, he began eating a ground rat he had prepared earlier, quietly restoring his energy. Bi-hyung, however, was furious. His voice echoed angrily as he scolded Dokja for destroying the idol of a powerful constellation. Such an act was not trivial. It was a direct insult to the dignity of a constellation. Bi-hyung was especially worried about the damage this would cause to his channel's reputation. But Dokja paid little attention to Bi-hyung's complaints. Internally, Dokja reflected on why his decision had been necessary. Every idol contained a sealed portion of the constellation's power. If that seal was broken, it could release skills or items connected to that constellation. The ability Dokja needed for their next destination, Chungmuro, was hidden within that statue. Normally, unlocking an idol's power required patience and specific conditions, but Dokja had learned a shortcut from the novel, a method that allowed him to bypass the usual process entirely. Bi-hyung continued ranting, accusing Dokja of endangering the channel's standing, especially by provoking a powerful constellation known as the bald leader of the peasants' army. Dokja calmly pointed out the irony in Bi-hyung's complaints. Soon after, several system messages appeared before his eyes. The constellation wearing a robe was furious about the destruction of the statue, while another constellation, the prisoner of the golden headband, found the entire situation amusing. When Dokja returned to the group, he was immediately greeted with curiosity and concern. Lee Hyun-sung expressed relief upon seeing him again, while Hee-won teased him sarcastically about his so-called pilgrimage. She jokingly asked whether he had visited a cathedral or a temple. Rather than responding to the teasing, Dokja simply presented her with an item, the robe of the great monk Samyeong. The robe, though worn and tattered in appearance, was infused with the power of justice. She clearly doubted it held any real value. Dokja then began explaining the history of the monk, though Hee-won seemed unimpressed, admitting she had never heard the name before. Next, Dokja handed another item to Sangha, the prayer beads of the great monk Samyeong. These beads possessed a powerful effect that greatly enhanced the recovery of mana. Unlike Hee-won, Sangha immediately recognized the name. Her eyes widened with interest as she explained that Samyeong was a monk from the mid-Joseon dynasty who had played an important role during the Japanese invasions of Korea. Dokja nodded, using Sangha's knowledge to strengthen his explanation. He stated that the robe and the prayer beads were relics imbued with the power of the great monk Samyeong himself. With complete confidence, Dokja continued his fabricated story. He claimed that while praying before the statue out of simple curiosity, the relics had suddenly fallen from the sky. At that moment, a system message appeared again in his vision. Some constellations seemed impressed by his boldness. Taking the lie even further, Dokja explained that the great monk himself had sent these relics as a divine blessing to protect Korea once again. The group listened carefully, their expressions gradually shifting from doubt to belief. Sangha thoughtfully considered the possibility that the great monk Samyeong might actually be a constellation. Lee Hyun-sung, filled with patriotic pride, straightened instinctively and showed respect toward the monk, as if addressing a superior officer. Meanwhile, Bi-hyung could only watch the entire scene in stunned disbelief, shocked by how boldly Dokja was manipulating the situation. But as Dokja glanced at the system messages appearing before him, he realized his gamble had paid off. A new message revealed that the constellation wearing a robe had forgiven his earlier offense. The same constellation also revealed its nickname, the bald leader of the peasants' army. Dokja quietly reflected on the nature of constellations. Even though his actions had been outrageous, no constellation would refuse the chance to have their name praised and remembered. Hee-won repeated the name of the great monk Samyeong aloud, committing it to memory as the group continued moving forward. Dokja reminded everyone to stay prepared. They were getting close to Chungmuro. As they continued walking, Dokja calculated the distance. They were now only about half a mile away from Chungmuro Station, and he fully expected trouble before they arrived. His prediction proved correct. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. A new sub-scenario had been triggered. The objective was clear: escape the illusory prison within 1 hour. Before Dokja could even fully register the new scenario, he immediately told everyone to back off and keep their minds steady. His tone was sharp, urgent, like he already knew what was about to go down. And right on cue, the tunnel was swallowed by a thick, suffocating haze. The fog spread fast, way too fast, devouring everything in sight until visibility dropped to absolute zero. The air turned heavy, almost choking. like the world itself was pressing down on them. Then it hit. Reality straight up broke. The tunnel they were just standing in twisted into something unrecognizable. The space warped, bending like a corrupted dream. Within seconds, the group was completely separated. No footsteps, no voices, just isolation. Dokja tried to stay focused, but even he felt it. The environment kept shifting unpredictably, like the world was glitching out around him. His senses blurred, direction lost, everything unstable. And then a voice, faint but clear. Not just any voice, a voice he knew, something from his past. The illusion tightened around him like a vice. The scenery completely dissolved, and in its place stood a figure he recognized instantly. No confusion, no denial. His chest clenched. The illusory prison didn't play fair. It dragged out your worst memories, your deepest scars, and amplified them until your mind cracked under the pressure. Just as the pressure started to crush him, a system message flashed in front of his eyes. His personal skill, fourth wall, activated. Instantly, everything shifted. The illusion began to crumble like it was never real to begin with. Dokja exhaled slowly, regaining control. So that's how it worked. This place, the illusory prison, was designed to mentally dismantle anyone trapped inside it. It weaponized trauma. Snapping back to reality, Dokja immediately shouted for the others, telling them to stay calm and control their breathing. But he was too late. The damage had already been done. Lee Hyun-sung stood there, completely disoriented, unable to gather his thoughts. Hee-won was straight up losing it, screaming, swinging wildly at things that didn't exist. Gil-young had collapsed, trembling violently, clutching his ears while muttering apologies over and over like he was breaking down. Dokja clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, too slow. Then, through the chaos, he saw her, Sangha. She emerged from the haze, and unlike the others, she was still stable. The prayer beads of the great monk Samyang on her wrist were glowing faintly, creating a small zone of clarity around her. He rushed straight to her. He told her to cover him. He was about to break this entire zone. Sangha didn't hesitate. She nodded immediately. Meanwhile, Dokja's mind sharpened. Everything narrowed down to one point, the skill he got from smashing that statue. This was the moment of truth. That gamble, it better pay off. He activated his personal skill, Dispel Evil, and boom. Energy erupted outward from him, slicing through the fog like a blade tearing through fabric. The oppressive illusion started breaking apart. Slowly, the prison collapsed. The fog began to lift. One by one, his teammates reappeared. Lee Hyun-sung was on the ground, shouting military oaths, like muscle memory kicked in out of panic. Gil-young was curled up into himself, whispering about his mother, completely shaken. Sangha immediately rushed over to comfort him, her calm presence grounding him. But then, Hee-won, she wasn't okay. Her eyes were glowing a deep, unnatural red. That wasn't just trauma. That was demonization kicking in. And she snapped. Without warning, she charged. No hesitation, no control. Her blade came swinging at full force, wild and reckless. The robe of the great monk Samyang was supposed to suppress this kind of thing. But right now, it wasn't doing its job. Dokja reacted instantly. No panic, no delay. One clean strike to the back of her neck. Knockout. Hee-won dropped like a switch had been flipped, collapsing to the ground. Take care of her, Dokja told Sangha, already moving on. A notification popped up. Sub-scenario complete. Reward, 300 coins. But Dokja didn't relax for even a second, because obviously, it wasn't over. He pulled out his sword again, already anticipating what was coming next. And right on schedule, monsters started spawning. These things looked wrong. Like blobs of living liquid, semi-transparent, shifting constantly, straight-up ectoplasm vibes. Dokja moved like a machine. Clean cuts, no wasted movement. Behind him, Lee Hyun-sung was finally snapping out of it. His breathing steadied, his posture straightened. He got back up, still confused but functional. Sangha walked over to him and explained everything. The illusion, the breakdown, the fight. Hyun-sung just stood there for a second, then gave a quiet, sincere thank you. Respect. Dokja just brushed it off like it was nothing. Instead, he crouched down and picked up something shimmering from a specter's remains. A specter spirit stone. Rare drop. Valuable. He checked it briefly, then stored it away. Future investment secured. Meanwhile, Gil-young started to wake up, still shaky. Sangha immediately checked on him, asking if he needed a rest. The kid just shook his head, holding his temples, saying his head hurt. Dokja walked over and gently patted his hair. Out of everyone, this kid probably took the hardest hit. Gil-young clung to him tightly, still trembling, like Dokja was the only stable thing left in his world. Sangha broke the silence, pointing out something ahead. A faint light, finally. They were close. Dokja's mind immediately went into calculation mode. Their team was exhausted, mentally and physically. Pushing forward like this was risky, but staying here? Also risky. Before he could decide, a voice cut through the tunnel, sharp, alert. Everyone turned instantly, and then they saw it, a blade, gleaming in the darkness, not attacking, just a warning. And from the shadows, a girl stepped out, and her stance firm, her presence dangerous. The girl didn't waste a second. Her grip tightened on her blade, as she demanded to know exactly who they were and why they were even here. Every word she spoke carried pressure. This wasn't just a random survivor talking. This was someone used to being in control. As she stepped closer, Sangha's eyes widened slightly. Recognition hit. That face, that presence. Lee Ji-hye, the sole survivor of Taepung Girls' High School. Meanwhile, Dokja was already locking in. His gaze sharpened as he studied her, mind moving fast. He didn't just recognize her, he knew her story. From 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, she wasn't some background extra. She was a key player, a major one. Ji-hye didn't ease up, though. If anything, she got more aggressive. Her blade flashed slightly as she questioned them again, her disbelief obvious. How did you deal with the specters? Her eyes narrowed. That's not something just anyone can do. Only my master knows how. Yeah, she wasn't buying anything easily. Dokja stayed calm on the outside, but internally he was already breaking things down piece by piece. Without making it obvious, he activated his character profile skill. Information flooded in. 17 years old. Sponsored by the god of naval warfare. Attribute, scarred sword demon. Everything matched perfectly, no doubt about it. This was her. Dokja's thoughts sharpened further. Ji-hye wasn't just important. She was the entire reason Yoo Joonghyuk would later prioritize Chungmuro. Losing her trust? Yeah, not an option. Before things could drag out any longer, Ji-hye clicked her tongue and gestured with her sword. Follow me. No explanation, no warmth, just orders. The group exchanged looks, but complied. And right as they moved, a system message popped up. Main scenario completed. Encounter. They had officially made it. Chungmuro. But instead of relief, the place hit them with pure tension. The moment they stepped in, it felt off, like the entire area was breathing uneasily. They followed Ji-hye through the station, and Sanga's eyes immediately caught something. The shattered screen doors of the platform. The damage wasn't small. It screamed chaos. Dokja, meanwhile, was looking at something else entirely. The sky. More specifically, more Dokaibi channels. Way more. The number had clearly increased, meaning the scale of the scenario had expanded, and somewhere out there, Bi-hyung was probably getting overwhelmed trying to keep up with all this. Yeah, things were escalating. As they moved further in, a group of middle-aged men noticed them. Their eyes lingered a bit too long. One of them casually called out, grinning, Well, if it isn't the little samurai." Dokja's eyes flicked toward Ji-hye for a split second. Little did that guy know. The being backing her wasn't something you casually joke about. If he had any idea, he'd probably shut up real quick. Ji-hye, though, didn't care. She just sniffed in annoyance, clearly already done with them. Another guy laughed, making some half-baked comment about how there's nothing to do in a broken world anyway. Then things got worse. One of them turned towards Sanga, started talking about how she came from Dongguk University, how she looked nice, how he knew a cheap room. Sanga blinked, confused at first, trying to understand what he meant. Then it clicked. The man laughed even harder, like it was funny. But before it could go any further, Ji-hye stepped in. Her voice turned cold instantly. Enough! The temperature dropped. She told him to back off and get upstairs. No hesitation, no room for argument. The men looked annoyed for a second, but then they backed down. Not worth the trouble. They left. Just like that. Ji-hye finally sheathed her sword and turned back to Dokja. Her expression? Unreadable. She had brought them this far. That was it. I'm not babysitting you. Straight up. Dokja internally sighed. Yeah, politeness was not her thing. As she turned to leave, completely done with them, Dokja spoke. Yoo Joonghyuk. That name alone stopped her. Instantly. She turned back slowly, eyes sharp, full of suspicion now. Who are you? Dokja caught that reaction immediately. So it's already happened. Yoo Joonghyuk had gotten to her. Given her sponsor, the god of naval warfare, it made perfect sense. Of course, Joonghyuk would recruit someone like her. Anyone would. Dokja calmly introduced himself as someone who had survived alongside Yoo Joonghyuk, a calculated move. But Ji-hye didn't lower her guard, not even a little. Her eyes stayed locked on him, searching for lies. Dokja added that Joonghyuk would recognize his name. Still, no full trust. Then she dropped it. Master isn't here right now. Master. Yeah, that word hit weird. Dokja's expression didn't change, but internally, yeah, that was something. What exactly happened between those two? Ji-hye turned to a nearby boy and told him to watch the group while she went to find Joonghyuk. The kid hesitated, clearly unsure. Who are they? Ji-hye shrugged slightly. They say they're master's companions. That was enough. The boy's whole energy flipped instantly. Wait, really? He looked at Dokja with wide, excited eyes. Dokja just nodded calmly. That was all it took. The kid immediately started talking, like non-stop. Apparently, Joonghyuk showed up 3 days ago, saved him and Ji-hye from monsters, and instantly became their leader. The story just kept going, and going, and going. Dokja, already bored. So were the others. At one point, they were straight up yawning. The kid noticed, looking slightly offended. Are you even listening? Dokja just cut in flatly. So basically, he showed up, saved you, and now you follow him. Silence. Yeah. Summarized. Efficient. Dokja internally noted something, though. This kid thought it was heroism. But in reality, Joonghyuk probably just happened to be there. Timing, not kindness. Meanwhile, Yoon-sung shifted to practical questions. Food, survival, logistics. The boy admitted most of their food came from Ji-hye hunting monsters, while Joonghyuk handled cooking. Yoon-sung started taking notes. Actual notes. Dokja glanced at him like, bro, what are you doing? Then came water. The boy mentioned they traded with a group, the Landlord Coalition. That name immediately caught Dokja's attention. Yeah, that group. Trouble. Big trouble. Before they could dig deeper, the same middle-aged men from earlier came back, still lingering, still watching. They asked again about rooms. The boy quickly shut it down, saying they were just heading upstairs for the bathroom. The men looked disappointed, but told them to be careful and left again. Finally, the group moved on. But Dokja's mind wasn't at ease, because he remembered, from the novel, the Chungmuro Landlord Coalition controlled everything here, and their leader, one of the 10 evils, meaning this place wasn't safe, not even close. As they walked, Sangha spoke up again, still confused about something. What did those men mean by rooms? Those rooms the men were talking about weren't normal rooms at all. They were designated green zones, areas that had become essential for survival in this scenario. These zones offered some level of safety, a fragile sense of order in a world that had completely fallen apart. But of course, nothing came for free. Most of those green zones were controlled by the landlord coalition, and they weren't exactly generous. Other groups existed, sure, but the coalition basically had a monopoly over the lower levels of Chungmuro. If you wanted safety, you played by their rules, or you didn't get any. Hearing that, Dokja's thoughts shifted immediately. So, what about Yoo Joonghyuk? He asked. Did he do anything about them? The boy hesitated before answering. He admitted that while Joonghyuk had saved them, he hadn't stuck around to deal with the coalition. After that, they were pretty much left to survive on their own. Dokja wasn't surprised. That sounded exactly like Joonghyuk. His overwhelming strength naturally pulled people toward him, but that didn't mean he cared about leading them. He didn't ask for loyalty. People just gave it to him anyway. Still, something felt off. Dokja narrowed his eyes slightly. This round, it was already deviating from what he remembered, and that meant one thing. He needed to figure out what had changed. Before he could think deeper, Hyunsung pointed ahead. A crowd had formed further down the passage, packed tightly together like something was blocking the way. The boy spoke up again, pointing. The bathroom's just past that. People were begging someone named Pildu to let them back into the green zone. We'll pay. Just one more night, please. But the man they were begging didn't care. Stand back. His voice was cold, firm, completely unmoved. Dokja's eyes sharpened. Pildu. That name wasn't random. He scanned the scene carefully, trying to pick out who exactly it was, but the chaos made it hard to pinpoint anyone specific. Still, he already had a bad feeling. And then it happened. Gil Young. The kid slipped forward through the crowd before anyone could stop him. Hey! Dokja called out, but it was already too late. Someone shoved the boy. Gil Young stumbled and fell straight into the restricted area. A system message popped up instantly. Trespassing on private property. The entire atmosphere shifted. Just like that. Heads turned. The landlord coalition members at the front locked onto Gil Young like predators spotting prey. One of them stepped forward slowly, looking down at the boy with pure disdain. Do you even know where you are? The crowd reacted immediately, pulling back in fear. People started whispering, panicking, like they already knew what was about to happen. Gil Young looked up, confused and scared. Isn't this the way to the bathroom? The man smirked. It was. Past tense. But you made a mistake. His tone turned colder. You stepped somewhere you shouldn't have. Then, a sound. Mechanical. Sharp. The ground shifted. Small turrets, mini Gatling guns, rose from the floor, locking into place with chilling precision. Every single one of them aimed at Gil Young. The man's voice cut through the silence. Pay up. A system notification appeared immediately. Stigma activated. Militarized Zone Level 3. Penalty 500 coins for trespassing. Failure to pay will result in immediate execution. Yeah, this wasn't a joke. This was a kill zone. The turrets hummed, fully loaded, ready to fire at any second. The henchmen stood there calmly, like this was routine. Like they'd done this 100 times. Dokja stepped forward instantly. Sangha, take care of Heewon. No hesitation. He moved straight to Gil Young's side, placing himself between the boy and the guns. Now all the attention shifted to him. The henchman raised an eyebrow, smirking. Oh, the guardian, huh? Then you pay. 500 coins. For stepping on the wrong tile. Dokja found it almost ridiculous. But at the same time, interesting. So this was what Chungmuro had become under Joonghyuk's watch? No, not under his watch. That was the point. Dokja already knew the name behind this. Pildu Gong, the armament lord of Chungmuro, one of the 10 evils. A certified problem. Every regression changed their ranks and appearances slightly, but their roles, always the same. And Pildu? He was exactly the kind of person you'd expect. Dokja glanced around, and the size of this green zone alone told him everything. This guy's territory was massive. He wasn't just another thug, he was established. Dokja looked back at the henchman. Why are you collecting money in a public place like Chungmuro Station? The man laughed. Public? He shook his head. That ended 8 days ago. This place belongs to us now. Yeah, that checked out. Dokja exhaled lightly. Fine, he said. I'll pay. The henchman smirked wider. Easy. But then, Dokja added calmly, I'll give it directly to Pildu Gong. That wiped the smirk right off his face. What? Dokja's gaze didn't waver. You're not him. Straight up. No hesitation. Internally, Dokja had already figured it out. These guys, former landlords, now reduced to enforcers, working under Pildu, a coalition built on control and exploitation. The henchman looked thrown off, clearly not expecting that. But Dokja didn't stop. He raised his voice slightly. Pildu Gong. A system message flashed again. You have trespassed on private property. This time, the turrets shifted. All of them turned toward Dokja, but he didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't step back. Pildu Gong. He called out again, louder. Silence. Then, from behind a bench stacked with supplies, a man lowered his magazine, middle-aged, relaxed posture, but his eyes cold, sharp, dangerous. There he was, Pildu Gong, the armament lord. Stop right there, Pildu said calmly. Take one more step, and you die. No exaggeration, no bluff, just fact. Dokja's mind spun quickly. 2 personal attributes. High mana, sharp instincts. Yeah, no wonder he was one of the 10 evils. This guy wasn't just some idiot with power. He was dangerous, the kind you couldn't underestimate. Behind him, Pildu's men moved fast, surrounding Hyunsung and the others without missing a beat. Clean formation, prepared, always ready. Dokja let out a small chuckle, then slowly raised both hands. Relaxed. Hey, no need to get worked up. To him, this was simple. Tenant meets landlord. That's all. Pildu watched him closely, a faint smirk forming. So, you want something? His tone made it clear. He wasn't interested in charity. Dokja got straight to the point. We need a place in the green zone. Pildu didn't even hesitate. No, flat, immediate. Then he added 500 coins per person, per day. Dokja's expression didn't change, but internally, yeah, he was done with this guy already. Greedy to the core. Typical landlord behavior in this broken world. Still, he had expected something like this, so he switched tactics. If not coins, he paused slightly. I can offer something else. Pildu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Dokja met his gaze. Information, a beat. Then, about Yoo Joonghyuk. That did it. The entire atmosphere shifted again. The henchmen stiffened. Their eyes narrowed. Murmurs spread through the group. That name carried weight. A lot of it. Dokja had hit the exact pressure point. In the original story, Joonghyuk was already in conflict with these guys, which meant this was leverage. Pildu's smirk faded. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Dokja like a predator sizing up prey. Now he was interested. But Dokja didn't flinch. He answered simply, as if it were nothing special. We've been through life and death together. A close companion. Whether Pildu believed it or not didn't really matter. Dokja wasn't trying to convince him, just pushing things far enough to strike a deal. Still, Pildu wasn't the type to be fooled so easily. His expression hardened as he scoffed. I've seen people like you before. Talk big, take what they want, then disappear without paying. So that was his angle. Distrust. Dokja caught it instantly, and instead of arguing, he turned, as if he was about to walk away. The tension tightened immediately. A deliberate move, a calculated risk, and it worked. Stop, Pildu called out, right on cue. Dokja smiled inwardly. The hook had sunk. But this wasn't really about traps. It was about money. Always money. Pildu stepped forward slightly, his tone shifting. Fine, pay first. Dokja tilted his head, feigning confusion. How much? A mistake. Or at least, that's how it turned out. Pildu smirked and raised the price without hesitation. 1,000 coins. For you and the kid. Yeah, that escalated fast. Dokja cursed internally. This guy was worse than he expected. Even the Dokaibi weren't this shameless. A complete parasite. Too expensive. The meaning was clear. Pay or die. A sharp click echoed. Then, boom, a turret fired. A blazing shot tore through the air, aimed straight at Dokja. Dokja! Sangha screamed. Hyunsung moved instantly, shoving Gilyung aside. Run! The crowd scattered in panic as the shot closed in. Dokja didn't move, didn't have time. He braced himself. And then a shield slammed into place. Clang! Hyunsung stood in front of him, gripping it tightly. But it wasn't enough. The force pushed him back. His arms trembled. Dokja, I can't hold it. His voice strained. The defense wouldn't last long. Dokja's mind raced. Hyun was still unconscious. If this turned into a full fight, someone was going to die. And for what? Nothing. There was nothing to gain here. So he made a decision. Pildu, he called out. You're making a mistake. Pildu didn't even blink. Why should I care? Dokja's voice remained calm. If you fight now, you won't walk out of here alive. Silence. For a brief second, something shifted. Pildu didn't respond, but his expression tightened. He felt it, a presence, approaching. Dokja felt it too, heavy, familiar, dangerous. The air grew thick. Even Pildu's men started to look uneasy. Then, from the escalator, someone descended. Slow, calm, overwhelming. Yoo Joonghyuk. A notification flickered through Dokja's vision, reflecting the unease swirling in Joonghyuk's mind. But despite everything, Dokja smiled. Relief. Unexpected, but real. Jie and Pildu both froze for a moment, staring between the two. They hadn't expected this, not even close. Dokja spoke first, casual. Long time, but the meaning behind it, anything but casual. Joonghyuk's gaze locked onto him. There was confusion there, sharp, unhidden. Dokja turned slightly, addressing the stunned group, then looked back at Joonghyuk. Mind helping me out here? Just prove we know each other. Simple request, but calculated. Dokja knew him, knew exactly how he worked. Joonghyuk might be ruthless, but he didn't break agreements, especially not now. Not with constellations watching. And they were watching. Dokja could feel it. Messages flickering, eyes on them, and even the demon-like judge of fire was observing, waiting, testing Joonghyuk's loyalty. Joonghyuk hesitated slightly about to speak, but Dokja cut in again. Oh, and one more thing. A pause. Let us use the bathroom too. Yeah, that landed. The timing? Absolutely ridiculous. Even in a life or death situation. People stared, speechless. Talking over Yoo Joonghyuk like that? Insane. Then Joonghyuk moved. No words. Just action. His blade slid free. A silent answer. Pildu saw it. And that was enough. His confidence cracked instantly. He didn't want that fight. Not now, not against him. Fine. He backed down. Just like that. The turrets lowered. The tension broke. For now. Dokja exhaled lightly, then turned back to Joonghyuk with a small grin. Good timing. Joonghyuk looked at him. Expression flat. You're still alive. That was his greeting. Dokja smirked slightly. What, were you hoping I wasn't? Joonghyuk didn't even blink. Doesn't matter. Same as ever. Blunt. Cold. Unbothered. Dokja's eye twitched slightly. Yeah, he really wanted to punch him. Just once, but reality hit fast. Stats. Power gap. Yeah, bad idea. So he held it in. Instead, he activated his skill, character profile, now fully unlocked. And the moment he saw the details, he froze internally. Stronger, way stronger. Even compared to his third regression in the original story. This version of Yoo Joonghyuk was on another level. Why are you staring? Joonghyuk's voice cut in sharply. Dokja blinked, snapping out of it. His thoughts spiraled. Something wasn't right. Joonghyuk was taking bigger risks than he should. Moving differently, faster, more aggressively. This wasn't the same path. So what was he planning? What was he aiming for? Are you done? Joonghyuk asked, impatience creeping in. Dokja let out a small scoff, masking his unease. Relax. Just admiring the view. Joonghyuk's gaze lingered on him, sharp and irritated. To him, Dokja was as troublesome as ever. Persistent, annoying. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Should I just kill him? And Dokja, he heard it, clear as day. His expression didn't change. But internally, yeah, he cursed. This insane regressor, still unpredictable, still dangerous. Joonghyuk's gaze shifted, landing on Dokja's companions. His voice followed, calm but pointed, as he commented on the group standing behind him. Then, another message appeared. This time it hit closer. Joonghyuk himself was disappointed. Dokja blinked, caught off guard. Disappointed? The confusion settled in immediately. What had he done wrong? Before he could process it further, Joonghyuk activated a skill. Eye of the Sage? Level 8. His sharp gaze swept across the group, analyzing every detail without missing a thing. Then, his thoughts fixated on one person. Lee Hyunsung, the one Joonghyuk had entrusted to Dokja, and what he saw didn't impress him, not even close. Hyunsung had potential, plenty of it, but right now, he was too weak, far below what Joonghyuk expected. The disappointment deepened. In Joonghyuk's mind, it was simple. If Hyunsung had stayed with him, he would have grown far stronger. Dokja read every bit of it, every judgment, every comparison, and he couldn't even deny it. There was truth there. Hyunsung might have reached greater heights under Joonghyuk, but Dokja exhaled quietly, grounding himself. He wasn't Joonghyuk. He wasn't a regressor. He wasn't some chosen hero. He was just a reader, someone who happened to know how the story went. Nothing more. Then, something changed. Joonghyuk's gaze froze mid-scan. For the first time, a flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes. Subtle, but real. Dokja noticed immediately. What? He tried to follow Joonghyuk's line of sight, but everyone was standing too close together to tell who or what had caught his attention. He wanted to ask, but he stopped himself. That would give it away. The fact that he could read Joonghyuk's thoughts, that had to stay hidden. Just as the silence began to stretch, Hyun stepped forward, sharp, defiant. Her voice cut in as she directly addressed Joonghyuk, pulling his attention away. Perfect timing. Dokja almost smirked. She had unknowingly saved him from a dangerous situation. But even then, Joonghyuk's thoughts hadn't settled. There was still a trace of violence lingering beneath the surface. So Dokja moved quickly. Redirect. Control the flow. Why are you letting Pildagong do whatever he wants? Straight to the point. Joonghyuk's reply came instantly. You're a prophet. You should already know. Cold. Dismissive. Dokja shook his head slightly. I don't know everything. A system notification flashed. Lie detection activated. Joonghyuk had checked him, and the result? Truth. Joonghyuk acknowledged it with a faint shift in expression, then answered, I need him alive. Simple, but enough. Dokja pieced it together immediately. Pildagong wasn't just some random obstacle. He was necessary, a key part of a future scenario. Still, that didn't sit right with him. There's a problem with that, Dokja said. Joonghyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. Dokja continued. Maybe Pildu himself is important, but his gang isn't. That was the issue. This chaos. This exploitation. It wasn't necessary. And Joonghyuk, he wasn't the type to tolerate useless disorder. So why leave it like this? Dokja pressed further. Instead of answering, he dismissed it. Not worth my time. Then he turned, ready to leave. Just like that. Dokja's frustration spiked. Do you even understand what's happening here? His voice rose. If you ignore this, people are going to suffer. Joonghyuk didn't stop. Didn't even look back. It doesn't concern me. That hit hard. Dokja's fists clenched. For a split second, he actually considered it. Should I hit him? Just once. Right in the face. Joonghyuk stopped, then slowly turned back, his expression calm, but challenging. Like he had heard that thought, the tension between them became suffocating. But Dokja held himself back. He knew better. Acting on impulse here? Suicide. Without another word, Joonghyuk gestured to Jihye. They turned and walked away, leaving Dokja standing there, frustration still burning in his chest. As their figures disappeared, a system notification appeared. 1 hour 30 minutes until the third scenario. Dokja exhaled slowly. 1 week. That's how long the next scenario would last. And Joonghyuk? He definitely had a plan. Something big. Something that would give him the advantage. And that was exactly the problem. Dokja couldn't let him control everything. Still, a bitter thought surfaced. That bastard. Always ahead. Always. He looked scary, you know. Hyun's voice pulled him back. You seem nervous. Dokja laughed awkwardly. Me? No way. He brushed it off quickly, but he didn't dwell on it, because there was a bigger problem. Gong and his group, they couldn't be ignored. From what Dokja knew, they had turned public spaces into private territory, charging people just to pass through or survive. But at the same time, Pildu was necessary. To clear the third scenario, they would need his cooperation, and if he refused, everything could fall apart. Dokja rubbed his temple, irritation building again. Heewin, on the other hand, had already made up her mind. Then we just beat him. Simple. Direct. I'm sure we can win if we fight together. Dokja shook his head immediately. No. Too reckless. His eyes briefly dropped to her weapon. Not enough. Not against Pildu's defenses. If they were going to survive what was coming, they needed better gear, better preparation. Heewin, still unwilling to back down, activated her skill. Time of judgment. Or at least, she tried to. Nothing happened. A notification appeared. Constellations of pure good alignment. No response. Skill activation failed. She froze. Confused. What? Her brows furrowed. Why didn't it work? From her perspective, it made no sense. Gong and his gang were clearly evil, exploitative, cruel, villains. So why didn't the skill recognize them? Dokja already knew the answer. Because they're not considered evil enough. He said it calmly. Her expression hardened. What does that even mean? Dokja exhaled. Your skill doesn't follow human standards. That was the problem. Time of judgment was powerful. Incredibly powerful. But it had strict conditions. It only worked on those judged as truly evil by the constellations. Not by people, not by emotions, but by their own absolute criteria. From a human perspective, Pildu was trash. But from the constellations' point of view, he didn't cross that line. Not yet. And that difference, that gap in judgment, left Heewin visibly frustrated. Dokja looked at her steadily. There's still a way to deal with Gong. That pulled her focus back. Hope, thin but present. He continued, his real strength isn't just him. It's his stigma. Militarized zone, a territory-type skill. Inside it, he was untouchable. Turrets, defense systems, absolute control, a fortress. But outside that zone, Dokja's eyes narrowed slightly. He's much weaker. That was the key. Simple in theory, impossible in practice. Because Pildu had already solved that problem. He had no reason to leave. His domain wasn't just defended. It was livable. Blankets, food, even a makeshift toilet. He had everything he needed to stay put indefinitely. A complete lockdown, a perfect siege position. Drawing him out, that would be the real challenge. Before they could go further, a system message interrupted. Time remaining. 1 hour until the third scenario. Silence fell over the group for a brief moment. Then, movement. As they shifted, the surrounding survivors reacted instantly, flinching, backing away. Fear spread through the station like a disease. Nearby, a man gripped a knife tightly, guarding a tiny one-person room like it was his life. Because it was. The tension was suffocating. But Dokja didn't linger on it. Pildu could wait. For now, they needed a room, a green zone. And then, a familiar presence appeared. Byung, the Dokebi, dropped in with his usual grin, clearly enjoying the chaos. Looks fun, doesn't it? With a snap, message windows exploded into view across the station. Main scenario number 3, green zone. The rules were simple, brutal. Claim a green zone. Survive for 7 days, every night at midnight. Monsters would appear. And if you didn't have a zone, you died. No exceptions. Byung's grin widened as he added the final twist. You can take someone else's zone too. That was all it took. He vanished, and the station collapsed into madness. Screams erupted. Fear turned into violence. People lunged at each other without hesitation. Weapons swung. Bodies fell. One man screamed as he attacked. Not out of rage, out of desperation. This wasn't a story anymore. It was survival. Raw, ugly, real. Do we have to fight like that? Sanga's voice trembled. Dokja shook his head calmly. Not yet. His mind was already moving ahead. Green zones varied. Some barely fit one person. Others, like Pildu's, could hold dozens. They needed one big enough for all of them. But with this chaos, finding one wouldn't be easy. So Dokja took control. We split up. Quick. Decisive. Sanga, Hyunsung, B3. Heewin Gilyoung, B2. I'll search alone. They all nodded. If no one finds anything, regroup 20 minutes before the scenario starts. No hesitation. They moved, scattering into the chaos. Dokja stayed behind for a moment, watching them go. Then, he pulled out his phone, opened 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. His eyes scanned the text rapidly, and then he found it. A single line. His worst-case scenario, no rooms left in Chungmuro. He exhaled slowly. So that was it. Finding a green zone? Impossible. Which meant only one option remained. Take one from someone else. His gaze drifted across the station. Blood already stained the floor. Bodies lay scattered. People fought like animals over scraps of space. Even the weak refused to back down. Because everyone understood now. Hesitation meant death. Dokja stood there, calm. But inside, a question lingered. Could they do it? His companions? They were good people. Could they really kill just to survive? A distant scream tore through the station. Another life ended. Another space claimed. A system message appeared. Time remaining, 30 minutes. And still, Dokja didn't move. Instead, he kept reading. The novel. His only guide. His only advantage. Then, Byung's voice cut in again, irritated this time. What are you doing? You're going to die at this rate. Around him, constellation stirred. The prisoner of the golden headband voiced curiosity, tinged with frustration. Dokja calmly turned off his phone, hiding the screen. That secret could never be exposed. If the Dokebi or constellations found out, everything would collapse. Why are you staring into space? Byung snapped. Dokja casually turned the phone back on and showed it, just enough to deflect suspicion. Young frowned, clearly unconvinced. To him, Dokja looked like he was wasting time, thinking, planning, doing nothing. But Dokja wasn't idle. He was analyzing, and he realized something crucial. Young couldn't see the contents of his phone. Neither could the constellations, as if they could, they would have reacted instantly, which meant this knowledge, this novel, was completely hidden from them, a blind spot, and that raised a terrifying question. Just how powerful is the one who gave me this? The author, the source, the one thing even the system couldn't touch. Then, a scream, loud, desperate, final. It echoed across the station and then stopped. Silence followed. The fight was over. For now, the fight on platform line 3 was over. A winner had been decided, and the owner of the room? Just a kid. The boy stood there clutching his face, like his life depended on it. Because it did, his eyes locked on Dokja, full of fear and warning. Don't come closer. Don't take this. Don't. Dokja raised a hand casually. Relax. His tone was calm, almost bored. I'm not here for your room. The kid didn't fully believe him, but he didn't move either. Nearby, Lee Jae watched the whole thing unfold, a sharp grin spreading across her face. You're pretty chill for someone about to die. Her voice carried amusement, like she was watching a show. Dokja smirked slightly. You don't look that worried either. That only made her grin widen. Of course not. She tilted her head, confident. No one's dumb enough to come after my room. And she wasn't wrong. Her reputation alone was enough to keep people away. Dokja observed her quietly. Someone like Ji-hye. Only a handful of people could challenge her. The Landlord Coalition, or Yoo Joonghyuk. Ji-hye's tone shifted slightly as she looked back at him. Still, I don't want you to die. Dokja blinked. That was unexpected, and she scratched her cheek lightly, almost awkward. You've got guts. Standing up to my master like that, so that's what it was. Dokja chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'm not planning on dying. Then he added casually, I don't even need a room. That caught her attention instantly. Her eyes narrowed with curiosity. What, you that strong? She leaned in slightly. Stronger than him? Before Dokja could answer, a presence appeared behind her. Heavy, overwhelming. Yoo Joonghyuk. He didn't waste a second. Go back. Ji-hye froze, then immediately straightened. Yes, no argument, no hesitation. She turned and left instantly. Absolute obedience. Once she was gone, Joonghyuk's gaze shifted to Dokja, cold, sharp. If you face the monsters like this, you'll die. Dokja didn't budge. We'll see. Calm, unshaken. Joonghyuk stared at him for a moment, then turned and walked away. Conversation over. Just like that. A few moments later, the group regrouped. And Heewon? Yeah, she was furious. 2,000 coins? Her voice echoed as she ranted. Per night? Are they insane? Her anger burned hot. Hyunsung looked at Dokja, straight to the point. Did you find something? Dokja shook his head. No. Silence fell. Then Dokja spoke again. We have two options. That got everyone's attention. The first one is easy. We all survive. Heewon crossed her arms, skeptical. And the second? People usually choose that one, don't they? Dokja didn't hesitate. The second option is harder, and someone might die. That shifted the mood instantly. Hyunsung spoke first. Then we should pick the first one. Logical. Heewon nodded, but Sangha raised a hand slightly. Explain both first. Fair. Dokja pointed toward a nearby room, occupied with 5 people inside. The first option, we take that room. Simple. Cold. Their stats? Not impressive. With their group, it would be easy. Heewon's expression snapped. Wait, her voice sharpened. You're not saying... Dokja didn't even blink. We kill them. Silence. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Gil-young spoke up first. I'll do it. His voice was firm and determined. If you do it, I will too. Sangha immediately turned to him. No, don't say that. Heewon clenched her fists. We thought about it. Her voice dropped. Low, tense. But that doesn't mean we should do it. Dokja didn't back down. They probably took that room the same way. This is how people survive now. If we don't adapt, we die. Heewon's eyes hardened. I've killed before. The words came out sharp. Back at Geomho, I don't regret it. A pause. But that doesn't mean I like it. Her voice steadied. I'm not becoming a monster. Hyunsung stepped in calmly. Explain the second option. Dokja closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. Decision made. We're going with the second. Heewon immediately snapped. Then why bring up the first one? Testing us? Dokja shook his head. No. He looked at Gil-young, softened slightly. I would have respected whatever choice you made. Then he gently ruffled the boy's hair, a quiet reassurance. Then his tone shifted again, serious, focused. If we're doing this, you follow my instructions exactly. No room for argument, no matter how strange it sounds. If you hesitate, we all die. Silence. No one argued. A system message flashed. Time remaining 5 minutes. Dokja began explaining. The monsters will spawn. Over there. He pointed toward the tunnel. They'll rush toward the ground level. If we fight them here, we die. Simple. So we split. He looked at them one by one. Trust me. Then he dropped the real plan. When they appear, run toward them. Heewon blinked. What? You want us to run at them? Not toward Dongguk? Dokja nodded. Timing is everything. Don't move until they spawn. He picked up a stone. Threw it. Crack. It hit the barrier blocking the tunnel, and the barrier shattered, dissolving instantly. The path opened. No hesitation. Dokja lifted Gil-young onto his back. Get ready. A breath. A pause. And then, run. Hyunsung moved first. Sangha followed. Heewon gritted her teeth, then sprinted, straight toward the spawning point, straight into danger. As they ran, the red zone came alive. Monsters began to pour out. The first wave. Grade 9. Ground rats. Small. Fast. Endless. They flooded the area in overwhelming numbers, crawling over everything in their path. Then, something heavier emerged. Grolls, intermediate grade 9 monsters. Massive hulking creatures that rose from underground like nightmares given form. The pressure spiked instantly. Sangha! She saw it first. A faint shimmer. Green tiles embedded in the wall ahead. Without thinking, she reached out. The moment her fingers touched the surface. Flash. Brilliant light burst out. A notification appeared. Realization hit instantly. Hee-won reacted without hesitation, slamming her hand against the wall behind her. Another flash, another activation, but Hyunsung didn't make it. Not yet. Ground rats swarmed him, piling onto his shield. He couldn't move. He was stuck. Hyunsung. Sangha acted immediately. She threw a makeshift rope toward him. He grabbed it. Then, she and Hee-won pulled together. Hard. Hyunsung was yanked forward, lifted off the ground, breaking free from the swarm mid-air, and slammed his hand against the wall. Flash activated. Behind them, Sangha turned. Dokja, urgent, worried, but no response. Dokja was already gone, far ahead, running, with Gil-young on his back. His mind was racing, and he remembered the hidden rule. The third scenario wasn't what it seemed. Green zones weren't limited to rooms. They could appear anywhere, even walls. And on line 3, there were only 2 hidden zones. One, already taken. The second, had to be ahead. No slowing down, and not now. As he pushed forward, something caught his eye. A boy, standing frozen just a few meters away. Terrified, paralyzed. The ground rats were closing in, fast. For a split second, Dokja thought about it, taking his room, the easy way, the safe way, then laughter, loud, mocking, Beyond. His voice echoed through the station. Ah, this is getting interesting. A system message followed immediately. Scenario penalty activated. Certain green zones will be disabled. Dokja's eyes widened. Too late. The boy's green zone vanished instantly. Gone. The rats didn't hesitate. They swarmed him, tore into him. Blood exploded into the air as his screams ripped through the station. Then stopped. Just like that. Dokja didn't slow down, not even for a second. That death bought him time. He ran, straight into the next passage, only to be blocked. Monsters flooded in through shattered screen doors. No path forward, no escape. Dokja moved instantly. He pulled Gil-young behind him and drew his sword. Unbroken faith. The blade ignited with power. He swung, clean, precise. Monsters fell, one after another, but they kept coming. Gil-young's voice cut through the noise. Dokja didn't respond at first. Too focused, but then, why are you helping us? The question landed. Heavy, simple, honest. Dokja hesitated. Just for a second. He didn't have a clear answer. Elsewhere. Sangha and Hee-won fought their own battles. Dokja and Gil-young, are they okay? Sangha's voice carried worry. Hee-won gritted her teeth, unable to see through the swarm. Back on the front line, Dokja kept cutting through the rats. Each swing efficient, controlled. He stepped forward, picked Gil-young up again, and kept moving. A thought crossed his mind. It would have been easier alone, safer, more rewards, less risk. But then a memory surfaced, a story he once read, a protagonist who chose selfishness and paid for it. Dokja exhaled. I'm not a hero, not a savior, not even a protagonist. But one thing was certain. Gil-young isn't dying today. Hold on tight. His voice was steady. Then he activated it. A dark aura erupted around him. Blackening. Kim Nam-woon's power. Violent. Ferocious. The energy blasted outward, forcing monsters back. But not all of them. Claws tore into him. Fangs sank into his flesh. The ground rats ripped into his thighs. Pain exploded through his body. But he didn't stop, didn't slow down. He ran forward, relentless. Then he saw it, the wall, faintly glowing, the second hidden green zone. He jumped, clearing the remaining swarm, and landed in front of it. Relief flickered. For a second, then a message appeared. Green zone occupied. Dokja froze. His eyes narrowed. Inside the zone, someone was already there, someone he recognized instantly. Yoo Joonghyuk, standing calmly, safe, untouched. Move. Dokja's voice was low, controlled. You don't need it. Joonghyuk didn't even react. I'm tired. Flat. Dismissive. I'll stay here. Dokja's irritation surged. How? This wasn't supposed to happen in the original story. Joonghyuk only discovered this place in his 4th regression. Not now. Not here. Dokja clenched his jaw. He wanted to lash out, but held himself back. Instead, he made another demand. Then take him. He pushed Gil-young forward. At least take the kid. A pause. Then Joonghyuk reached out. Accepted. Gil-young resisted immediately. Hyung! He struggled. Tried to go back. But Joonghyuk's grip was firm, unshakable. Dokja turned away. No hesitation. He stepped out, back into the swarm. The rats surged toward him again, watching from above. Constellations reacted. The bald general of justice closed his eyes. The judge of fire stared, intense and unsettled. Even Joonghyuk, for a brief moment, hesitated because in Dokja's hand, something glowed, faint, otherworldly, the Spectre Stone. And even as the monsters closed in, even as claws tore into him, Dokja didn't stop. Not even for a second. Dokja already knew what the stone could do. More importantly, he knew something else. Even someone like Yoo Joonghyuk couldn't use it. Not like this. Not properly. So without hesitation, Dokja bit down on the stone. Crack. Pain exploded through his body, sharp and immediate, but he didn't stop. As the stone shattered in his mouth, a strange vapor began to leak out between his lips. It spread quickly, thick, heavy, a fog that swallowed him whole. Then, a system message. Illusory prison has been activated. You have become a ghost species. The world twisted. The platform beneath his feet rippled like water. Shapes blurred. Joonghyuk, Gil-young. Their figures distorted into something unreal. Their voices fading, distant, like echoes from another world. Dokja had become a ghost, and the moment it happened, he understood. A voice reached him, soft, familiar. Dokja, his mother. The instant he heard it, he knew. A dream, a trap. He tried to resist, but this time, it wasn't easy. The ground beneath him shifted, turning into something soft. Unstable. A message appeared, cold, unforgiving. The influence of the fourth wall has weakened due to excessive immersion. That was bad, very bad. Scenes began to play out around him. Not memories, not fully, but something worse. Fragments, forced, unavoidable. A living room covered in blood. A man's body, lifeless, still. And a woman standing over it, silent. Her back turned. But he didn't need to see her face. He knew. Dokja's breathing grew uneven. No, his mind pushed back, hard. I'm not doing this again. He shook his head violently. And the scene shattered, breaking apart like glass. Gone. But the damage remained. That memory, his trauma. It was never supposed to surface. Not like this. Not ever again. He clenched his teeth. This was the cost. The Spectre Stone, an item he picked up before reaching Chungmuro. Its effect? Turned the user into a ghost, invisible to monsters. But the price? It dragged your deepest wounds to the surface, amplified them, forced you to relive them. Dokja had avoided using it for that exact reason. But now, he had no choice. Normally, the fourth wall would have protected him, shielded him, kept his mind stable. Without it, most people would have already broken, lost themselves completely. Dokja stood there, waiting for the fourth wall to come back. Then, a voice. Different. Not his mother, not his past. Real. Are you Yoo Joonghyuk? Dokja turned sharply. Someone was there. A woman. Unknown. Foreign features. Blonde hair. Calm. Composed. But her presence? Heavy. His eyes locked onto hers and froze. Her left eye. A swirling red vortex. Alive. Unnatural. Dangerous. Dokja didn't answer, and instead, he activated his skill. Character profile. The system flared to life. Barriers around her mind resisted. Strong. Level 6. But not enough. Cracks formed, and then the result appeared. Attribute, prophet, savior. Dokja's eyes narrowed. Anna Croft. Of course, a character from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, and one of the most dangerous types, a prophet. Someone who could see fragments of the future and manipulate outcomes. More importantly, she could enter other people's consciousness. No distance, no limitation. Which meant she wasn't here physically. She was inside his mind. Her red eye glowed brighter, studying him, pressuring him, trying to dig deeper. Dokja stayed calm, even though he knew lying to her was pointless. A system message confirmed it. Lie detection level 7 activated. False statements will be detected. So instead of lying, he tested her. Dropped a clue. Ichthyosaur Nucleus. The reaction was instant. Her expression changed. Shock, recognition. That was enough. She knew. He was the one who sent it. The rare item. The one she used to implant the archdemon's eyeball into her own eye. That swirling red power came from him. Her advantage and her strength. Now, it wavered because at the same time, the fourth wall began to return, slowly but surely. Anna's figure flickered, blurring, her connection weakening. Her eyes lost focus. The archdemon's influence faded. Dokja watched silently. Then, he gave a small wave. Bye. Casual. Unbothered. And just like that, she disappeared. Gone. The fourth wall fully reactivated. His mind sealed itself again. Untouchable. Stable. Safe. The illusory prison effect faded soon after. Clarity returned. Fast. Too fast. How much time passed? That thought hit him immediately. His chest tightened. His companions, were they okay? Had the scenario started? Were they still alive? Or buried under a swarm of rats? Another thought hit harder. Joonghyuk. What if he killed Gil-young? That possibility sent a sharp wave of anxiety through him. Then, voices, faint at first, then clearer, pulling him back. Evil dispel activated. The fog in his mind broke apart. His vision cleared, and the first thing he saw, Sangha, right in front of him, relief written all over her face. Dokja, next to her. Hyunsung, Hee-won, all of them. Alive, worried, exhausted. Dokja slowly looked around. The station was a battlefield. Blood everywhere, bodies scattered, signs of a brutal, desperate fight. They survived, but barely, and somehow, that didn't feel like a win. The scenario? His voice was steady, despite everything. Hyunsung answered immediately. It's over. We cleared it. There was relief in his tone, even a bit of pride. Dokja tried to move, and felt it instantly. His body was wrecked, heavy, drained. Every muscle screamed, but he stayed conscious, because he knew. This wasn't the end, not even close. Their relief didn't sit right with Dokja. It felt too early, too shallow. This is just the first day. His voice was quiet but firm. We still have 6 more days. The weight of that reality settled over the group. This wasn't a victory, it was survival. Barely. His mind kept moving, calculating. Yesterday was the 4th day. The timeline lined up, but before he could think further, Hyunsung stepped in. You haven't slept. His tone carried concern. You need rest. Dokja blinked, still groggy. What time is it? 8:30 a.m. Hyunsung checked quickly. It's only been 30 minutes since the scenario ended. 30 minutes. That was it. Dokja frowned slightly. It felt like hours. Days even. But no, he hadn't been out for long. Even so, his body told a different story. Heavy, broken, like it had been dragged through hell. His thoughts shifted immediately. Gil-young? Hee-won opened her mouth to answer, but Dokja had already found him, a few steps away. Standing between Ji-hye and Yoo Joonghyuk. The 3 of them were talking quietly. too quiet to hear. Joonghyuk's expression was the same as always, unreadable. But there was a faint irritation there, subtle, easy to miss. Gil-young, on the other hand, didn't back down. Even standing in front of someone like Joonghyuk, he stood firm. Dokja narrowed his eyes slightly. What happened? Pieces began to fall into place. Maybe Gil-young had surprised him earlier. Maybe something happened when Dokja wasn't there. Then Joonghyuk spoke again, offering something, an invitation. Come with me. Simple, direct. Gil-young didn't hesitate. No, quiet, but firm. Joonghyuk tried again. You'll grow stronger. Still, no. Another refusal. Clean, unshaken. For a brief moment, Joonghyuk's eyes shifted toward Dokja. Their gazes met, and in that instant, thought passed. Cold, measured. He's too lucky. A pause, and then, I'll let him live. For now. Dokja wanted to respond, to say something. Anything. But his body refused. Too tired. Too drained. He couldn't even speak. Then, Gil-young noticed. Hyung. His voice cracked. Relief flooded his face as he ran over and hugged Dokja tightly. His small frame trembled. He'd been crying. Joonghyuk watched from a distance, silent, uninvolved, but his mind already moving, calculating and planning. Tonight, time was slipping, and he couldn't afford to waste it. For a brief second, Dokja felt it, like he could almost read Joonghyuk's thoughts, but it slipped away. His mind blurred. Darkness crept in again, and before he could stop it, he collapsed, unconscious. The third day ended. Time passed, quietly, slowly. Then, a voice, cheerful, annoyingly so. Wake up. Dokja's eyes opened. Bi-hyung, of course, grinning right in his face. Finally awake? Hyun's voice came next, teasing. Took you long enough. She stretched lazily. Hyunsung's thigh make a good pillow? Nearby, Hyunsung mumbled in his sleep. Roll call? Yes, sir. Private Lee Hyunsung. His words trailed off, half-conscious, and a remnant of his military past. Dokja blinked slowly, still disoriented. For a second, it almost felt like he was back in the army. Then, reality snapped back. Bi-hyung clapped his hands, clearly entertained. All right, here. He tossed something toward Dokja, and then it hit. Messages. The demon-like judge of fire was saddened by what she saw. The abyssal black flame dragon was intrigued by his past. The secretive plotter focused on one thing, his mother. Coins began pouring in, one after another. Their curiosity, their sympathy, their interest, all translated into currency. Plus 1,800 coins. Dokja's expression darkened slightly. So they saw it, his past, his memories. Things that should have remained buried, exposed, observed, like entertainment. His jaw tightened. But there was no time to dwell on it. More messages followed. You have survived Chungmuro's night without a green zone. Achievement unlocked. Never-ending dawn. Plus 1,000 coins awarded. His total, 22,650 coins. A large sum. More than enough. Dokja exhaled slowly. A small moment of satisfaction. His plans were finally possible. Nearby, Hyun yawned again. So? She stretched. What's the plan for tonight? Same thing? Dokja shook his head immediately. No, that was a one-time move. No repeats. No relying on luck. In truth, his knowledge had limits. Even 3 ways to survive the apocalypse didn't reveal everything, especially not the hidden zones for the 4th day. But that didn't matter. His voice turned firm, decisive. We end this today. Silence. Hyun blinked. What? How? Dokja didn't hesitate. We hunt the landlord. Simple, direct, final. Across the room. Hyunsung shifted slightly, sitting up straighter, still tired, but alert. Dokja glanced at him. You fell asleep, a hint of amusement in his tone. Hyunsung rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, I must have dozed off. You were talking in your sleep, Dokja added casually. Calling yourself Private Lee Hyunsung. Hyunsung froze. Then, his face flushed slightly. That was from a long time ago. His voice carried embarrassment. My early days in the military. Dokja nodded slowly. I figured, then added, promotions aren't easy in compulsory service. Hyunsung gave a small nod. I was promoted near the end. He said it lightly, like it wasn't a big deal. But Dokja knew better. That kind of promotion? Rare. It meant discipline, skill, reliability. Hyunsung downplayed it, but Dokja took note, carefully, because that kind of past, that kind of person, would matter. A lot, especially for what came next. Dokja thought about Hyunsung for a moment. How hard it must have been. The things he carried, and the discipline, the past. And yet the man himself stayed quiet, uncomplaining, steady as ever. Dokja broke the silence. I'm glad you're here. Hyunsung looked up slightly. There's a sense of safety, having you around. Simple words, but honest. And that matters right now. A small smile appeared, faint but warm. Thank you. It wasn't much, but it was real. After that, Dokja stood up and walked over to Senga and Hyun. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. I need your help. They both turned toward him, listening carefully. Dokja explained briefly what he wanted them to do. It wasn't complicated. Just do what I showed you earlier. He glanced back at Hyunsung. He's been off lately. A pause. He needs a push, encouragement, support. Something to steady him again. In Dokja's mind, the situation was clear. This isn't how it's supposed to go. In the original story, Hyunsung's attribute should have awakened at Gyumho Station during the fight with Cheolsu's group. But that didn't happen. Instead, Hyun changed, not Hyunsung. That meant one thing. I have to trigger it myself. Because without that, they'd fall behind. And with Yoo Joonghyuk moving, with people like Gong Pildu waiting, there was no room for weakness. Sanga nodded immediately. I'll help. Her voice was gentle but determined. I want him to be how he used to be. Strong, reliable. Heewon smirked slightly. You're really good at reading people, huh? Dokja shook his head. Just a skill, nothing more. Before stepping away, he added, take turns. Don't rush it. It'll work. First, Heewon. She walked over and sat next to Hyunsung. Casual, relaxed. Then she spoke. You know what you remind me of? Hyunsung blinked. What? A big pine tree. She shrugged. Solid. Doesn't move. Always there. Hyunsung chuckled softly. That's a nice way to put it. There was a hint of comfort in his voice. Then he added, back in the army, my favorite song was Green Pine Tree. Silence. Heewon stared at him. I don't care. Flat, uninterested. Hyunsung's expression dimmed slightly. A system message appeared. Attempt failed. Dokja sighed quietly from a distance. That was not it. Next, Sangha stepped in. She approached gently, her tone warm. Hyunsung-si, he looked up. I really admire you. He froze. Me? She nodded. Your sense of justice. It's strong and rare. The words hit differently. Hyunsung hesitated. His gaze lowered slightly. Justice. He repeated it softly. A system message appeared. Target is focusing on the concept of justice. He looked back at her. Thank you. His voice was quiet but sincere. The impact was clear. Dokja let out a small breath. Good. That was working. Then, Gil-young. He walked up confidently, looked Hyunsung up and down, and grinned. Your muscles are amazing. Simple, direct, no hesitation. Hyunsung blinked, then laughed. For real this time. Haha, thank you. His expression softened. Dokja watched and almost laughed. That's all it took. So simple, so effective. Hyunsung really was low maintenance. Still, it worked. That's what mattered. Dokja nodded slightly. Good job. He looked at Gil-young. Did you check? Gil-young nodded immediately. Yeah. The person you're looking for, basement, first floor. Perfect. Dokja turned without hesitation. Time to move. As he climbed the stairs, voices greeted him, mocking, annoying, Pildu's men. Well, look who survived. A squatter. Must be nice getting carried by Yoo Joonghyuk. Laughter followed. Dokja didn't react, didn't even look at them, and instead, his eyes moved, counting green zones, one by one. Each floor, each location. He memorized everything, because for his plan, nothing could be missed. The voices kept going. Why don't you join us? Pildu might take you in. Bring those women with you too. The laughter turned uglier, disgusting. Still, Dokja stayed calm, focused. 11 zones left. That was all. Far fewer than before. The situation was tightening, fast. I'll think about it, he replied casually, without stopping. That only made them louder, more arrogant, but Dokja had already tuned them out. By the time he reached the first basement, they didn't exist to him anymore. He stepped onto the escalator, mind still calculating, when suddenly, a blade touched his neck, cold, silent, precise. He didn't even hear it coming. Only one skill could do that right now. Ghost walk. Dokja didn't move. Li Jia, a small pause, then her voice. You're disappointing. Calm, but sharp. Making deals with people like them? The blade pressed slightly, a warning. Dokja remained relaxed. If it came down to it, he said quietly, Heewon would kill them all. Jihye didn't respond immediately, but the pressure eased, just a little. And why didn't you? Last night. Her tone hardened. Why not just kill them? Dokja answered simply. I came to talk, not fight. A lie? Not entirely. Jihye lowered the blade slightly, still cautious. What do you want? Why are you here? Dokja turned slowly to face her, observing, fast, sharp, exactly as expected. Why are you guarding this place? Jihye frowned. Orders. Yoo Joonghyuk's. No one passes. Not even you. That confirmed it. So that's your move. Dokja pieced it together instantly. Joonghyuk was preparing something, which meant there was no time left. Dokja stepped closer, calm, direct. I need your help. Jihye's eyes narrowed. With what? Taking down Gong Pildu. Today. Silence. Then her expression shifted. Interest. A spark. Rare. A system message appeared. Your understanding of Li Jihye has deepened. Dokja continued. There's a way. But I can't do it alone. If we fail, most of the station dies. Jihye scoffed. People die anyway. Flat. Detached. Joonghyuk's influence. Clear as day. Dokja didn't back off. Instead, he hit her with something else. Your first scenario. She stiffened. The subway. I saw it. Her eyes sharpened instantly. I saw you. A pause. Kill your classmates. Silence fell between them. Heavy. Unavoidable. And this time, she couldn't ignore him. Dokja's words hit harder than he expected. Jihye flinched. Her expression twisted. Anger flashing across her face. Stop. Her voice rose sharply. Just... Stop talking. What do you know about me? About what I went through? Dokja didn't look away. I don't. Honest. Calm. But that's not the point. A pause, and then, if you don't act now, his voice lowered. You'll regret it. Silence. Heavy. Unavoidable. For the rest of your life. That landed. Deep. Jai didn't respond, but she didn't attack either. And that was enough. Later. Dokja regrouped with Sangha and Heewon. Heewon crossed her arms. You think she'll actually help? Dokja nodded slightly. She's hot-tempered. A faint smirk. But she's not heartless. She'll come. There was certainty in his voice. Then... He checked the time, and his expression hardened. It was starting. Tonight would be worse. Much worse than before. We move now. His tone shifted. Urgent. Sharp. Dokja quickly assigned roles. Heewon, your floor. Sangha, you too. Gil-young, same plan. Each of them nodded. No hesitation. They split up immediately, and no time to waste. Dokja turned and started climbing. Hyunsung followed beside him, but something was off. Dokja-si. His voice was quieter than usual. I'm not sure I can do this. Dokja glanced at him. Hyunsung avoided his gaze. They're all relying on me. A pause. But I don't think I'm enough. There it was. Years of being overlooked. ignored. It hadn't gone away. Dokja exhaled lightly. I trust you. Simple. Direct. This plan depends on you. That wasn't a lie. Not even a little. But inwardly, Dokja was surprised. This wasn't in the story. This level of doubt. He hadn't seen it before. Still, he adjusted. I'll hear your story later, he added, when this is over. Hyunsung blinked, then gave a small, awkward smile. Talking to you feels strange. Like, he hesitated. Like, I've known you for a long time. A notification appeared. Your understanding of Lee Hyunsung has deepened. Another followed. Target is opening up. Hyunsung quickly looked away, embarrassed. I didn't mean it like that. He fumbled his words. Dokja didn't press. Didn't need to. Then, a voice cut in, mocking, loud. Well. A group stepped out. Middle-aged men, rough, arrogant. The Chungmuro Landlord Alliance. Their leader grinned. Then, they revealed it. A woman, held by her hair, trembling. Please, let me go. Her voice shook, desperate. The man laughed. She wouldn't sell her room. Like that justified everything. The air turned heavy. And then, let her go. Hyunsung's voice cut through. Sharp, firm, different. The man turned. What? Who the hell are you? Hyunsung didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Dokja, waiting for permission. Dokja met his gaze and nodded. Now, a notification appeared. Lee Hyunsung wishes to enact justice of his own will. Evolution imminent. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Weapons were drawn. The alliance members stepped forward. Pressure rising. Dokja checked the time. Perfect. Without hesitation. He spent his coins, boosting his stats, preparing. Then, boom. Explosions echoed through the station. Small, but enough. Screams followed. Confusion spread. The signal. Everything fell into place. The alliance members panicked. Where did that come from? Spread out. Too late. Dokja moved. Fast. Clean. One strike. And the man holding the woman screamed. His arm. Gone. Severed instantly. Blood sprayed. Chaos exploded. Dokja didn't stop. Hyunsung, move! Hyunsung charged forward. No hesitation now. No doubt. Only action. They tore through the formation. The alliance scrambled, shouting, trying to regroup. Too slow. The two pushed deeper. Straight toward B2, Gong Pildu's territory. The moment they entered, more enemies appeared. Surround them. Orders echoed. Footsteps closed in, but Dokja had no intention of fighting them all. Not here. Not like this. Hyunsung stepped forward, in front of him. Shield raised. Steady, unshaken. A notification flashed. Stigma activated. Great mountain push. Level 1. Hyunsung roared and swung. The impact was devastating. Men flew back like they were nothing. Bodies crashed. Formation shattered instantly. An opening. Perfect. They pushed through. Deeper. Faster. Then, another message. You have invaded private property. And right after... Gong Pildu has activated Armed Zone, Level 2. Turrets emerged. From everywhere, walls, ceiling, corners, all aimed. Red magic gathered. Dangerous. Lethal. Dokja stepped forward. Hyunsung moved first. He threw his shield in full force. Dokja caught it midair. Just as, boom, a turret fired. The impact hit like a cannon. His body was thrown back. Explosions followed, one after another. The space shook violently, but Dokja stayed standing. Barely. A message appeared. Stamina has exceeded Level 20. Physical durability increased. His body endured it, like armor. Through the smoke, a figure appeared. Gong Pildu, smiling, calm, confident. Well, you came, mocking, relaxed. A system message followed. Your stats are being reduced within this territory. Dokja narrowed his eyes. He upgraded it, the armed zone, stronger than before, more dangerous. Red energy gathered around the turrets, charging, preparing to fire again. This was Pildu's true strength. Armed zone plus territory debuff. Together, almost unbeatable. Pildu raised his hand slightly. End them. Cold. Final. The turrets locked on. Magic bullets, ready to fire. Then, suddenly, chaos. From behind. Shouting. Screaming. The alliance members stumbled in. Wounded. Bleeding. Deep cuts across their bodies. Clean. Precise. Dokja's eyes flickered. She came. Only one person could do that. Lee Ji-hye. Her blade had already torn through them. And now, the balance of the battlefield was shifting. This was the opening. Dokja saw it instantly. He turned to Hyunsung. But Hyunsung had stopped, frozen, just for a moment. The pressure, the chaos, the weight of everything. It hit him all at once. Hyunsung, Dokja's voice cut through it, clear, sharp. It reached him. Hyunsung's fist clenched. His whole body trembled, not from fear, from resolve. And then, a notification flashed. Lee Hyunsung's attribute is blossoming. Light erupted, blinding. A silver aura exploded from his body, growing stronger. Brighter, wilder. Dokja watched, and for a second, he forgot everything else. This is it. One of his favorite moments from 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. Hyunsung, at his peak, was a monster. Not just strength, but presence. A pillar, a shield, a force that couldn't be ignored. Another message appeared. New stigma unlocked. Great mountain crush activated. Power gathered, pale, dense. His arms swelled, expanded, far beyond human limits. And then... he roared and slammed his fist down. The impact was insane. The ground shattered instantly. Chunks of concrete flew into the air. The entire station shook. Alliance members screamed. They couldn't process it. Cracks spread everywhere, like a spiderweb tearing the world apart. The turrets lost stability, their aim, and then the ground gave out completely. The structure collapsed beneath them. A system message rang out. Green zone destroyed. A private property of Gong Pildu destroyed. Then chaos. Yoon-sung turned, looked at Dokja. His voice was steady, but softer, more human. You said, story. Dokja blinked. When this is over? Yoon-sung continued. You'd listen. A pause. I want to hear yours too. Dokja stared at him for a second. It felt strange, surreal. A character from a story he read, now asking about him. Mine isn't interesting, he replied. Honest. Hyun-sung smiled. Small. But I still want to hear it. Simple as that. Then, a voice. Weak. Shaking. Help. Both of them turned. Toward the collapsed ground. Someone was still alive down there. Hyun-sung stepped forward. But stopped. We have bigger priorities first, he said quietly. And he was right, and because Gong Pildu was still standing. And now, he was furious. His face twisted, teeth clenched, rage overflowing. Dokja met his gaze and smiled, calm, almost mocking. Back when there was no such thing as private property. A subtle jab, sharp, direct. Pildu's expression darkened even further. Then footsteps, fast, approaching. Dokja see, he won. She arrived without hesitation, confident, unharmed. It's done. She grinned slightly. I destroyed all the rooms. A pause. Didn't know you could do that. She shrugged. We just smashed the floors. And they collapsed. Perfect. Exactly as planned. Earlier, Dokja had split them up. Sangha, Gilyoung, Hee-won, each targeting smaller green zones. Anything with fewer than 3 occupants, gone, cleaned out, leaving only Pildu's territory. Then a window opened. You, Bi-hyung appeared, furious. What did you do? Chungmuro is a mess. All the Dokaebis are going crazy. Dokja didn't react. I've had enough noise already. Flat, unbothered. But Bi-hyung wasn't done. This isn't just your channel. There are others watching. Do you even understand what you've started? Dokja cut straight to it. Pildu's channel. Who owns it? Bi-hyung hesitated. And then, Beck you, BIR 3642. That was enough. Dokja's mind clicked. Of course, a channel full of thrill-seeking constellations, the kind that loved chaos. Dokja turned. Ji-hye, your side? She nodded immediately. Done. Earlier, she had taken the larger zones, 5 to 8 occupants. The ones too big for Hee-won alone. Clean, efficient, exactly what he expected from Joonghyuk's disciple. Now, everything was gone. Every green zone, every safe space. And that meant everyone left was exposed. Tension rose instantly. Survivors panicked. Fear spread. Then, a group rushed forward. Angry, desperate, weapons in hand. Bats, pipes, anything they could grab. Kill them. Get Ji-hye. Protect Pildu. Their voices overlapped. Wild, uncontrolled. Even Pildu's name became a chant. Bi-hyung laughed, amused, enjoying every second. And then, a message appeared. New scenario activated. Channel BIR 3642 has issued a bounty. Target Kim Dokja. Reward granted upon elimination. There it was. Official, clean, deadly. Ji-hye glanced at Dokja. Her expression hardened. I'm not helping you with this. Clear, cold. Dokja didn't even blink. You won't need to. Confidence. Absolute. Hee-won smirked. How much is the bounty? She tilted her head. If it's high enough, maybe I'll switch sides. Half joking, half not. Hyun-sung stepped forward immediately, placing himself in front of Dokja. Shield up. Protective. Instinctive. Dokja opened his status window. Checked. Attribute man who regained justice. Still there, still solid. He looked at Hyun-sung. How many times can you use that skill? Hyun-sung thought for a moment. 2 more, at best. Good enough. Gil-young stepped forward too, ready to fight, but Dokja stopped him. Wait, calm, controlled. Not yet, because this wasn't the moment to rush. This was the moment to control everything. Fragments of the story flashed through Dokja's mind. Not perfectly clear, but enough. He remembered it. A version of this moment. When Yoo Joonghyuk, driven insane by endless regressions, had arrived in Chungmuro and destroyed every green zone without hesitation. Back then, it was madness. Now, it was reality. And somehow, they had recreated it. The atmosphere turned hostile, heavy, oppressive. Landlords, tenants, everyone now had the same target. Dokja. Then, a notification, cold, absolute. Main scenario number 3 has been updated. Emergency defense has begun. Dokja's eyes narrowed. Here it comes. The conditions were brutal. Every green zone gone, completely wiped out, and the monsters that were supposed to appear gradually over several days were now released all at once. All of them. No delay, no mercy. The objective was simple. Survive. That's it. Survive until the end. Failure? Death. No exceptions. The defense game had officially started. Then screams, loud, sharp, from beyond the shattered screen doors. Growls followed, low, hungry, and then they came. A flood of monsters poured in like a living wave. Violent, unstoppable. Chaos erupted instantly. Claws ripped through flesh. The station turned into hell in seconds. Then, move! Dokja's voice cut through everything. Clear and commanding. Hyun-sung, everyone, transit stairs. He moved first. The others followed immediately. They ran, fast, pushing through the chaos, escaping the incoming tide. Behind them, screams echoed endlessly. By the time they reached the upper level, others followed. Desperate survivors, running for their lives. Dokja stopped, turned, and blocked the path. The survivors froze. What are you doing? Move. Let us through. Dokja didn't budge. Going up won't save you. There are no safe zones left. Silence for a split second. Then rage. But Dokja had already drawn his sword. Unbroken faith. He activated it, blade of faith, and swung. Straight at the stairs. Crash. The center collapsed instantly. Metal snapped. Concrete broke. People screamed as some fell with it. Gone. Just like that. Brutal. Necessary. Dokja didn't look back. There's only one way to live now. His voice echoed. Fight. The crowd erupted. You did this. You destroyed everything. Give us another other way. There was none, and Dokja didn't pretend otherwise. Then Hyunsung moved. Without hesitation, he ran back to the stairs they used and destroyed them completely. No retreat, no escape, only forward. The survivors screamed, despair flooding in. Hyunsung moved again, destroying another path and leaving just one route, one controlled direction. Now, they couldn't scatter, couldn't run. They were forced to stay, to fight. Jihye watched, and her expression dark, frustrated. This wasn't the plan, but Dokja didn't respond, because this was the plan. He activated a skill, bookmark, third slot. Then, insight, borrowed power. He directed it. At Gong Pildu and the crowd, a ripple spread, invisible but powerful, fear, amplified, desperation, heightened. Dokja stepped forward. Gong Pildu, his voice rang out. You can save them. All eyes turned. Your power. It's enough. Pildu's expression twisted. Anger, resistance. But the crowd changed. They turned toward him one by one. Please, save us. Help us. Voices overlapped. Desperate, clinging to hope. The pressure built. Insight took hold. And finally, Pildu snapped. Shut up, he roared. Everyone gather. Orders rang out. Fast, sharp. He activated his skill, militarized zone, but it needed time. Hold them back, he barked. The alliance moved, weapons up, and then hell continued. Blood flooded the ground. Screams didn't stop. People fell, one after another, and some lost limbs, some just collapsed. The monsters didn't slow, didn't hesitate, didn't care. Sangha, Dokja called out. She reacted instantly, no hesitation. Binding thread, activated. Threads shot out, weaving through the battlefield, grabbing survivors and pulling them out one by one, and people clung to the threads, crying, shaking. Thank you. Their voices broke, but they were alive. That was enough. Then Dokja spoke again, loud enough for everyone. Still want the bounty? Silence. The words hit hard. And then a notification. Bounty time limit expired. Target removed. Gone. Just like that. Dokja smiled faintly. Too late now. One of the younger survivors broke down. I'm sorry. Regret came late, as it always did. Then Pildu roared. His power surged. Private property activated. Machines rose. 5 turrets emerging from the ground. Red energy gathered. Condensed. Deadly. Then fire. Bullets tore through the monsters. Ground rats screamed. Bodies shredded. Even Grolls hesitated. Staggered for a moment. The tide slowed. The survivors cheered. Hope. Finally. Hyunsung watched closely. Can he keep this up? He asked, concerned. The strain had to be massive, but Dokja shook his head. He'll be fine, calm, confident. His skill is efficient. For now, Pildu wouldn't fall. Nearby, Heewon stretched slightly. So we get a break now? Half joking, half serious. Dokja glanced at her. That's one of the benefits of being on my team. Dry, blunt, not wrong, but because below, people were still dying, still fighting, still screaming. Time passed. The battle didn't stop. An hour in, and it was still chaos. Pildu kept fighting, relentless, but cracks were showing. His movements less clean and more desperate. Because no matter how strong he was, the monsters were endless. Wave after wave of monsters crashed against the platform like a living storm, and Gong Pildu stood at its center, refusing to fall. His shouts echoed louder now, raw with exhaustion and fury as he cursed the endless tide. Then, something changed. System messages erupted in rapid succession. Pildu's power surged. His armed zone leveled up. His private property strengthened, tightening its oppressive grip. His militarized zone evolved, gaining new destructive capabilities. And finally, a new skill awakened. Barrier. A shimmering force rose around him. Kim Dokja watched it all. Pildu wasn't just surviving. He was evolving mid-battle. But that kind of explosive growth came at a cost. Supporting such rapid advancement would be draining even for a constellation. How long can they keep this up? That was the real question. Nearby, Lee Jiehye let out a short laugh, her voice cutting through the chaos. She pointed at Pildu, amused. He already looks half dead. Meanwhile, in complete contrast to the battlefield's madness, Jung Hee-won had somehow fallen asleep. Dokja didn't even bother questioning it anymore. Instead, he turned back to Jihye. Where's Joonghyuk? She shrugged. Busy. When isn't he? Dokja's expression darkened. Of course he is. Always chasing his own path. When did he enter the dungeon? Dokja pressed. Jihye thought for a moment. Around 9 this morning? Why? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, how do you even know about that? Dokja ignored the question and checked his phone. 8 p.m., nearly 11 hours, and Yoo Joonghyuk still hadn't come out. That wasn't normal. Dokja exhaled slowly. Something's wrong. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Turning sharply, he called out, Byung, open the shop. The Dokebi was too busy celebrating, practically glowing as he bragged about his skyrocketing subscriber count. The chaos had turned his channel into a spectacle, and he loved every second of it. Dokja's voice dropped, cold and firm. Open it, or you can watch those subscribers disappear just as fast. That did it. Grumbling, Byung paused his broadcast under the excuse of a short break, and the shop interface flickered into existence before Dokja. Without hesitation, Dokja acted. 5,000 coins, gold membership upgrade. 10,000 coins, support contract. 5,000 coins, medium mana recovery potion. Coins vanished, power shifted. Beside him, Yu Sangha stared wide-eyed as the items materialized. What is that? A contract, Dokja replied simply. One that turns an employer into an employee. But his mind was already racing ahead. It had been 1 hour and 30 minutes since the scenario began. Pildu had fought without pause, yet more than 6 hours remained. That wasn't sustainable. Pildu's constellation, the one backing him, was already nearing its limit. Its viewers were likely bored. Coins were drying up. Support was fading. And yet, it wouldn't abandon him. Dokja signed the contract and waited. Seconds stretched. The battlefield roared on. Then, a notification appeared. The supporting constellation of Gong Pildu is requesting external assistance. Dokja's lips curled into a faint smile. There it is. Another message followed. The prisoner of the golden headband scoffed and rejected the request outright. No help was coming. And Pildu was collapsing, barely standing, coughing blood, his body shaking on the brink. That's when Dokja spoke, not to Pildu, but to the one behind him. I'm not offering you a deal, he said calmly. I'm offering it to your constellation. Pildu snarled in confusion, rage flashing across his face. But Dokja didn't even look at him. System windows exploded into view. The constellation revealed itself. Defense Master. Shock rippled through the star stream. Even Bi-hyung snapped in disbelief, shouting that no constellation would ever lower itself to bargain with a mere human. Dokja didn't flinch. Instead, he spoke the truth no one wanted to say. You're out of coins. Silence fell, heavy and undeniable, because it was true. The Defense Master wasn't like other constellations. His world had already been destroyed. Without stories, without a surviving narrative, he had no way to generate coins, no power, no influence, and no way to save the incarnation he actually cared about. Dokja watched Pildu stagger, blood dripping from his lips. Without intervention, he would die. A new notification appeared. The constellation Defense Master wishes to negotiate. Another followed. The constellation has begun reviewing your contract. Dokja's grip tightened slightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Even Bi-hyung was left speechless. This wasn't something he had ever seen before. Meanwhile, Gong Pildu, battered and barely standing, stared in confusion. His voice trembled as he demanded to know what was happening. But Kim Dokja answered with unsettling calm. You've just been sold. The words landed like a hammer. A new system window flickered into existence. The Constellation Defense Master had responded. Additional contract conditions have been added. Dokja scanned the terms quickly. He must recognize the Defense Master's ownership rights. He must ensure Pildu's survival. He must assist in Pildu's growth. Reasonable. Expected even. But the last clause made Dokja's eyes sharpen. Command authority over Gong Pildu, up to 10 times per day. That was the real price. A faint smile tugged at Dokja's lips. That's more than enough. He accepted immediately. Turning to Yoo Sangha, he gestured calmly. Give him the potion. Though confused, Sangha didn't hesitate. She moved quickly, handing Pildu the recovery item. Pildu stared at it, disoriented, his pride clearly wounded. But after a moment, he uncorked it. Blue mist erupted, wrapping around his body. His injuries sealed. His strength returned. Even his shattered turrets rebuilt themselves, rising from the ground like reborn weapons. Pildu clenched his fists, rage simmering beneath the surface. I'll kill every one of... He never finished. Dokja activated the contract. Command authority activated. Pildu's voice collapsed into meaningless noise. His lips moved, but no words came out. For the first time, he looked helpless. Dokja's voice was steady, absolute. Keep fighting and don't harm anyone in my group. The command settled like chains. Nearby, Bi-hyung blinked in disbelief. It was obvious now. This wasn't improvisation. This had all been planned from the start, step by step, piece by piece. Dokja simply shrugged as if it were nothing. There's still something else I need to handle. That caught Lee Ji-hye off guard. Now? Seriously? Dokja didn't even hesitate. While we're all struggling to survive, someone went off to chase something rare. His eyes darkened slightly. I'm going to deal with him. He didn't say the name, but he didn't need to. Yoo Joonghyuk. Inside, Dokja's thoughts churned. According to 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, Joonghyuk's third regression had been brutal, reckless, painful. And this didn't match the story, not at all. Dokja pulled out his phone, scrolling quickly, trying to confirm what he already feared. Something was wrong, very wrong. Why do you keep staring at that thing? Young Hee-won asked suspiciously. Checking the date, Dokja replied without missing a beat. She didn't look convinced, but let it go. Then who's this guy you're going after? Dokja's answer was simple. Someone worse than Pildu. That was enough to silence her. He made his decision quickly. Lee Hyun-sung and Sangha would stay behind, guarding the area with Pildu holding the line against the monsters. But his mind wasn't on Pildu anymore. There was someone far more dangerous. As he turned to leave, Ji-hye called after him. Where are you going? Dokja paused, then glanced back slightly. Come if you want. Her confusion flickered into curiosity. That was all the invitation she needed. The path was clear in Dokja's mind. From the novel, he knew Joonghyuk had challenged Chung Muro's hidden dungeon multiple times across regressions. Out of 8 attempts, He had failed twice, even in later, far stronger regressions. And this time, this was only his third. The odds were terrible. Worse, he had already been inside for 11 hours. Too long. Dokja's instincts screamed at him. If I don't move now, he dies. They arrived at the first underground floor. A system notification chimed. Hidden scenario discovered. Objective: defeat the master of the cinema dungeon. Before them stood a silent, abandoned movie theater. No lights, no movement, just a suffocating stillness. Jahye frowned. You're really going in there to save him? Heewon let out a small laugh. Wow, this place feels weirdly romantic for a rescue mission, but neither of them truly understood. Even the Constellation's secretive plotter watched with interest, clearly intrigued by Dokja's choice. Dokja answered simply, he's useful. That only made it stranger, because everyone knew the truth. Yoo Joonghyuk wasn't an ally, he was dangerous, unpredictable. Someone who could turn on Dokja at any moment. And yet, Dokja stepped forward without hesitation. His thoughts drifted back to something Joonghyuk had once said in a later regression. Choose the world where the most people can be saved. Abandon the rest. It sounded noble. But Dokja had always hated it, because of what it implied. What happens to the worlds he leaves behind? Do they vanish? Or do they continue, broken, abandoned, without a regressor to guide them? That question had never left him, and now he refused to let it happen. Not here. Not this time. Saving Joonghyuk wasn't just about survival. It was about stopping another world from being discarded like it never mattered. Hyung, look. Lee Gil-young tugged at Dokja's sleeve. All the posters. They're torn down. Dokja barely glanced at them. Doesn't matter. Let's move. They headed upstairs. Behind him, Heewon and Jihye were already chatting. You good with a sword? Heewon asked. Jihye grinned instantly. I love them. The two quickly bonded, comparing blades and trading remarks about technique and weight. That's a nice one, Heewon admitted. Master gave it to me, Jihye replied proudly. Heewon hesitated, glancing at her own weapon with a hint of self-consciousness. Watching them, Dokja felt a strange, quiet annoyance. Why is she so friendly with them, but not with me? For a brief moment, he almost felt left out. Then he pushed the thought aside. Because ahead of them, the real battle was waiting. Jihye didn't even try to hide it. I just like strong older women, she said casually. Before he could respond, Lee Gil-young's expression suddenly changed. The boy grabbed Dokja's sleeve again, this time more urgently, and gestured for silence. Someone was close. In a heartbeat, Jihye's sword slid free from its sheath, her stance shifting into perfect readiness. Dokja's first thought was Yoo Joonghyuk, but the voices that followed were unfamiliar. They listened. A group of men were talking as they moved nearby, their tones smug, almost greedy. Spent a lot of coins on this info. Worth it if the profit's real? Dokja's eyes narrowed. Information bought with coins. That wasn't normal chatter. It meant they were players who understood the system far better than most. Carefully, they moved up the escalator and caught sight of them. Jihye frowned. I've never seen them in Chungmuro. They're not from here, Dokja replied quietly. She blinked. Then how? Different stations have different scenario timelines, he explained. They probably cleared theirs earlier and moved. Dokja's thoughts spiraled deeper. Profits? That word stuck. They had never appeared in Yoo Joonghyuk's regressions. Not once. Up until now, Dokja had believed only two people knew about this hidden dungeon. Himself and Joonghyuk. So what changed? What is interfering with the story? Before he could dig further, a blue spotlight dropped from above. It swallowed the group of strangers whole. In an instant, they vanished. Heewon gasped. What the? They're gone, Jihye muttered. Dokja didn't respond. Instead, he wandered forward, scanning the torn posters scattered across the walls. Most were shredded, but one remained untouched. His gaze locked onto it. A time forgotten by mankind. Recreated. Dokja's jaw tightened. Of all the things you could leave behind, he muttered under his breath, thinking of Joonghyuk. Then the light returned. This time it wasn't targeting someone else. It was aimed directly at them. Jihye and Gil-young instinctively stepped back, but there was nowhere to run. You have been struck by a projection beam. The screening for this floor will now begin. The world shifted, not like an illusion, not like a hallucination. This was real. Dokja felt it immediately. His fourth wall didn't react. That meant only one thing. This space is genuine. The linoleum floor vanished beneath their feet. In its place, soft grass, dense bushes. The ticket counter dissolved into towering trees, and the stale air of the subway was replaced by the humid breath of a rainforest. Above them stretched an endless blue sky. Jihye turned in a slow circle, stunned. Where are we? Dokja answered calmly. We're inside a movie? Silence followed. He continued, piecing it together out loud. This is the cinema dungeon. Each stage is hidden inside a poster, and the one controlling all of it, his gaze lifted slightly, is the cinema master on the 8th floor. His thoughts drifted briefly to Yoo Joonghyuk. That bastard? Of course Joonghyuk had tried to clear everything alone. Of course he aimed to take every reward for himself. Dokja exhaled slowly. This is getting more complicated. Jihye crossed her arms, uneasy. So what kind of movie is this? You'll see, Dokja said simply. She frowned, but didn't push further, because at that exact moment, the bushes shook violently. Something massive burst out. Straight toward Gil-young. Ahead of you, Jihye shouted, but Gil-young didn't move. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. The creature stopped. A gigantic insect, its body resembling a prehistoric praying mantis, lowered itself, allowing the boy to touch its shell. Ji-hai froze. You've got to be kidding me. Gil-young spoke softly. It's a Titanoptera from the Triassic period. Dokja watched quietly, a faint sense of relief settling in. Good, this works here too. He quickly analyzed the situation. Joonghyuk had likely skipped this stage entirely. It didn't suit his style. Too reliant on knowledge, not brute force. Which meant he never got the reward here. Dokja's eyes gleamed faintly. That makes this mine. But then Gil-young's voice cut through his thoughts. The ground began to tremble. A deep, violent rumble echoed through the forest. Trees snapped. Something massive was coming. And then it appeared. A colossal reptilian beast tore through the jungle, its body crushing everything in its path. Blood dripped from its jaws as it let out a thunderous roar. Behind it, the same men from earlier stumbled forward, covered in blood, screaming in terror. "Help us!" Their voices broke under fear. Ji-hai leaned closer to Hee-won, whispering, "I know this movie." Hee-won nodded grimly. Dokja, however, smiled. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he studied the creature. A Tier 7 monster. That confirmed everything. The harder the dungeon, the greater the reward. The beast's yellow eyes locked onto them and then roar. The sound shook the entire forest, its massive tail shattering trees like twigs. The men who had been fleeing just moments ago didn't even get the chance to scream. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail carved through the air like a battering ram, slamming into them with brutal force. Their bodies were sent flying, crashing into the ground in twisted heaps as blood spilled from their mouths. They didn't get back up. A cold notification flashed before Kim Dokja's eyes. The 7th grade species Tyrannosaurus Rex has recognized you. Dokja exhaled quietly. So it had begun. Beside him, Lee Ji-hai's composure cracked. Are you seriously planning to fight that thing? Dokja didn't even look back. If we want to get out, we don't have a choice. He pointed ahead, in that direction. The Central Research Lab. The building stood in the distance, partially hidden by dense jungle. We're inside a movie, Dokja continued, and every movie ends with a final act. Right on cue, the Tyrannosaurus activated its skill. Carnivorous fear, an overwhelming pressure flooded the air, suffocating and primal. But Dokja stood untouched. His fourth wall blocked it completely. Gil-young, stay behind me, he ordered instantly. Ji-hai, Hee-won, flank it, no hesitation. Everyone moved. Even in the chaos, Lee Gil-young spoke up, his voice steady. It's faster than it looks, but its vision is bad. Attack from the sides. Dokja blinked. How do you know that? I read it in an encyclopedia, Gil-young replied casually. Dokja almost laughed. Of course he did. The ground shook. The T-Rex charged. Dokja stepped forward, ready to draw its attention. But before he could even finish his plan, Ji-hai and Hee-won were already moving. They were behind it. Good, he thought. The monster's jaws snapped shut inches from his head. Its massive feet crashed down where he had stood a moment ago. Dokja moved like a shadow, weaving between death itself. He trusted the others, and then, Hyung, I'll help. Gil-young stepped forward. No, wait, too late. The boy's hands moved in quick, precise signals. The forest answered. The Titanoptera burst from the foliage like a living weapon. It shot forward, its bladed limbs piercing straight into the T-Rex's eyes, and vanished again. A deafening roar shook the jungle. The beast staggered, blinded, disoriented. Dokja stared, momentarily stunned. So this is why Yoo Joonghyuk wanted him. Behind the monster, Ji-hai and Hee-won struck. Steel carved through flesh. Blood sprayed. The T-Rex faltered. Its movements slowed. Now, Dokja activated his skill. Blade of Faith. The sword Unbroken Faith ignited, its energy shifting, flames roaring along the blade as it expanded. Without hesitation, Dokja sprinted forward. He leapt, climbed, rushed up the monster's tail like a man possessed. Then, he drove the burning blade deep into its flesh. The T-Rex screamed, a raw, earth-shaking sound. Dokja didn't stop. Each strike drove deeper, fire spreading through its body, scorching it from the inside out. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. The beast thrashed wildly. But it was already too late. Its massive body trembled, weakened, then collapsed. With a thunderous crash, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fell. Silence followed. A notification appeared. The first to hunt a 7th grade species, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dokja stepped down slowly, his breath steady. Victory, but no relief, because something felt off. He turned toward one of the fallen men nearby. The man was barely alive, his chest rising weakly. Dokja crouched beside him. Breathed slowly. The man tried, failed. His lips trembled. Prophets. Dokja's eyes sharpened. Revelation. Guardians. What do you mean? The man coughed. Blood spilled, and his eyes lost focus. And just like that, he died. Dokja stood still, thinking. Prophets? That word again. In 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, only one person possessed future vision. Anna Croft. But this wasn't her, which meant someone else existed. Someone who knew the future. Someone who didn't come personally, but sent others. Dokja's expression darkened slightly. So I'm not the only anomaly. After a brief rest, they moved again, toward the Central Research Lab. Inside, Dokja's eyes immediately picked up on something valuable. Ampoules, neatly arranged. Enhancements for physique, magic power, agility, strength. Each one priceless. Behind him, the others were far less focused. They were busy eating, roasted T-Rex meat, no less. Ji-hai's voice suddenly cut through the room. "Oh, look at you!" Dokja froze. She pointed dramatically at him. "Planning to keep all the good stuff for yourself?" Everyone turned. Dokja blinked. No. Ji-hai grinned wider. "Sure, you're not." She leaned in, mock serious. "Hand over the strength one. I'm clearly the weakest here." Dokja almost laughed. "Does she really think that'll work?" Heewon crossed her arms, smirking. "Well, Dokja found them," she said. "He decides." All eyes turned to him again. Dokja's thoughts twisted with quiet irritation as he glanced at Lee Ji-hai. He didn't want to give her a single ampule. Not when she stood on Yoo Joonghyuk's side. A notification flickered into view. The demonic judge of fire was watching, and, expecting fairness, Dokja clicked his tongue inwardly. So even that's being monitored. He needed a solution, something that wouldn't expose his bias, but still let him control the outcome. After a brief pause, he spoke. "We'll decide it with rock, paper, scissors." Ji-hai's eyes lit up instantly. "Seriously? You're on." Dokja met her gaze. A faint smile appeared. Then, he activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Her thoughts opened like a book. Scissors. Clear as day. The game began. Rock, paper, scissors. Laughter filled the room. So did disbelief. Round after round, Ji-hai lost. Her confidence cracked. "What? Again?" Dokja calmly picked up another ampule. Behind them, the faint whoop-whoop of helicopter blades echoed in the distance. But no one paid attention anymore. Heewon leaned back, shaking her head. "This is ridiculous. Are we sure we even finished the movie?" Dokja glanced at her, amused. "It wasn't in the original plot," he said lightly. "But isn't this version better?" His lips curved. Action-adventure fantasy should allow a little improvisation. The Constellation Cinema Master is pleased with the revised ending. Permission granted to proceed to the next floor. Dokja's eyes sharpened slightly. So that's the rule. Not accuracy, not fidelity, entertainment. The cinema master didn't care about recreating the original story, only the ending, and whether it was interesting enough. He mentally noted the limits as well. Monsters couldn't be taken outside, but items could. Ampules, rewards, temporary power-ups that would only function within the dungeon, necessary for the final floor. His thoughts drifted briefly to Yoo Joonghyuk. He's already ahead, and likely in trouble. A helicopter descended. A notification followed. First ending credit reached. Cast: Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, Lee Ji-hai, Lee Gil-young. Reward: 500 coins each. When they landed, they were back at the ground floor. No hesitation, they moved. Up the escalator. Ji-hai groaned behind them. "How many floors are there left?" Dokja answered calmly. "Some are already cleared. It'll be faster than you think." She pointed at the torn posters. "So we can only enter intact ones?" Heewon nodded. "Looks like it." Dokja scanned ahead quickly. Second floor, cleared. Third floor, cleared. Relief flickered in his eyes when he spotted one specific poster, already torn. Inception. Good. That one would have been troublesome, but another thought followed immediately. Then how did he clear that one alone? They didn't stop. Fourth floor, a new poster. They stepped through, and the world shifted again. Ji-hai immediately bent over, clutching her stomach. "Ah!" She retched violently. Heewon rushed to her side. "Just let it out," Ji-hai groaned. "Why, is it always water?" Dokja stared for a moment, genuinely puzzled. How did the naval warfare god pick her? Ji-hai lifted her head weakly, scanning their surroundings. A massive ship. Endless ocean. She squinted. "Wait." Dokja nodded. "Yes." Her eyes widened. "This is that movie?" He didn't need to say the name. They all knew. A sinking ship. Ji-hai forced a grin despite her nausea. "So what, Heewon? You're the female lead? Like Kate Winslet?" She turned to Dokja, smirking. "And you're—" She paused. Her face went pale. "Ugh." She doubled over again. Dokja sighed. Why now of all times? Nearby, a man stood. Clean suit, perfect posture. Too perfect, too real. Ji-hai pointed at him weakly. "Why does he look exactly like a character?" Gil-young answered bluntly. "The ship sinks." Silence. That was the entire plot. The man struggled against restraints, tied tightly, fear flickering in his eyes. Dokja spoke calmly. "He's the antagonist. I tied him up earlier." Ji-hai frowned. "That's it?" Her hand moved to her sword. "Shouldn't we just kill him?" Dokja hesitated. Logically, she was right, but something about it felt off. Heewon stepped closer, studying the man. "He doesn't feel like a character." Her voice was quiet. "He feels real." Ji-hai didn't waver. "It doesn't matter." Her grip tightened. "It's him or us." Her eyes hardened. "We're alive. He's just playing a role." A brief pause. Then Heewon nodded. Yeah." No more hesitation. The blade fell. It pierced straight through the man's chest. Blood burst out. A system message echoed across the deck, cold and final. The theater owner is satisfied with the altered ending. Proceed to the next floor via the stern. Lee Ji-hai let out a satisfied breath, clearly pleased with how things had turned out. "Good," she muttered. "We don't have time to waste. Not when Master's life is on the line." Another notification followed. Second ending credit reached. Ji-hai smirked. "We're clearing this way too easily." But Dokja didn't share her confidence. His thoughts lingered on a single idea. Character. Real person. The line between them was starting to blur. Still, there was no time to dwell. They moved on. When they reached the fifth floor, the atmosphere shifted completely. "You have entered the rewards room." Jung Hee-won looked around surprised. "No movie?" Ji-hai's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward. "Just rewards." The room was filled with items, props from countless films. But Dokja knew better. These aren't props anymore. Every piece had become real. Weapons, equipment, artifacts. Though not at the level of constellations, still powerful. Grade A. This is why I came here. Hewen approached a glass case and froze. Inside, a beautifully crafted sword. She lifted it carefully, her eyes lighting up. It's perfect. Dokja nodded. Looks like you finally have a proper weapon, but there was a catch. 2 items each, he said. No more. He thought quickly. Sanga, Hyunsung. They need upgrades too. Pick something for you, Sanga, he told Hewen. I'll choose for Lee Hyunsung. She nodded and started searching. Dokja scanned the room and found it. A shield. Solid. Reliable. Hercules shield. Replica. Grade A. He picked it up, perfect for Hyunsung. Nearby, Jihai was struggling with something heavy in the corner. When she finally dragged it into view, it gleamed. Mjolnir, replica, a hammer modeled after the thunder god. Her eyes shone. This one's mine. Dokja raised a brow. That weapon usually requires special strength. Jihai immediately snapped back. I am special. Before she could claim it, a small hand reached past her. Lee Gil-young picked it up, effortlessly. He swung it once, twice, no strain, no resistance. Jihai froze. You've got to be kidding me. Gil-young looked at Dokja. Can I keep it? Dokja smiled faintly. It suits you. Jihai groaned in disbelief. This is so unfair. Meanwhile, Hewen turned back. What about you? Dokja considered for a moment, then chose external reinforced suit, replica, grade A. As he equipped it, messages appeared. Damage reduction, 10%. Enhanced enemy detection. Increased agility. It felt stiff, but useful. Good enough, he murmured. With their selections complete, they moved on. Dokja's thoughts drifted to Yoo Joonghyuk. Where are you now? The 6th floor. Empty. Jihai frowned. Was he really the one clearing everything? Dokja answered vaguely, staying within the tone of the movie. Some stories aren't fully revealed yet. They had just cleared the final remaining film on this floor. A twisted thriller. The reward? A skill book. Sharp observation. Dokja absorbed it immediately. A quiet but powerful ability. One that allowed him to analyze movement and estimate stats. Not flashy, but extremely useful, especially against people whose information was hidden. They pressed forward. More posters lined the walls, all torn. Hewen noticed first. They're all gone. Dokja's expression darkened. He's already reached the boss room. They had to move, but before they could, a blue spotlight dropped over them. Screening will now begin. Dokja cursed. There was one more poster. Too late. The world shifted. Salt filled the air. But this wasn't a cruise. The stench of gunpowder replaced it. The ship beneath them lurched violently. A voice screamed, "Get down!" Dokja dropped instantly. Gunfire exploded across the deck. Soldiers fell. Blood splashed. Chaos erupted. Men in old military uniforms scrambled, shouting orders, loading cannons, bracing for impact. The sea roared. The wind howled. War drums echoed across the water. Dokja clenched his jaw. He knew this. Every Korean would. His eyes rose and froze. Hundreds of ships, an entire fleet. Battle of Myeongyang. Behind him, Hewen whispered in disbelief. That's impossible. Over 300 enemy warships filled the horizon. An overwhelming force. Dokja's mind raced. This is based on history, and so there must be a way to win. He turned counting ships, crew, forces. Then he stopped, and something was wrong. His stomach dropped. No, he grabbed a nearby sailor. Where's the commander? The man stammered, confused. I don't know. Dokja's breath hitched. A chilling realization struck him. The cinema master had changed the story. This wasn't the original battle anymore. They were meant to reenact the legendary Battle of Myeongyang, but something was terribly wrong. There was no admiral, no leader, no Yisun-sin. Dokja's eyes swept across the chaos of the deck, searching for the one person who could explain this twisted reality. Then they stopped. On Lee Jihai, a notification flickered, his memory sharpening, locking into place. Why, Dokja shouted over the roar of cannon fire, would a naval warfare god choose someone who gets seasick? Jihai flinched, her voice small. I don't know. Then after a pause, I've just been told I'm descended from a great admiral. Dokja froze. The pieces snapped together. A truth so absurd it felt unreal, yet undeniable. Jihai was connected to Yi Sun-sin. His mind flashed back to a buried memory, an old revelation from the story. Back then, readers had raged. They'd called it unfair, ridiculous, that a hero of that magnitude would choose an incarnation based on nothing more than bloodline. But now, standing here, facing annihilation, Dokja understood. If history had been rewritten, then so had their fate, and whether they liked it or not, Jihai was their only chance. She was trembling, barely able to stand. Tears streamed down her face, her breathing broken and uneven. A message appeared. The gaze of the naval warfare god rested on her, but Jihai didn't respond. She couldn't. She was drowning. Dokja stepped forward. Get up. She recoiled instantly, shaking her head. No, I can't. Just hold on a little longer. I said I can't. Her voice cracked, splintering under the weight of something far deeper than fear. You don't know anything. Dokja didn't hesitate. I do. She froze. His next words cut straight through her. This isn't about seasickness. Her lips trembled. This is your friend's favorite movie. Silence. Then it all came back. The classroom, the screams. The moment her hands tightened around her friend's throat. The warmth fading from someone she once laughed with. The first scenario. The first sin. Her voice shook violently. How do you know that? Dokja already had the answer. She wasn't chosen because she was strong, or righteous, or brave. She was chosen because of a story, because of a bond that stretched beyond time. She wasn't Yi Sun-sin's direct descendant, but the descendant of his comrade, Yi Aok-yi, a man who had fought beside him, stood beside him, never abandoned him, even when the world turned against him. A loyalty so deep, It had transcended centuries. Sin hadn't chosen Ji-hai for what she was. He chose her for what she might become, because he couldn't bear to watch that bloodline fall into darkness. A notification appeared. A bounty scenario has begun. The objective was clear. Encourage Ji-hai. Lead the battle. Win. Power surged through Dokja's body. A possibility opened before him. The Admiral's stigma, within reach. But there was no time to think. He grabbed Ji-hai by the shoulders. Hard. Her body felt limp, empty. Listen to me. She stared blankly. You killed them. Her breath hitched. That won't change. Her lips trembled. You won't be forgiven. Tears spilled faster. But you're still alive. His grip tightened. And if you're alive, then fight. Around them, chaos exploded. Lee Gil-young and Jung Hee-won were already overwhelmed. Cannons roared. Enemy ships closed in. Dokja raised his shield just in time. Boom! The impact nearly threw him off his feet. Still, he stood firm. Wake up, Ji-hai. But she didn't move. Her legs shook violently, her mind trapped in the past. I'm disgusting. Her voice broke. I shouldn't even be alive. Dokja didn't soften. Yeah, she flinched. You are. Silence fell for a split second. And so am I. His voice was steady, cold, honest. I'm using you, pushing you, manipulating everything just to survive. His eyes locked onto hers. We're the same. Her breathing slowed. Just a little. The past doesn't matter. Redemption doesn't matter. Guilt doesn't matter. The words hit like blows. The only thing that matters, his voice hardened, is whether you choose to live. A notification flashed. Your understanding of Lee Ji-hai has increased. Inside her, something shifted. Beneath the guilt, beneath the hatred, beneath the despair, a simple truth remained. I don't want to die. Her fingers tightened around her sword. Her knees steadied. Her breathing evened. She wiped her tears and stood. The sea roared. Enemy ships loomed. Cannons thundered. But Ji-hai didn't look away. A presence stirred. The naval warfare god responded. Not to her fear, but to her will. Dokja watched closely. Constellations were fickle. They ignored death, ignored suffering. But when their story, their legend, was at stake, they always answered. A notification appeared. A new stigma has been granted. The third stigma of the sword demon. Her strongest yet. The power that would shape her future. As a true admiral of the sea, Ji-hai stepped forward, her grip firm, her gaze steady, locked onto the endless fleet ahead. There were no allies left. The battlefield belonged to her alone. Dokja watched in silence. In the end, this would only make Yoo Joonghyuk stronger. The story would continue to favor its protagonist. But that didn't mean Dokja had gained nothing. Ji-hai's voice rang across the sea, clear, unshaken. I'm not done yet. Her blade trembled with power. There are still 12 ships left. The air shifted, moisture thickened, rising into a dense mist that swallowed the battlefield. Droplets shimmered like falling stars. And then they appeared, 12 ghost ships. Silent, spectral, gliding across the waves like phantoms summoned from another world. The enemy fleet faltered. War drums stuttered. Cannons fired. A rain of iron shells tore through the air, but passed clean through the ghostly hulls, untouched, unharmed. The battlefield had changed, completely. Ji-hai stood at its center, unmoving. She didn't care about survival. If vengeance was within reach, she would die where she stood. Before the Phantom Fleet, the enemy was powerless. Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young stared in stunned silence. This was the power of a stigma, the power of a legend, the strength of Yi Sun-sin, a man who had never lost at sea. The sun dipped low. Crimson light spilled across the waves. Smoke curled through the air. Screams echoed, fading, swallowed by the roaring straits. One by one, enemy ships sank. Within an hour, it was over. The final vessel collapsed into the sea. Silence followed. Notifications flooded Dokja's vision. The theater owner is satisfied with the altered ending. Fourth ending credit reached. Cast: Dokja, Hee-won, Ji-hai, Gil-young, reward 500 coins. More messages followed. Bounty scenario cleared. Then another. Dokja's breath hitched. A reward from the maritime war god. Ghost fleet? If he gained that, he wouldn't need to envy Ji-hai ever again. But the message that appeared was different. You have acquired the stigma. Song of the Sword. Dokja blinked. What? Song of the Sword. A stigma Ji-hai was supposed to gain much later. Yet now, it was his. A final message appeared. The maritime war god expressed his gratitude. Dokja exhaled slowly. This might actually be better. Ghost Fleet was powerful. But this could change everything. The 8th floor. This might let me survive it. The battlefield dissolved. Light faded. Reality shifted. They were pulled back. Into the theater. The war was over, but the exhaustion remained. Ji-hai stood still, breathing heavily. Her gaze locked on Dokja. He met her eyes. You're done. No room for argument. You rest. We move on. She hesitated, then nodded. She knew, in her current state, she would only slow them down. Dokja turned. No time to waste. With Hee-won and Gil-young, he headed upward. Toward the final stage, the 8th floor. As they climbed, his thoughts spiraled. No celebration, no relief. None of it mattered. If Yoo Joonghyuk died here, coins spent, resources gone, plans exhausted, only one thought remained. Please, still be alive. They reached the top. A notification appeared. You have entered the 8th floor, Heavenly Garden. The space was surreal, a rooftop beneath a vast dome. Like an opera hall, frozen in time. Soft grass covered the ground, too peaceful, too quiet. Then, Dokja saw him, standing ahead, back turned, unmoving. Joonghyuk, silence stretched, until Hee-won spoke. Wasn't he supposed to be in danger? Dokja smirked faintly. He doesn't look like it. He walked forward, then swung. Thud. His fist connected with the back of Joonghyuk's head. Serves you right. But no reaction. Joonghyuk didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't respond. Dokja frowned. Something was wrong. Then he saw it. A thin, dark thread. stretching from Joonghyuk to an old man seated nearby, still watching, waiting. Recognition hit instantly. The final boss. A message appeared. The theater master's simulacrum has been revealed. Dokja's fists clenched. Too late. This enemy was Joonghyuk's opposite. Cold, detached, manipulative. And now, Joonghyuk was nothing more than a puppet. Joonghyuk turned. Their eyes met, but there was nothing there. No life, no will, and only emptiness. A message confirmed it. Simulation active. The cinema master has taken control of Yoo Joonghyuk. Dokja barely had time to react. Joonghyuk moved. A single punch, slam. It hit like a cannon. Dokja's body flew across the space, crashing into an invisible barrier. Pain exploded through him. Blood spilled from his mouth. His reinforced suit cracked under the impact. Before he could recover, Heewon stepped forward, sword drawn, eyes blazing, ready to fight. Dokja forced himself up, gritting his teeth. No, he knew the truth. Right now she wasn't strong enough. Not against him, not against Yoo Joonghyuk. The battlefield had turned against them. He tried to warn her, but his voice wouldn't come. Young Heewon didn't wait. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed demon slaying, her aura flaring as she lunged forward. Yoo Joonghyuk reacted instantly. His gaze snapped to her, instincts screaming danger. Heewon's blade descended, fast, decisive, but he sidestepped effortlessly. In the same motion, he caught her wrist. A heartbeat later, she was gone. His counterstrike sent her spiraling through the air before she crashed hard against the ground. She forced herself up, gasping. This wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Before she could stabilize, Joonghyuk activated 100 steps, closing the distance in an instant. At that exact moment, Lee Ji-hye burst onto the scene, just in time to see Heewon get thrown aside again. Joonghyuk pivoted, his fist already flying toward her. It was lethal, unavoidable. At the last possible second, Ji-hye slipped away. His punch struck the wall instead. Their impact shattered the air itself. Cracks spiderwebbed across the space as the entire floor trembled. Don't fight him! Dokja's voice finally tore free, raw and urgent. The target is the cinema master. But it was already too late. From afar, cinema master watched with a twisted smile. Ji-hye, fueled by rage, rushed him, but Joonghyuk was faster. He appeared beside her mid-step and drove a brutal kick into her face, sending her crashing down. Heewon surged back in, refusing to fall. For a brief instant, she and Ji-hye locked eyes and moved together. Their blades struck in perfect sync. It was the same coordination that had felled a Tyrannosaurus. But Joonghyuk wasn't a monster. He was worse. He slipped between their attacks like they were nothing, leaping high into the air. Heewon answered with time of judgment, while Lee Gil-young unleashed Mjolnir's thunder, lightning tearing through the battlefield. It didn't matter. Joonghyuk's resistance erased the lightning instantly. At the same time, Heewon's constellation remained silent, her power incomplete. Then he struck. Heewon was sent flying again. Ji-hye followed. Both down. Dokja had expected difficulty, but not this. He checked Joonghyuk's status, and his blood ran cold. Joonghyuk was unconscious. That was the truth. What stood before them wasn't fully him. It was his transmission stigma, dragging out the power of countless regressions fueled by a broken mind. Gil-young, Dokja said firmly. The boy nodded. No hesitation. Dokja reached for his last card, the Tyrant T-Rex DNA ampule. The moment he activated it, everything changed. Power exploded through his body. His muscles tightened, his senses sharpened. His very existence surged beyond its limits. Raw strength flooded every weakness he had. Then came another surge. White Star Weapon Aura. His blade ignited with power. Across from him, Joonghyuk responded. Blue Star Weapon Aura. They moved at the same time. The clash shook the entire floor. Steel screamed. Sparks burst. The air cracked under the force of their collision. Dokja pushed forward. But even with boosted stats, he felt it. He was losing, barely holding on. That's when he activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and saw inside Joonghyuk's mind. Pain, endless, suffocating pain. How many more times do I have to repeat this? Dokja's stomach twisted. The truth hit him instantly. Joonghyuk wasn't being controlled by force. He was breaking. Every regression, every failure, every erased world was crushing him from the inside. The cinema master didn't overpower him. He exploited him. A mental collapse turned into a weapon. Dokja's hesitation vanished. He stepped in and drove a brutal uppercut into Joonghyuk's chin. The impact snapped his head back. For a split second, Joonghyuk staggered. But his eyes, they weren't here. They were trapped in an endless cycle. Worlds dying, companions vanishing, everything resetting again and again and again. And Dokja finally understood. If this continued, Joonghyuk wouldn't just lose this fight. He would choose to regress again. And if that happened, everything would be erased. Again. If Yoo Joonghyuk had possessed even a level 8 mental barrier, none of this would have spiraled so far. But he didn't, and now his thoughts were cracking apart. What am I even fighting for? Dokja's grip tightened around his blade, anger rising like a storm. This was the so-called main character? This was only his third regression. Far too early for him to be breaking like this. Dokja's frustration burned hotter. What happened to the vow Joonghyuk made after his first regression? The promise to keep moving forward no matter what. Instead, Joonghyuk's mind echoed hollowly. I am the only one left in this world. Dokja's fury exploded. He had read all 3,149 episodes of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. He knew every decision, every loss, every vow. Joonghyuk had promised. If he couldn't live for himself, he would live for the greater good. So what was this? Their swords slammed together again, the clash ringing like thunder. Dokja's thoughts spiraled. Who am I even talking to right now? Why did his skin feel like it was burning? Why were his eyes stinging? Joonghyuk's despair deepened. I'm alone. That word snapped something inside Dokja. Alone? After everything? After dying in the cinema dungeon? After crying over his sister's corpse? After betrayal? After fleeting happiness? After losing a child? After madness, demons, outer gods, and endless regressions? He called that alone? Dokja had witnessed all of it. Every chapter, every moment, every piece of suffering Joonghyuk had endured. He knew him. So how could he say that? Their blades collided again, the shockwave rattling the air. For a moment, Dokja faltered. He had only meant to stall, to buy time, but he had pushed too far. Joonghyuk leapt, his blade cutting down with terrifying precision. Dokja blocked, barely, debris exploding around them as the impact shook his arms numb. Then, something changed. For the briefest instant, a faint light flickered in Joonghyuk's hand. Dokja froze. His heart pounded. Joonghyuk's gaze sharpened, focused, aware. A message flashed before Dokja's eyes. Excessive immersion has caused the fourth wall to shake. Could it be? Were his words reaching him? Was Joonghyuk waking up? Hope sparked and was crushed instantly. From afar, Cinema Master intervened. The simulation tightened like chains around Joonghyuk's mind. Joonghyuk screamed. The light vanished. He fell back into darkness. Dokja's stomach twisted, and of course it wouldn't be that easy. Joonghyuk surged forward again, stronger than before. His blue star weapon aura intensified, each strike heavier, faster, more overwhelming. Dokja gritted his teeth. This was ridiculous. And how was he getting stronger mid-fight? His eyes flicked toward Lee Gil-young. The boy was shaking, blood streaming from his nose. That was the sign. This was the moment. Dokja inhaled sharply. Joonghyuk would one day surpass everyone, become untouchable. But not now. Not yet. This was his only chance. He activated Unbroken Faith. The ether shifted. Fire erupted. Flames roared to life along his blade, heat distorting the air itself. Even Joonghyuk staggered slightly, caught off guard by the sudden surge. Dokja didn't hesitate. He unleashed Song of the Sword. The stigma of the maritime war god ignited. Power flooded his weapon. Unpredictable, chaotic, overwhelming. Fire ether twisted with other elements, forming a violent storm of energy. Then it descended, like a thunderstorm. Flaming arrows rained down relentlessly, tearing into Joonghyuk's body. Crimson wounds bloomed across him as the barrage hammered him from every direction. It wasn't sustainable. Dokja's mana couldn't hold it for long, but it was enough. For a moment, Joonghyuk faltered. Dokja moved. He sprinted straight toward the true target, the Cinema Master. The old man stiffened as Dokja closed the distance, but too slow. Behind him, Joonghyuk's body flared with light. Resurrection. In an instant, he was back on his feet, fully restored and already chasing. Dokja cursed. This was getting worse. His gaze snapped toward Gil-young. The boy was trembling, barely holding himself together, but his eyes were desperate. If they were facing a monster, then he would summon one. The shattered dome above them cracked open, and something massive descended. A colossal insect, grotesque and magnificent, tore through the debris. Its form resembled a gigantic praying mantis, an apex predator of another age. The ground shook beneath its weight. The theater master's laughter faltered, replaced by shock. Gil-young, barely standing, let out a shaky laugh. Titano. The giant mantis lunged forward, but Joonghyuk intercepted instantly. With strong self-defense, he blocked the attack effortlessly. The theater master's confidence returned, laughter echoing again. But Dokja didn't stop. Rage burning in his chest, he charged straight at him, blade blazing. The theater master's eyes gleamed. He raised his hand and activated mind control. The world shattered. Reality twisted. Illusions flooded the battlefield. Not weak tricks, but something deeper. Something invasive. They felt real. Too real. This wasn't just deception. It was a direct assault on the mind, a perfect weapon against someone already on the edge. It was the same insidious technique that had broken Yoo Joonghyuk earlier, but this time, Kim Dokja was ready. The moment the illusion took hold, Dokja activated Fourth Wall. The distortion shattered against his mind. The Cinema Master froze. Something was wrong. As he pushed deeper into Dokja's consciousness, his expression twisted, then broke entirely. His eyes widened in pure terror. He wasn't reading a mind. He had fallen into an abyss. Endless text surrounded him. The fourth wall responded. Light bloomed. And in that instant of confusion, Dokja moved. His blade cut cleanly through the theater master's neck. A blinding flash erupted. It wasn't just death. It felt like a violation of something sacred, as if a forbidden boundary had been crossed. The light swallowed the old man whole, erasing him from existence, without even leaving a trace behind. Silence fell. Dokja stood still, staring at nothing. For a moment, his mind was completely blank. Then, notifications flooded in. The hidden scenario had been cleared. The condition was fulfilled. Dokja exhaled slowly, trying to piece together what had just happened. He was certain Joonghyuk had used his mental interference earlier, yet it hadn't worked. Was it truly because of fourth wall? That had been his gamble, but even now, he wasn't completely sure. Before he could think further, Lee Gil-young collapsed. His small body went limp in Dokja's arms, consciousness slipping away completely. At the same time, the barrier above them shattered and vanished. Dokja looked up just in time to see the colossal insect king hesitate, then turn and flee. No aggression, no hesitation, as if the battle no longer mattered. A long breath escaped him. It was over. He scanned the rooftop. Jung Hee-won approached, battered but alive, tension slowly draining from her expression. Nearby, Lee Ji-hye stood unsteadily, her face swollen and bruised, but alive. That was enough. A notification echoed. The scenario was ending. Dokja stepped forward and looked out across the city. Seoul was silent. The first light of dawn crept over the ruins, revealing shattered buildings, broken streets, and the absence of the toxic fog that had once choked everything. But freedom hadn't returned. A massive, transparent dome enclosed the entire city, stretching endlessly into the sky. Cracks had begun to form, but it still held. They were trapped. Hee-won exhaled quietly. Seoul had fallen. Then, Gil-young stirred weakly and pointed upward. Dokja followed his gaze. The sky was streaked with light. Meteors. But not like before, there were fewer. Much fewer. Dokja's expression hardened. The hall was about to open. A new phase had begun. Hee-won stood silently, watching the sky as the weight of what was coming settled in. Beside him, Gil-young looked up with innocent curiosity. Hyung, are you going to make a wish? Dokja paused. A bitter thought crossed his mind. What was the point of wishing on the very thing that caused all of this? Still, he answered quietly. I already did. Gil-young's eyes lit up. What was it? Before Dokja could reply, Hee-won cut in gently. Wishes don't come true if you say them out loud. Dokja didn't argue. His wish stayed where it belonged, inside him. He wanted to survive. He wanted to see the end of this story, the story he had followed for years, now turned into his reality. The sun rose higher, and with it, a new hell approached. A message appeared. Hidden scenario complete. Third main scenario. Emergency defense cleared. And then, fourth main scenario will begin shortly. Dokja blinked. Too fast. Way too fast. There hadn't even been time to breathe. He turned toward Jae-hee. Stay here, watch Joonghyuk. She hesitated. His tone left no room for argument. If he wakes up like this, he'll be a bigger problem than anything below. Just let me know when it happens. Ji-hye stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Dokja stepped closer to Joonghyuk's unconscious body. For a second, he really wanted to hit him again. He clicked his tongue and turned away instead. No time for that. The next scenario was already coming, and this time, there would be no preparation.